Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome along to the 12 hours of Sebring powered by VCO. 12 hours on the clock and focus on two teams heading to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. It's been 12 months since the drivers first dealt with the iRacing weather system in the 2024 iRacing Sebring 12 hours. Fast forward 12 months and lots changed, but for the first time, a special event with no rain on the horizon, and that means a 12-hour sprint here on the bumps at one of the most historic tracks in all of the United States. Hello everyone and welcome along to RaceSpotTV and to the iRacing Esports Network. It's small and tall in the commentary booth once again. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker as we get ready to kick things off. And Dara, I think I'm a little bit disappointed because, like I said, for the first time in 12 months, there's no weather watching going on. Instead, we're just focused on the sprint that is an iRacing special event.
Yeah, more like the good old days, isn't it? With a longer form race, no rain on the horizon. Teams really kind of judge the strategy a little bit better than they've been able to do at the likes of Daytona a couple of months ago, Bathurst last month as well. So lots of opportunity for so many teams here, some newer faces to top split and some returning drivers as well. This is going to be an excellent way, I think, to keep us going in 2025 special events.
We had a lot of fun at Bathurst. Dara and I were there for the first couple of hours in what was a weather-affected start to that race. I think we're going to be in for a rip-roar of a start here, though. The only of our special events in the month of March. In April, we will head out to Road America for the 500, which is really cool. Let's not forget, IMSA announced their 2026 schedule already. They're going back to Road America for an endurance race next year. And then May, all center stage, of course, as we make our way to the Brickyard and for the iRacing Indy 500. And then I know, Dara, you've got June scheduled and the 4 hours of Thruxton, but here's a look at the event format. 12 hours of racing, and Dara, the thing I'm most looking forward to figuring out, how many teams have gone for more than 2 drivers in this top split?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, just to see the balance between some of the teams, some of the drivers. You know, a lot of the drivers will have been wanting to get on to this, but it depends on the consistency of some of the drivers. You know, the rosters some of the teams have, the likes of Grid and Go, once again, having 7 cars. Now, how they're going to balance that, you know, among all different machines is going to be interesting to see and to kind of get a gist of who can stay in the car for long periods of time, what the stint lengths are going to be. It's going to be really interesting. First few hours are going to give us a good gist, but it's going to obviously run all the way into the evening, right into the night, well, into the European night at least.
See someone pointing out that we've had some special events without rain. You're right, but not with these cars. And these drivers in particular have been talking a lot about how the rain's impacted their racing. BOP is going to impact things as well. We'll talk plenty about car choices. You can see in the GTP, couple of weight and power adjustments, slight fuel reductions for the BMW and the Cadillac as well on the side of the GTD. Weight galore across of every single car. There's some adjustments to be made. We'll be very curious how that fares out across 12 hours of racing. Dower, we're expecting, without the rain, temperatures in the midpoint of the day to reach searing temperatures.
Yeah, it's not necessarily going to be helpful for teams looking for strategies and being able to manage the car. So difficult to really manage so many different variables, particularly in a race like this with so many cars out on circuit, with your own individual race to run as well, and with class sizes that are pretty hefty, particularly when you look back at the GTDs. So I think a lot of considerations are going to have to be made, particularly into that middle phase, later phase of the race, with how drivers particularly are able to manage their car, hand over to their teammates in the best possible position. You don't really want to be making that extra pit stop, particularly in a 12-hour race, because you almost think about the fuel numbers before you get into the race. You have a real good plan going into the start, but it can all come undone very quickly. The ideal scenario is to make sure that everything is going as planned, really.
It was a fun 12 hours of Sebring in the real world last week, and now the drivers underway for their first attempt in qualifying. It's Alexander Spetz who we're watching right now, who's swept onto the Almond Straight out of turn 16. You can already see, though, temperature in the tires more important. And this, something else we'll touch on in the opening of the race, the fact that these GTPs, Dara, have had a major update in the iRacing build that has just dropped. And so now cold tires is a big thing, which is going to impact qualifying. Lap 2 expected to be faster, but also the race when they get out on track after their pit stop cycles.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, I think, particularly with the almost the split between the GTPs and the LMP2s. When GTPs come out of the pit lane, what the kind of pace differential is in that opening lap and a half or so. Difficult to manage, and again, a slightly new challenge for these drivers to face. Seasoned GTP drivers now over the last year or so will have almost got used to how they're able to get out of the box and get on with their strategy and get on with their race. That's going to change now. The LMP2s will know that as well, and I think finding that balance in the early couple of pit stop phases is going to be really interesting, just to see how some of these cars act, what kind of strategies are for some drivers to get past, if you're a GTP, some of the LMP2s as you're warming those tyres up. But, new things always create more excitement, don't they?
They do. Excitement as well, given that no red line in this year's event, which means that we're not going to see a Max Verstappen entry from the Formula 1 Grand Prix in China, of course. That's where Max is right now, but it does mean plenty of other drivers have a chance to win. Williams Esports and Drago Racing grabbed GTP and GTD class victories a year ago, and with that secured a spot in last year's IMSA Esports Global Championship. That's the stakes up for grabs here as well. So GTP's second lap, Alexander Spetz, has been a pretty tidy lap, all things considered, as we've taken a look at how things have been going, but off towards that final corner. And I tell you what, Sim doesn't really tell you just how blind it is on entry. Flick it into the right and then start to scrub off the speed. Well, this is maximum commitment, though, from the Drago Racing car. Just do or die, though, for Alexander Spetz. Is it going to be at the top, or is he going to have to find his way through the field? For Drago Racing, wait for the time to show up, and it's second on the board for Alexander Spetz.
Yeah, good lap time. It's interesting to see the line he takes in towards Sunset Bend. So many varying lines that you can take through there. A little bit of a wider entry, tighter entry, better exit, or really just applying the pace on the start-finish straight.
I was very confused for a second, Dara, because that timing tower on the left said 2.5 seconds, the gap between first and second. Now it's updated. We're talking 61 thousandths between the top three.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing less than a blink of an eye, isn't it, between Munoz, Constantini, and Josh Ladd. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody can really gain away at the front of the field, because with gaps as close as that, you'd imagine that the pace at the start of the race isn't going to be particularly different, but you never do know. Qualifying pace may be different to the race pace. Williams Sim Racing Shield Boss may have a slightly better race car. Williams Gaming Club may have a slightly better race car, but to have two Williams cars up there, it's going to help out the 4 and the 7.
As they try and defend the win from a year ago, there's the BS Turner split livery, which, of course, for BS Plus competition, this is a very special track. The home of their first foray into the world of real motorsport with this specific livery as well. And in 2023, it won a race in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge when IMSA came here, and so really cool to see it out in the virtual world as well. Ryan Barneveld not on the board for GTD just yet. It's Drago 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yes, you heard me right. A remarkable lockout of the front two rows in qualifying right now, but is there going to be anyone to challenge them? Could it be the team that did win the Bathurst 12 Hours? We saw Marla Racing Team stand atop the podium. What the BS competition have in store here at Sebring. It's been a tidy lap, I think. The time's not going to be that far down the board for Barneveld. Dutchman breaks the timing beam. Now, where does he place himself? Well, it's only 14th, but we're talking 3/10 or so between the front 8 rows.
Yeah, incredible how close it is. I mean, the top three, of course, you can see split by just over a third of a tenth of a second. The fourth Drago Racing car is just about outside of a tenth, but there really isn't too much to split. In the Sim RC entry with Lee Sebastian in the car, it's just about up into P16 in that GTD class. I think one of the final, if not the final, that we have in the session. But incredible to see how close some of these cars are. No pole margin is bigger than 56 thousandths.
And we haven't even touched on LMP2s. Jaden Munoz will lead us to the green. The Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast 144.995 gets him to that pole alongside Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, trying to bounce back after the disappointment in some ways that was Daytona, but not in terms of performance. Josh Ladd, Williams Gaming Club, alongside of Alexander Spets for the Drago Racing team, with Jere Lehtinen in the Williams Sim Racing Academy entry, alongside the rock and rolling Frenchman Maxime Briand. Keep an eye out for him. He's made some moves here before. GridandGo.com inside of the second Scuderia Ferrari HP 499 prototype. Then the edge of the top 10. Keep an eye out for both Dominic Hoffman and the second of the Apex Racing Team machines. A third of the Apex crew lines up alongside Marla Racing Team and Owen Carroll, who are trying to replicate their victory at the Bathurst 12 Hours, with the other of the Grid and Go GTPs alongside of the Apex Racing Academy. Patrick Thompson in a second Williams Sim Racing Academy car alongside Ilka Happela for Fiercely Forward at the back of the 16 GTPs. Meanwhile, in LMP2, they're only 5 seconds or so slower than the GTPs, and Sven Haase has got to pole position, 29 thousandths though clear of World Sim Racing Esports. James Baldwin, yes, that James Baldwin, is inside of Nathan Olson on row 2, with Alessandro Romanelli for the World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi car inside of Kings by Tony Kanaan. 3/10 between the front 3 rows, while Jonas Wanner for Dora Esports is alongside of Lasse Urinen for Grid and Go's other 003 LMP2. Williams Sim Racing Academy, they're inside of Team PGZ with IFR Esports, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, and then at the back of the field, it's Simify Esports all by themselves. And last but not least, GTD locked out by Drago Racing for the front 2 rows as they look to defend their win from a year ago. The Apex Racing team in a Lamborghini are inside of PGZ and P1Docs.com and Sam Ward at the start of this race. Then back to Gabby Montoro in Simify's number 16. Dino Lombardi rolls alongside. We're seeing a fair mix of manufacturers as well, something to touch on before we get underway. Norby Kish debuts for Sheza Esports alongside of Daniel Lafuente in that Veloce machine, and then continuing to roll through the rest of the cars. SDR Esports, they're in 13th, but in front of them you've got Williams Sim Racing, Racing Prodigy, and World Sim Racing Esports. SDR, BS Plus Turner, Veloce Thrustmaster, Sim RC, GridandGo.com, World Sim Racing, and then we'll get to 19th Fiercely Forward. Cars aren't rolling for the formation lap. We've got plenty of time right now. Williams Sim Racing Academy, Apex Racing Team, Falcon Sim Racing, GridandGo.com, Sheza Esports, Mag Performance SRT, and then Fiercely Forward Pink, SDR, GridandGo.com Esports, 2 World Sim Racing cars, and Zenith at the very back. Here's a look on board at the pole lap. We're going to fly through turn 1, try and get as close to the wall and the cone on the inside, and then break in a straight line up towards turn number 3. Sweep through Big Bend. But you got to be careful of your curb usage here. We saw in the real world it's very easy to be pushed offline. Drivers have got to be cognizant of that as well. Sweep up towards turn 7. Now, 50 odd years ago, this is a very, very different corner. You used to go even deeper into the braking zone here. Now we've got some runoff to work with as well. But you got to be careful when you're battling with traffic here. We've seen drivers be pushed off into the grass when they're not necessarily keeping an eye on the hybrids and the LMP2 spooling up behind them. Straight line braking in towards Cunningham Corner, which is very, very bumpy in the middle of the track, and then find your way single file, hopefully, slithering through in towards Tower Turn. You can see how the track sort of funnels up, but you want to be on the left-hand side as you brake and then bring the car back over to the right-hand side. This, by the way, the pole lap from Jaden Munoz in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast machine. Fly in towards Lamar Corner. A couple of stabs down through the gearbox as you fly your way through this section. But Dara, all things considered, looking at this pole lap, not much being done wrong from Jaden Munoz, and that's why 56 thousandths, he's on pole.
Yeah, incredible lap, really. You know, the Sunset Bend as well, a really tricky corner to get exactly right. You know, we mentioned so many different lines you can take. It's a circuit where it really is differential in the lines that you can take. Interesting when it comes to the lapping that we will occur. Not as tight as we saw Spets get to the inside during qualifying, but it's clearly worked, isn't it? He's got himself onto pole position, and that Williams number 4 car is going to be in a great place as we get ourselves ready to get going in this one. I'll be interested to see what that number 20 Ferrari car can do in towards turn number 1. They're going to be wanting to get themselves to the front of the field in a special event once again after the last couple of months in terms of special events. I think it's going to be a really exciting race between the leaders at the front, but also in the mid-pack. This is an incredibly tight GTP field, and then you've got to think about the GTDs. 4 draggers at the front. This really has set itself up to be a fantastic 12-hour event.
Right, putting on the clock as we're behind that BMW pace car who's ready to drop off and away. Who wins in GTP, Dara?
Oh, you've thrown me onto the bus already. I'm going to say the number 7 Williams Gaming Club. Why not? It's cool.
Okay, I'm going the number 50. I'm going Scuderia Ferrari. Let's go quickly over to GTD then, because Drago lock out the front 2 rows. Who's your pick there?
Let's go with the number 9, Taylor Barnard, in that car off the start. See what he can do for the Drago.
So here we go. 12 months on from the deluge at the iRacing Sebring 12 hours. It's clear skies as we get ready to go. 2 spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship up for grabs as well. And off we send the pace car. It's a sprint now to the end. Jaden Munoz gets us underway. Let's respect the bumps for 12 hours in the iRacing Sebring 12 hours, powered by VCO. A look to the inside from Drago Racing, who slipped past the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Great start there. All 3 of our classes are underway at the very same time, though. And LMP2, Sven Haas has punched the throttle and have got a healthy lead. James Baldwin has slid through to 2nd. Plenty of fans in chat will love that action. GTD's under the bridge, though, and now off to the line as they get underway as well. Drago already under a little bit of pressure, though, and there's some chopping and changing in that field as well, because one of the Drago cars is down at the tail end of the field. Dara, some action to start this race off.
Yeah, spin through Sunset Bend. You can just about see it in the back of the frame there. Not good for the 96 at all. Thibaut Prevost is going to be disappointed with that, but really interesting to see Drago Racing get themselves away with now 3 cars at the front of the field. Let's see what the 6-9 could do to work its way back through the field. Also interesting to see Josh Ladd be able to get ahead down in towards turn number 1 of the Ferrari entry, as Spets has in that Drago car as well. So really good start for them. Ferrari slipping back, not what they need off of this start, and they're very quickly going to come under pressure from the 3rd Williams car. That's up in P5.
And Josh Ladd got a bit of a tank slapper coming out of Cunningham corner there, and so it's 8/10 the margin that Jaden Munoz has out towards turn 16. A nice tidy start from the prototype classes. It's only in that GT field where we've had some action inside of the 3rd Williams car. There was a look for sure, rather the 2nd Williams car. And now Drago Racing see an opportunity. They've already found a way past Nicholas Boy, who's taken the start for that Scuderia Ferrari esports team up the inside. Spets makes his presence known, and so through Sunset Bend, a corner with a million lines, it feels like it is going to be Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast that come out to lead the opening lap. Drago Racing in tow behind them. And then look at the field behind, because any one of these contenders could make their presence known in 11 hours and 58 minutes.
From another move from Alexander Spets to get himself now into P2. Really looking racy off of the start, as is this 3rd Williams cars. Maybe an inside line for the 22. Not going to happen in the end. Nicholas Boy going to defend that one for the time being as they run their way through 3 and 4. When the curbs are so high, so tricky to really aggressively fight those curbs. But this really is a tight start. No gapping as you'd expect early on. And a train that's going to go down the hairpin. Likely a move to be made somewhere.
Remember that because all 3 of the classes start at the same time, in some ways you might expect traffic to maybe not be a factor so early in this race, but the GTD cars stacked up slightly further behind on track before they got the race underway. It should be maybe 5-6 laps before there's the potential. The first bits of traffic, I would think. Owen Carroll in that Mahler Racing machine is in the heart of the action, but Ollie Steinbrat in the 2nd Scuderia Ferrari HP team. A wiggle wobble there from, well, I think that's the Apex Racing entry, who just doesn't have the grip to be able to hold alongside. You can see there's some drivers looking to try and make some moves. Who are we blaming for the lack of liveries on some of these cars, Dara?
Oh, I'm not gonna get involved in that. We're only 4 minutes in, Arjuna. You're going to get me in trouble. But yeah, I mean, some quick paintworks on some of these cars. And interesting. It's always quite interesting to see, the Williams cars with the Chill Bars car, the Gaming Club car, and of course the Sim Racing Academy car, all inside the top 5 with relatively, radically different liveries, all things considered, which makes it slightly easier to pick between the group of them. But Ferrari, they get their liveries the same, haven't they? The 20 and the 51 looking the 50 and the 51 looking resplendent in Scuderia Red as well.
The GTPs are just settling into their rhythm. Remember, the new tire model would have seen the opening couple of laps be a bit of a stretch to try and keep the tires underneath you. Lap 3 is when they're really at their best, and from there, a progressive fall off. Let's check in with the Spectre Laras in the LMP2 class. 1.5 seconds. Sven Haase has burst to a race lead. Williams Sim Racing edge of the top 10 for them. Feeling some pressure from Lasse Uren in the second of the Grid and Go cars. Bobble off of 1, straight line into 3, the braking zone, but all of these drivers just riding. I've got to wonder, is there some fuel saving going on for some of these drivers, knowing they can't make too many moves in the early doors?
Yeah, I don't think anyone really wants to force the issue, of course, with no weather on the horizon. A lot of these teams know that they're really just, as we said, racing to the end here. They know their fuel numbers. I don't think there's going to be too much aggression in the early couple of stints here, because they just want to make sure that they can get towards that at least third way mark in the race, still on the strategy plan that they have. So I think we are going to see a pretty calm approach from a lot of these teams in the opening couple of hours of this race. I think if moves are going to be presented, obviously drivers aren't going to not go for them, but I don't think we're going to see too many issues being forced here, particularly towards the front of all 3 trains, and particularly in the GTDs, because Drago aren't going to trip themselves up if they are 1, 2 and 3. If anything, they'll work together to get away from the rest. So really interesting dynamic, I think, in the early stages, but I do think we will see a few moves in the next 20 minutes or so.
Let's check back in with the GTDs as still single file. Yes, Drago have lost 1 of their cars. It helps when you qualify 1 through 4. I did see a comment in our YouTube chat on the iRacing Esports Network. That is the Formula E Taylor Barnard. Yes, he's done plenty of iRacing special events, and he's made the switch from the Apex Racing team, where he's competed for the last couple of years, over to Drago Racing alongside the likes of Hugh Barter and Alex Dunn as well, another driver with some real-world credentials. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for him. And Dara's pick for the race, of course, is the number 9 Drago Racing entry, currently second with Barnard behind the wheel. Are they starting to build up a bit of an advantage to maybe not necessarily Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing 199 who's coming with them, but to Sam Ward behind that? Yeah,
that could be a really interesting, almost little tussle to have if Luke McEwen can go with those 3 Drago cars, and PGZ and the P1Docs.com car with Samuel Ward in drops a little bit further back. Semi-Fire kind of in the same position that the 114 is in for PGZ at the moment, and then it's still quite close towards the back end of the top 10. So I think those top 4, if they can run away, it's going to be a really interesting dynamic. To have Apex almost getting in the way of the 3 Dragos, how much can they influence what the pit stop sequence is like? Can they get themselves up into the top 3, almost offset this trio of Drago cars, and you can't miss them. 3 very distinctive red liveries, very similar as well, with Luke McEwen just in behind. But for the time being, I think Drago are going to be concerned about Luke McEwen, but they could manage him and almost kind of keep him in a box, because there's 3 of them there. They're not going to necessarily be too worried about Luke McEwen getting ahead and then not able to work themselves back through, I'm sure.
And quick update from the start in the GTD class, have seen BS Plus Turner fiercely forward, SDR and World Sim Racing Next Level Racing. So that's 4 of the entries in a 31 class car class who are sitting in pit lane right now. So see if we can get a couple of replays and some word from the drivers as to what's been going on. We've hit the refresh button on trading paints, and so I think we've got some new paints back on to some of these cars, including onto this 199, which of course does have the correct IMSA number boards as well. This is an IMSA special event, let's not forget. That's why the winners in the GTP and GTD classes will earn an invite to the IMSA Esports Global Championship. I saw a comment in chat which said we should replace the LMP2 cars with TCR machines. They don't do that in the real world for sane reasons. Maybe we could do that for a special event, though, Dara. That seems like something crazy you do in the world of iRacing.
We've done the MX500, haven't we, on iRacing? So there's always room for a TCR at Sebring with some GTPs going around as well. That sounds like a great idea. Anything and everything. That's what we love about sim racing. We can create ridiculous circumstances. It's La Fuente's going to have quite a nice circumstance to the inside of in that Veloce Thrustmaster car. Nice move in Sunset Bend. But yeah, I think TCR, it's a bit of a wild idea, but someone's going to do it somewhere, aren't they? Surely. They've got to.
I would hope so. Let's do something wild like that, and maybe we can even just host it on RaceSpotTV. Keep it nice and simple. That's how one of the first 24-hour races in iRacing history started as well. What I am seeing, though, as Norby Kish gets passed by La Fuente there, is Sam Ward has not really dropped off the back of the front four, and so everyone's staying pretty much as they are at this time. Track map shows that as these cars sweep out of Big Bend, the GTP leader, currently still Jaden Munoz in that number 4, he is cycling in through turn 3 right now. So, like I said, give it a couple more laps and we are going to start seeing that traffic sweep its way on through. Munoz in control right now, though. He's 1.4 seconds clear of Spets.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that because the gap that he'd built up is relatively impressive when you think about how tight they were off of the line and how close they were after the opening couple of laps. And now to have it at 1.4 is, you feel a little bit safer. But of course, when you come up to the back of the traffic, you're going to lose some of that time immediately. Whether we can see a better management through the traffic for Jaden Munoz in that Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast car, we'll have to wait and see. But it will present opportunities for Spets in the Drago car, for Josh Ladd in that number 7 Williams Gaming Club car. So you never really do know. It's all nice and calm and sedate for the time being. The second you hit that traffic for the first time, and it's not going to take much more than the 10 minutes we've had so far, once we get to the back of the traffic, as we can see it right there, things could start to explode, things could change very, very quickly, and it's often that first pass that can often catch drivers out.
Looking forward to that first pass as well. Hopefully a couple laps away from some bedlam. Here's a look at what happened on the start. Remember, these drivers haven't technically even crossed the line yet as they head underneath the bridge. He's going to look to the inside and he's going to turn himself. Yeah, I don't think the tires are up to temperature there. Not even sure if there's contact, but then bam, they're all coming past and the inevitable eventually gets tagged. And I'm surprised not more contact, although a Corvette decides I'm already in need of repairs. Let me come down to pit lane straight away.
Incident down at turn 1 as well. A couple of cars spinning off, and there was a Drago car coming through, nearly getting involved. But here is Munoz into the traffic through turn 1. He's got through a few over the start-finish straight. He's going to overtake 2 as he runs on towards turn 2, as those two GTDs fight side by side in towards the second corner. Spets has 2 cars between himself and Munoz, which is exactly what Munoz would have wanted to see. And the GTDs being quite nice and getting out of the way a little bit as you make your way in towards Big Bend as well. So Munoz negotiating his way through very nicely indeed, but he's going to be looking for an inside line as he gets to the hairpin.
I remember I was watching the Grid Finder 240 back last night, the 3rd round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship last year. And we had some moments at turn 1 where GTPs went either side of a GTD car. Maxime Briant in particular went off the track and made a pass around the Coanda Esports machine that I still remember to this day. Keep an eye out for moves like that. You can go off the track in the sim. Trust me, you can't do that in the real world. Some of the drivers who I was talking to in the Prodigy Racing League were talking about their experience at Sebring, including Jordan Johnson, who's had the opportunity of racing here in the real world. That was a bit risky, though, as he got to the inside down at Tower Turn. Hybrid spools up, though, and he blasts past a couple more GTPs.
Yeah, and as he gets in towards the right-hander towards Le Mans curve, he gets through another couple. As you can really get a sense of the difference in pace between the GTPs and the GTDs. Fine down the straights, you can just take an inside line and get past 2, 3, 4 of them if we get to Sunset Bend, but then it gets a little bit trickier. And we'll see Spets here try and go for an inside line. There's just about enough room as he makes his way through. That GTD is going to come down on the lines. He's going to go inside, going to go outside. It's going to be the inside in the end because the GTD washes slightly wider, as you would expect. But management of the traffic is such a key factor. You could be the fastest one-lap driver in sim racing. You could get pole position for the 12 hours of Sebring. The traffic management really is where you could come unstuck, and it's why these drivers are in the cars that they're in top split, because this is what they excel at.
That was close as Nicholas Boy in the Scuderia Ferrari machine, I believe, Oh, it might be Ole Steinbraten behind that one in particular through traffic, just having to be careful of the GTDs. Remember, everyone's racing their own race. We've got a full field, 60 machines started this race. You can't get a field more packed than this in the world of iRacing. Preston Bernier in the Apex Racing Academy machine slides up the inside of his sister GTD car. And meanwhile, their teammate putting the pressure on at the front of the field. Here comes the Lamborghini to the inside. Luke McEwen knows he's got to start making some inroads on the Dragons, and he pushes, he bullies his way on forward. Get out of my way, Nicholas Mateo. Luke McEwen's on through.
Yeah, McEwen getting himself through a little bit wide was the Drago, forced a little bit wide, but in the end McEwen is up into the top three. Can he start to now chase after Taylor Barnard and Nicholas Rublow? We'll have to wait and see. More GTP traffic to fight their way through on the leading group of GTDs though, so we'll have to wait and see and put a halt to that thought maybe for the next couple of laps. Still we see everybody piling through in towards the Le Mans curve we go. That's the number 22 Williams Sim Racing Academy car coming through. Then you've got the 99 and the 97 Apex cars to come through as well. Absolute chaos on the circuit, and we haven't even got to the LMP2s yet either, have we?
There will come a time when all three classes are on top of one another, and that's when endurance racing is at its most glorious. There's three wide action as Gabby Montoro in the Simufy entry looks to try and get past PGZ and the P1 Docs 114. Not going to work out as Sam Woods rides the outside and rides the momentum, but now he's going to be compromised potentially in through turn one if he's pinched. On iRacing, this corner opens up. You can see the wall juts out to the right. It's not like that in the real world anymore. Have an opportunity to carry a bit more entry speed, but no move being made as they funnel back in through the corner. Speaking of LMP2, by the way, 3 seconds the advantage for Aaron Vasquez in the gridandgo.com machine. Sven Haase qualified. Vasquez has been flying on the start.
Yeah, Baldwin with quite a bit of work to do, doesn't he, in that 909 car. He's got the gap back to Nathan Olsen in P3, of course, driving that car for the Moradness team. But Effect Simulations with James Baldwin in, maybe hoping to get a little bit closer when they can get up towards the back of the GTDs for the first time. And we're not a million miles away from that either. But a perfect start for Vasquez, exactly what he needed. Move to the inside though for the 51 Ferrari car on a BS competition entry. Let's see as they run their way through in towards Tower Turn. It's going to be a real scrap between these two cars, but for the time being at least Ole Steinbraten's going to have to stick behind Dominic Hoffman because Hoffman's defending quite well in that Zebra car.
And for those sitting there and saying, oh, Scuderia Ferrari HP didn't get punished for what happened at Daytona, if you missed it, they did. They got disqualified from what happened after Ole he hit Alt F4. There's no other way to talk about it. Made a snap mistake in the heat of the moment, apologized for it after the race. iRacing took away the win. Grid and Go ended up with the GTP win at the end of the day. The race control team behind the scenes at iRacing made their decisions, and now it's time for Scuderia Ferrari to bounce back exactly the way that you might think they would. It will be interesting as the temperatures build up through the course of the day, how we see this fight between Cadillacs versus Ferrari, because they, with the exception of the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car that you see on screen right now in front of the 51, lock out the top 10. There's 5 Ferraris, a couple of extra Cadillacs in the field, and then 2 BMW M hybrids. We've got no Acuras, and surprisingly, no Porsche 963s either.
Yeah, interesting car choices from all these teams, but you know they'll feel set in what they've got underneath them, I'm sure. And a lot of teams, I think, that almost got used to the car entries that they've come to know and love. Really, some have chopped and changed in recent times, but it's good to see that you get some consistency for some teams, and some teams like to experiment just that little bit more with what entries that they often use for these special events. Varying special events that almost require varying aspects of the car, what drivers feel most comfortable in. So, really interesting to see that difference, special event to special event. But yeah, not even 20 minutes gone, and I think drivers will be trying to settle themselves into their own cars, because for some who may have moved from say a Mercedes to a Porsche, for example, or a Lamborghini, I should say, getting yourself into the car, used to it, and get a good feel for it is really important in the opening step.
Absolutely. I called it out earlier. I'm curious how many of these teams, specifically in GTD, have gone for a 3-driver lineup as opposed to 2. I know for sure the 199, Alejandro Sanchez is in there with Luke McEwen and Maxence Godino, so 3 to share 12 hours there. But compare that, for example, with, again, same Apex Racing team, but the 97 in prototype, Jordan Johnson, Danny Chivichavo are going to be sharing the car. The 98's got Marshall Hubert and Marcus Solholm. The 99's got Dan Amor and Maxime Briand. The fact is, Dara, but you know, all these drivers, they do tens of hours, sometimes 20, 30 hours of practice for a special event, and they want to try and get as much drive time as possible in a 12-hour race.
Do, and you know, again, balancing it out between the drivers can be a difficult task for teams, but yeah, again, plans will be put in place early on. They can change. You know, some drivers, if they feel really good in the car, if they are on a, you know, a hot bit of form in, you know, a stint or two, may stay on a little bit longer, but the balance is, of course, a real talking point, and teams will be talking about that all race long. And there'll be conversations being had right now over team discussion channels about what to do with strategy, how the strategy is going, whether they can stick with plans. And you know, the explosion in terms of sim racing in the last few years means that there's so much more of a focus on special events like this now, that there really is a team of people for each of these cars working to get the best result possible, isn't there?
Absolutely. There's spreadsheets involved, which is when you know things are getting serious, when the data gets broken out. Sometimes as well, some teams will have, you know, more complex ways of managing their strategies, but I've talked to even people sometimes in the real world, and there's no substitute for a pen and paper at times, and just making sure everything's written out and aligns the way that you expect it. I think that's the most important thing. 8th on back, Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They've apparently lost the number boards off the side of the car, but they've got gridandgo.com behind, and then the Williams Sim Racing entry, the 27, who's got Matthias van Erven at the wheel currently. They're not far off the race lead right now. They're still within 10 seconds of the race leader. Someone had asked, why should we include LMP2 in a race like this when you've got GTPs and GTDs? The answer is because they sometimes have some of the best racing in our special event, and they're getting ready to dial their way through traffic for the first time.
Yeah, let's see how this can develop itself. Number 12 Grid and Go, obviously going to be facing the brunt of it. The 003 Grid and Go, looking at the back of that 188 Delatraz Automotive car for the time being, with Lasse Jurinen looking for a move. Difficult to find it into towards the Le Mans curve unless you really have sent it, or you are pretty much alongside anyway. So he's going to sit behind and wait. Again, opportunities are going to present themselves as you work your way through the GTD pack, and there's a fair few GTDs, 28 of them on the circuit right now to be exact, so a fair amount of opportunity for the LMP2s to work through. Mind you, only 13 LMP2s, so for the GTDs themselves it's going to be a little bit easier to manage that traffic than it was the GTPs, albeit there's only a difference in 2 or 3 entries between the classes. But this really is where we could see some big changes in this class, where we haven't seen too many so far.
And this is a race where Dara's already called it out, but because we have 12 hours uninterrupted, there's no rain expected on the forecast for this special event. The strategy is a bit more of a sprint and working backwards from the end. Can you minimize the amount of time you spend in pit lane? And potentially for some of the better teams who are thinking fuel saving already, can you cut out a pit stop? That's a defensive line. You can run the middle of the track. It's bumpy on either side, but just making sure for Delatraz Automotive that Lasse Jurinen doesn't think about a surprise look with still some more of the sports cars in front of them. Out in through towards Cunningham, sweeping past Fangio. This is where it gets difficult as well, when the GTDs look to try and make moves too, because Drago Racing have pulled alongside of Shezza Esports, and it's blocked Grid and Go off. They'll try and now go around the outside through Tower. It's going to let them sweep past 2 GTD cars, but that's the traffic. It gives and it takes, and already the Delatraz Automotive, by the way, Darius Andre back under pressure in towards turn 16.
Yeah, and more traffic to negotiate your way through as it all bunches up uncomfortably so as you get in towards that Le Mans curve. 2 Grid and Go cars getting close together. Oh, a little bit of contact actually between the LMP2 and the GTD as they work their way through the 003 with a little bit of door-to-door contact, and it'll allow a couple of GTDs to come through. But I was going to mention that we had seen contact between some Grid and Go entries back at Bathurst just last month, and hopefully the same wouldn't happen again. But the 003 hadn't even got up to its teammate before contact had occurred.
Yeah, we had grid and go, 4 or 5 cars in contention, but that was towards, unfortunately, the mid-pack at Bathurst on the initial start of the race. Bathurst 12 hours where we were quite amazed that we got through the opening lap safely for the most part. The only drama was the fact that the pole sitter had missed the start of the race. And why did they miss the start? Well, they gridded up initially on the dry tires, so everyone else was gridding up on the wet for the most part. Decided to come back into pit lane and try and switch, but too little too late. They missed the start all by themselves. On board with the Muradna 17, Nathan Olsen works past 2 GTDs up the inside, and he's not far off now, the tail end of James Baldwin. 3.2 the margin between first and second, and Baldwin starting to look a bit more in the rearview mirror.
Yes, Olsen gets ever closer. Inside line, though, for the 909. Just about gets that move done as they make their way through Cunningham Corner. The 114 is going to be overtaken as well by Nathan Olsen, as he will get to the inside line well before Tower Turn and make sure that the 17 is right on the tail of Baldwin. Vasquez has negotiated his way through absolutely beautifully now towards the front, or actually out of the front of the GTD pack, and very soon the 909 and the 17 are going to be there as well, with a tightening battle for P2, a widening battle for P1. However, these three do look like, for the time being at least, they're going to be the class of the field, because Door Esports are just another couple of seconds back and dropping a little bit off the top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, no, we are seeing this first cycle through traffic's allowing that slight build between 3rd and 4th, those podium positions breaking away, but it's a long race, could still see it switch back around. That's going to be your race leaders now that 2nd and 3rd are able to fly their way past out of the final corner. And so they'll get a couple of laps of clean air now before we'll have to do the traffic dance once again. Oh, we got a car in the wall. That's a World Sim Racing Corvette, as Lucas Prada finds himself in some trouble.
And not what Lucas Prada needed at all. He will join BS Turner, the SDR 79 on the WSR Esports Next Level Racing car down pit road. Those 3 already out. And, big moment. How much of a hit is it into the wall? It's not the biggest of hits, to be fair, but suspension can easily be damaged front and rear there with the lateral hit as they make their way through. And yeah, you can just see almost unsighted, the car down the inside, but yeah, it's not the ideal scenario, is it, Audrey?
I understand why the LMP2 went for it, but like I said, that's a blind entry into the actual bend of Sunset. The flick on entry just sets you up. It's not really part of the corner. Maybe a bit aggressive there. Feel for Lucas Prada. Fortunately keeps it out of the wall. There's enough runoff there as an alternate layout, which sometimes IndyCar, when they use the other side of the track, you can use the other half of the track all by yourself. Here at Sebring, run simultaneous events, and so a couple of extra layouts to be used. Here's another look on board, riding now behind, and this will kind of show it. The Corvette's got to turn in instantly, and yes, there's some air between them, but left plenty of room. Yeah, in the end, the Corvette. I think luckily, really, that the hit into the wall wasn't as big as it could have been. I think there's probably less damage on their car than there definitely could have been. And to an extent, some damage has been avoided, albeit that the number 18 is down pit road and is likely to be taking some relatively extensive repairs. Who's that going out to 27? Van Erven's gone around down at the Le Mans curve. He's right towards the back of the LMP2 field, but still not what that Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP2 needed. The only Williams car in the LMP2 class. And so, after getting tangled up in the moment before, Matthias Van Erven, see if there was maybe damage. No, it's just run over by Simufy from behind, just trying to keep patient behind the Williams Racing Prodigy car. That's traffic for you, though. Maybe Simufy expected Williams to go to the right and try and make the move, but Van Erven was being patient. And then sometimes you don't get rewarded for patience. The cruelty of multi-class racing. Exactly. You can't really. You can sometimes fail by winning, can't you? In endurance racing, it's always difficult to judge where that line's going to come from, and yeah, difficult there for Van Erven to be spun around in the manner that he was. But again, the age-old saying, 11.5 hours to go, still a lot of time to recover, but it's just not really what you need at the start of a race like this. In the opening stint, you want everything to be going to a T, you want everything to be nice and calm. You know what the strategy is going to be, of course. The leaders in all 3 categories have had that so far, and that consistency, monotonous consistency, is working out for them for the time being. We'll have to see how long it extends to. This, I don't think, is scheduled for Owen Carroll. That is not even 28 minutes into the race to be down on pit lane. Suboptimal is the word to describe that. Meanwhile, front four still only split by around 4 seconds. So Nicholas Boy in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50, 3.9 seconds behind Jaden Munoz as they once again through some GTD traffic work. This is the fun part of the race now, the fact that traffic is somewhat more ever present, and we'll get to a point in this race, especially with 60 taking to the green, even with a high rate of attrition come the end of this race, where drivers are always thinking about traffic in the next couple of corners. That's a good run from Nicholas Boy to get closer to Josh Ladd, who's lost a bit of time to the back of Alexander Spett. You can see the sea of GT cars down towards the final corner of the lap.
Yeah, and it's going to be slightly easier to negotiate your way through this time around than it was last time, with the cars a little bit further apart by virtue of the lapping on the opening time. Oh, big hit into the wall. I think that's the number 4, was it? Oh, the number 7, like you say, Josh Ladd. That rear end definitely made contact with the wall. So there's not too much damage on the car, but it's a hefty hit to the rear left.
And that's the risk of going around the outside at Sunset Bend, isn't it? You put your faith in the GTD car to somewhat give you a bit more room. You're asking them to compromise the corner. I think the benefit for Ladd there is that it's not a hard wall, it's just a bundle of tyres effectively, and he might just have grazed it. And so fortunately, I think the Williams Gaming Club machine's not going to show any lasting battle scars from that moment, but something to keep in mind for Josh Ladd, that is for sure. Meanwhile, still working through the traffic. It's allowed the Williams Sim Racing Academy car to close up. Not far behind is then 3 Apex Racing Team entries, 6th, 7th, and 8th. And quite curious, for the first time, we're seeing the Apex Racing Team in the Ferrari 499P.
Yeah, really interesting to see how they can race in that throughout the rest of the event. Inside line for 50. I mean, sorry, I got a little bit concerned a minute ago with the 50 and the 22 going side by side in towards the hairpin and in towards Cunningham corner. Let's see this hit into the wall. You can just about see a hefty hit just the rear left as well, going up into the air somewhat as well, over the bumps, not just the bumps, but the hit as well, factoring into that. Not what you need at all, not good for the confidence either.
No, not at all. Lights flash, by the way. That's because the Marla Racing Team car is now 1 lap down, and Owen Carroll is getting out of the way of the leaders. So Nicholas Boy is going to slide past the BMW as well. Meanwhile, there's some grass kicked up off the track for Peter Zuber in the gridandgo.com machine. Remember, they technically winners from Daytona once the disqualification was processed on the results sheet. That's not where they would have wanted to be. Lost 13 seconds or so running off the track. Slips up the inside of the BMW through the final corner.
Yeah, interesting to see the move to the inside as well. At the long curve, there's a bit of contact. That's how they're going to go around with the Veloce Thrustmaster. Well, either way, both difficult really to see from that angle who turned first, but either way, the grid and go doesn't really matter. Is spun around and is off the road. Ferrari with a little bit more work to do in 51 with Steinbraten to try and get himself back up the order.
And the weird thing about that turn, right, Dara, is the fact that even though the white line is not that far off the track, you see drivers go all the way off to the left, trying to open up the corner a little bit more, which, in my opinion, kind of invites the GTP to look to try and pass you. So I'm not placing the blame on the GTD here, just to be clear. This angle will show us a bit more as to whether it turned in properly or not. I'm just pointing out that you've got to keep that in mind as a GTD. You're going to always turn in a bit earlier if you're all the way off the track.
And when it's, you know, particularly rear contact to front contact of the slower class, it clearly shows that in that particular instance as well, that the realistically faster car was already through the GTD, probably having to lift off a little bit more to ensure that they weren't going to cause the contact there. As obviously, as you get down that Ullman straight, the faster machine is going to pull away a little bit more. So you've always got to keep that in mind. So not great for the Veloce Thrustmaster team in towards this corner here at Le Mans curve. This time around, there's no such problems for anybody as they run their their way through. Still lots of cars closely bunched together. I am interested to see how particularly the GTPs can stay close together after the first stage of pit stops, because we've seen how close they were right off the start. Their pace is relatively similar as well in clean air. Everybody's best lap time inside the top 12 is in the 1:46s, so there's clearly a relative equality in terms of pace. The question is, does that reflect when we put the strategy into that aspect?
I think we can kind of see, though, the front five have figured out something in this early stage just to be able, through qualifying, to hold their advantage. There's not too many chop and changes in terms of those front 6 spots. The only swaps, Drago +2 to second, Scuderia Ferrari HP down 2 to 4, so effectively swapped them around, and not much else has happened. But they're 7 minutes away from the pit stop window being opened. About 40-odd minutes is when you expect GTPs to roll their way into pit lane. Around the same window for LMP2 as well. Luke McEwen, by the way, still very much tucked up behind Rubilar and Barnard, 1, 2, 3. However, Nicholas Mateo's dropped off the back here. It's 3 at the front for GTD.
Yeah, great to see these guys finding it out, really hammer and tong in the early stages. Just they haven't been side by side, but clearly there's a big strategy element to be played. Rubilar, Barnard, McEwen kind of looking at each other and trying to figure out what the others are doing. Particularly, I think Rubilar and Barnard looking at McEwen and vice versa, because I think there's likely to be a little bit of conversation being had between the 6 and the 9 in the early stages of the races. There will have been with the other 2 entries, the 96 and the 69 Dragger Racing cars. 96 car as well, of course, after spinning very, very early on in the races, recovering relatively well up to P21 with Thibaut Prévost behind the wheel. Leif Sebastian was the last car he overtook. The Falcon Sim Racing car has been a victim as well, so only 21 seconds off the lead comparatively when he's been off the start. It's not a bad way to complete the first 35 minutes or so.
No, absolutely not. If you're wondering about GTD pit window, we, I think, mentioned it once before, but around 60 minutes is where you're aiming to be. Reality is going to mean, I think, some teams end up coming in just before the top of the hour. The Williams Sim Racing Prodigy car has got Beckham Jasir behind the wheel. On the case of Sam Ward, Beckham Jasir, who did win a Prodigy pass, so he'll be part of the Prodigy Racing League. Won his pass last week in the finals of the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup, which it's really cool to see as well, the fact that, Darren, new for 2025, we have an official safety car for our iRacing special events. It's also a BMW M2. We only see it, though, on our formation laps. No safety cars in any of these special events.
No, it means that if you have had some kind of issue in the early stages, damage has had to be repaired, you just know that you're going to have to fight your way back through manually, really. There's nothing artificial in terms of a safety car that can help you work your way back through the order. And that's really a consideration that is somewhat annoying to drivers. If you have an early mistake, particularly if you're not even in the car, if you're a driver, waiting for the 3rd, 4th hour to jump into the car and you find yourself within a minute already towards the back of the field, already with damage, it can be so frustrating because you know that you have to get all the way back to the rear of the field on pure pace. There's nothing really else that can help you apart from maybe incidents further up the field, but even then there's not going to be a safety car to almost gain you a couple of minutes, a few minutes, a lap back on anybody else. So a lot of that consideration is to take, it has to be taken into effect, but at the same time I think it also means that with that thinking of some of the drivers, particularly at the front of the field, they are going to risk nothing throwing things away in the early stages like this because they know they have to fight their way back through.
Absolutely. That's lights flashing from Simufy. Late lunge on Fiercely Forward. Keep an eye out on LMP2, by the way, given that they are starting to separate themselves out now. And so it's 5 seconds at the front for Aaron Vasquez from James Baldwin. Grid and Go building their buffer to effect simulations. Miradnas then have lost some ground to second as well. They sit 3rd, final step of the podium. Door Esports, 2 World Sim Racing entries, Kings by TK in front of this little battle pack that we're watching right now. Still with the only one GTP team to have made their way down pit lane, that Mahler Racing car, which is in front of us right now. 3 minutes away, we think, from pit stop windows starting to open up. And you've got to think about setups as well at this track, right? Because Sebring is known sometimes for being a bit of a car killer. It's so bumpy, and so understanding how stiff, soft you want to make the suspension of the car, how much grip you have through the low-speed corners, because you've got some of those, you've got some medium-speed corners and high-speed corners. It's got a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it does, and that's why we love this race particularly. It's a real challenge for drivers, and with the bumps as well, it really adds a little bit, quite literally, of elevation to the race sometimes if you take a bumper a little bit the wrong way, which is easy to do around here. I'm sure Ewan will have a word about that later on in the race, but interesting really just to see how the early stages have just settled drivers in. I think we are really waiting to see that, first couple of stints be ticked past before drivers start to get really aggressive on the moves. But at the same time, I think the earlier you're going to feel safe in making a move that could be a little bit bolder or a little bit more aggressive. And so the drivers that maybe not necessarily at the front, but have settled in well in the early half an hour, we may start to see them try and work their way through in the latter stages of the opening stint.
The LMP2s are now getting passed by GTPs, which is going to potentially be interesting. There's only 5 seconds in terms of lap time difference between them. There's some corners in the around the track where the GTPs might actually be a little bit slower than LMP2s on occasion, given that they rely quite heavily on hybrid power. So keep an eye on whether we do see any slip-ups, but Jaden Munoz has navigated it relatively well. Josh Ladd, we did see that brush against the wall. I don't think it's really slowed him down too much. I think what has cost him, though, is just traffic, right? It's not necessarily been all his own way, and so he's lost some more ground to these top two. Alexander Spetz still right there with the race leader. But Jere Lehtinen, Maxime Briant, Jordan Johnson, that fight now for third position has gone from 2 to 5 contenders.
Yeah, really has widened out, and I think there's going to be a little bit of play around when we get to the pit stop phase for the opening time between those drivers and those teams to see if you can gain a position or two in the pit lane. Always, easier to make a position over the pit stop window than it is on circuit. You don't really have to do as much, really, apart from just nail the strategy, which is, of course, far easier said than done. But this battle down here with a 007 Gridigo leading the way is going to be one that we have to keep a real keen eye on, even if it isn't for that top couple of positions. Some of these drivers, particularly those towards the back of this train, may be looking to work their way through, and don't count out the fact that number 8 dragger car is the number 8 in the session, but morally and psychologically it's the number 96 with Timo Provo in, so don't get too confused. But that red car you can see towards the back of the train is trying to come through the field, and we might see some moves very shortly.
LMP2 pit stops, by the way, just before we reach 40 minutes on the clock, so race leaders in have been a couple to extend the stint, but a majority are in the box and getting the full service tires and fuel. Steen Ledger, who we're watching right now in the 007, he's gained 10 positions so far this race. That's not the biggest of the movers, though, because World Sim Racing Abruzzi, the 123, Daniel Ferguson, the team manager's currently at the controls. He's been given the responsibility of starting. 15 spots gained on the race start, so it's been some drivers staying out of trouble and taking advantage. Effect simulations, let's see what the margin's going to be back to Maradness off the lane. You can see not just Maradness, but Door Esports as well, with a slight short fuel, try and catch up and build some track position. It's worked out for them as well. 3 in the draft, exiting pit lane.
Yeah, really interesting to see how this blend's going to work out in the next lap or two, and particularly interesting to see when the GTPs come in and out of the pit lane, how that's going to work as well, as we see the GTDs work their way around that final corner in that tight group towards the back of the midfield, and they will emerge just over the pit wall. We'll see. We fly through with the drone shot towards turn number 1. 007 going along nicely for the time being. It's never really a nice feeling to have to drive any mirrors, is it?
So I'm just looking at the pit stop times. It does look as though Aaron Vasquez also with a slightly shorter fuel stop. Just making sure that he builds a bit more of a buffer to those behind. Track position does seem to be something that the teams are keeping in mind, as now World Sim Racing in. That's Gabriel Urdelli. Alessandro Romanelli is going to bring in a second of the Dallara P217s before Lasse Urinen and IFR Esports Elliot Noren are in. Team PGZ, Christian Steenberg onto a 23rd lap of the run. So keep that in mind. Are they going to lap after lap continue to extend the stint? Now that could be definitely something to just watch for. I'm also wondering, as we head now 20 minutes left to go before we expect GTDs into pit lane, We saw Luke McEwen make one move on a Drago racing car. Is he setting up for another one? Because he's within 2/10 of former teammate Taylor Barnard as they sweep onto the Omen straightaway. And you've got to think McEwen's hungry to try and break up the stranglehold Drago have at the front.
Yeah, and I think getting yourself, if you're Luke McEwen, involved in that top two, you could just unsettle them, and really that could be all you need to do. Just getting ahead of Taylor Barnard may just put off the number 9, maybe, you know, put a little bit of question marks into the back of the minds of some of those original GTD leaders. If Drago had 1, 2, 3, 4 for the line, if they are all of a sudden 1, 3, and 4 at some point, and they're not going to be as happy and not going to be as calm and comfortable with where they were just about 40 minutes ago. I think it's interesting in the LMP2s if we see 119 try and extend that extra stint, because notionally about 40 minutes per stint, which is, you know, what we've done so far, would get you 18 stints over the course of the 12 hour. But with it only being about a 40 minute, just over that 40-45 minute stint, it is slightly easier to extend that if you're going for 18, 17 stints, because it means just extending, you know, a lap or two on each of those stints. It's not as difficult as it would be per se in the GTD category. So definitely something that the 119 could be trying, and Steenberg's been the first one to be thrown into that.
Keep our minds on it. The fact that Aaron Vasquez short field tells me they aren't thinking fuel saving right now. Just seen a car on the flatbed back towards pit lane. It's the Mag Performance 151. So we've had a couple head back out onto track, but we've now had 5 different GTDs tangled up in something major. That's, well, slightly unfortunate there as he gets slightly tagged through turn 3. Just tripped up through traffic, to be honest.
Yeah, not too much. Not really too much going wrong, but not too much going right. When you're getting a little bit of difficulty through the traffic, so little moments there, but a long time to recover for them, and pit stops that, you know, might see the strategy come back to them later on in the race. I think Luke McEwen will be hoping that the race goes a little bit better immediately, because only 4 tenths behind Taylor Barnard, we could see a move for them. But, you know, getting a little bit involved with some of the traffic, as you always will do here during a 12-hour endurance race, could be difficult. But Luke McEwen just happy it seems to be sitting there for the time being and waiting his turn. And whilst the GTDs are all yet to pit, the LMP2s have now pit for the first time in this race.
Yep, we've seen Steenberg in. We'll say as well, when it goes back to the Mag Performance incident, slight blame for the driver for going for that gap. Again, through traffic, didn't really need to look for it. Unfortunate for Andrea Bristow that they pay the price. Have seen Fiercely Forward and World Sim Racing's 18 head back out onto track after lengthy repairs. But BS Turner, SDR, and World Sim Racing's Next Level Racing entry all confirmed, I think, as DNFs from this race. Not even 45 minutes in. The best of exits there for Luke McEwen. Ran wide, hit the curb, but doesn't lose him too much time. That is one thing that in the world of sim racing, Dara, I think we often take for granted. I was out at Sebring at the start of this year, and I was driving around the track in my rental car, and the one thing that really stood out to me is A, the curbs, how big some of them are, through 3, 4, and 5. I don't understand how we use it in the sim. It's that scary in the real world to me. But also, once you get 5 inches beyond the edge of the curb, the track just falls away from you, and so there's a real risk-reward balance that you've got to play right. The more times you run off the track, there's more risk of doing damage to your car, as one driver found out in the Prodigy Racing League. When they came out onto the Omen Straight, a bit of the curb had come up, it had eaten itself alive basically, and they drove over it and damaged the front splitter of their car.
It's easy to do, and those curbs are really tall. I mean, to me, they're mountains. I mean, they really are quite high curbs, and curbs you don't really want to be touching. It's part of the circuit where we probably arguably see the least amount of racing side by side, at least at this circuit, and for good reason. It is a worrying point of the circuit for the drivers. You don't really want to be putting yourself in a more risky situation than you need to do. But the later when you get into a stint, the further you go into the race as a driver, you know, you may be driving 3, maybe getting towards your 4th hour. The concentration may start to ebb away a little bit, and as you get towards the end of the stint, you're thinking about getting out of the car, maybe thinking about getting a snack before you get back into the car later, and that concentration can loosen just a little bit. And as you said, it's not a big gap between with that risk-reward balance, and so very easy for drivers just to stray the wrong side of it.
We've got our first trips to pit lane in the prototype fastest class. The GTPs have seen the Ferrari 49Ps roll down pit lane, seemingly a bit of a disadvantage to them in terms of fuel mileage and what that will mean. Let's not forget, the Cadillac has been hit with a 1% reduction in fuel capacity, but even then, Ferrari's coming in slightly earlier.
They are, and they're lining up one by one. Perfect synchronization between all of them as they get up and down off of the track, changing some tyres on those cars. You know, very abrasive surface here at Sebring. Surprising to see that tyres are likely to get a little bit worn out. And I think you mentioned it towards the top of the show, Arjuna, about how the temperature is going to increase as we get through the day. That tyre actually may only get worse and worse and worse as we wear on into that afternoon when the temperature is increasing on this Floridian Peninsula.
Some of these Ferrari drivers are also saying they feel like they might be at a disadvantage when thinking about strategy. We'll keep that in mind, but that's always drivers. Maxime Briant's had an issue. I wonder if he's just been a victim of cold tires as he exited out of turn 1. You can see some of the contingent fly past him, but a replay will tell us more. Remember, brand new tire model for these GTP cars, much more akin to what they have in the real world, and you can see the struggle. He's still not up to speed as they sweep out a big bend. It's going to take a lap or so, and then 3 laps of great grip before things start to fall off. Alexander Spets brings the Drago Racing #1 in. Williams Sim Racing staying out longer on track.
Oh, yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see how the balance out of pit lane for the GTPs works out with some of the LMP2s, but you don't really want to be spinning around, do you? As you come out of pit lane, that's not really the way to start your second stint in the race. It will be interesting just to see the balance, particularly when we see this number 4 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car come in, when we see the number 7 come in as well. What is that going to look like off of the restart in terms of the fighting between the cars when they engage in battle once more? I don't think we're going to have to wait long though, because I think we'd expect most of the rest of the GTPs down pit lane soon, with the vast majority of them already making their way down pit road.
No driver changes as expected in GTP. See if the leader's able to extend one more lap. That might be something just to think about. An early advantage in terms of fuel. Tidy off of the pit exit for Drago Racing as they avoid lighting up these cold tires. Going to be keeping an eye on that now for 11 more hours. We've seen it in this first pit stop cycle. The best in the sim racing world can make that mistake. We've got plenty of splits of this iRacing Sebring 12 hours going on as well. If you are racing, let us know how your special event is going, what split you're in, and what strategy you're on as well. That might be something for us to think about. That is going to be a pit stop, by the way, for your race leader. Have seen a swap for second. Not sure where James Baldwin has fallen foul, but Muradness Nathan Olsen up a spot in LMP2.
Yeah, good to see a couple of drivers moving their way through over the pit stop window. Clearly, there are moves to be made with strategy options on the table for some of these drivers. So good to see that now. With the 4 and the 7 in the GTP class in the pit lane, this exit of the pit lane is going to be really interesting to see. Chill Blast leading all the way. They're leading the first 50 minutes up to this point. Are they still going to be leading? You'd expect so. But they're going to have to get their tyres to temperature relatively quickly. And they're going to have to almost adapt to the fact that Drago Racing with Alexander Spets, yes, will have been slower on their opening lap, but they will be quicker for the next couple of laps as that number 4 gets itself into a much better operating window. The 7 will hope to come out in P3 as well, but nothing's guaranteed, and this is going to give us a really good gauge on how we sit going into the rest of the roads.
The dynamic around undercut versus overcut has totally changed. Like Dara says, it's a slow outlap for Alexander Spets compared to the fast in-lap for Jaden Munoz. But now, already up to temperature and pressure are the Michelins for the Drago Racing #1 as he blasts his way into the opening corner. Bit of a wiggle there for Munoz as he's tentative. Where's Josh Ladd through all of this as well? Spets has already passed, so that's somewhat expected as well. But it's 4.4 seconds between the top 2 right now. What's it going to be at the end of this outlap for the race leader?
Let's see as they work their way through. Spets is that gap behind nearly 4 seconds, but it is going to close. 3.8. What does it come down to? I think that's going to be the key question. Having some traffic on the outlap for Munoz as well isn't going to help because he's not going to be as fast to negotiate his way through as he had been before. Josh Laddick was going to drop back a little bit, but you can see 3.8 seconds was the gap. It's now immediately 3.2, and it will continue to close. The Spets with the undercut making himself a little bit closer to the number 4 than he was before.
Still coming down, but maybe not fast enough. Nicholas Boy's teammate Ollie Steinbraten in the second of the Scuderia Ferrari HB machines slides past Sean Campbell, who's just left pit lane this lap. Campbell went that one extra lap in terms of strategy, and so he finds himself now just getting those tires, like we mentioned, into their window. 2 seconds already, though, between Munoz and Spets, so it's been cut in half on this lap. They're headed off towards Ulman Straight, though, so I have to think Jaden Munoz has got the tires mostly up to their window. Left side of the screen, you can see the pit stop times. Not much difference in terms of this particular class. No one doing anything particularly different to try and find some track position.
Yeah, I think track position going to be key here. We've seen that in the opening stint, it's not been the easiest to overtake, albeit we have said time and time again that it's likely that the drivers are waiting and, you know, biding their time for the later stages in the race. But it's definitely interesting to see how these pit stop phases are going to change. And you can see with the pit stop times that, you know, Dominic Hoffman, 40.8, shortest time inside the top 11 on pit road. Nicholas Boy going a little bit longer, 42.7, but we aren't talking a big margin in terms of the difference in those pit stop windows. Maxime Briand getting into the top 10 as well now in that 99 Apex car. So I don't think we're going to see too much change on pit road, but if you're close enough to the car in front, something can be created, definitely.
If you want live timing, head on to the RaceSpot YouTube channel. Links there for you to follow to all the data your heart could enjoy and follow along through 60 different cars running around track. We've had a few retirements, yes, but a full field for the second VCO Grand Slam of the year. GTP and GTD winners are headed to the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of the season. A long way to go before we wrap things up from the iRacing Petit Le Mans and can get our grid started to be finalized, but I'm sure there's lots of excitement for some of these drivers. You can also see the movement from the GTP class on the left side of the screen, +4 for Jordan Johnson, -4 for Maxime Briand in the other Apex car, of course, after a slight spin. A -8 though for Peter Zuber. That's the biggest loser in the class.
Yeah, and you can see everybody else really gaining through that. You know, the likes of Jordan Johnson standing behind Peter Zuber and now is 9 places ahead to show the kind of difference in luck and fortune in the opening 55 minutes of a race. But if that was 55 minutes, what can 11 hours and 5 minutes hold for you as Spets? Yeah, gets to the lead.
Here we go, off towards Sunset Bend, and suddenly wondering if Munoz has not got his tires warmed up perfectly. There's a risk if you overheat the tires in those first couple of laps. You're in strife, bagging doors and trying to use the GTD as a pick. Jaden Munoz not willing to concede, and a battle at the front of the field, closing on the first hour complete in the iRacing Sebring 12 hours. Munoz goes defensive, covers off the look, but the race lead is well and truly up for grabs.
And this is going to be really interesting to pick up on as we get through the race. It was 1 lap earlier that we saw the pit stop or for the Jaguar Racing car than Jaden Munoz, and we saw that 4-second gap diminish within about a lap and a half as well. Really interesting to see that pace difference with the tyres having to get up to temperature now. Munoz defending a little bit into the hairpin, but looks like he's covered Spets off for the time being at least. But clearly then, you know, a 3-second gap is not going to be safe. 4 seconds doesn't look safe. 5 maybe on the cusp as well.
Intriguing. He looks up the inside at Cunningham. Munoz didn't think he was going to try and force that door open. We've got traffic in front off the tower. It's Shezza Esports in the Corvette. And he's going to see them up the inside. That's wise heads from all three there to recognize the situation. Hybrid spools up now as they put all the power down. It's 500 horsepower off to turn 15. Not going to see this change here. It might be into sunset once again. I don't think I've seen Alexander Spets this fired up at the start of a special event. Surely not at turn 16. Jaden Munoz once again does not see it coming, and off onto Almond Straight. Hybrids into power once more. A drag race into the fast right-hand entry. Munoz on the wrong side of the track to cover this one off. 4 bits of contact down the straight as well. But it's a new race leader with 11 hours and 3 minutes left to go. Drago Racing hit the front. Munoz is going to try and rip the outside at turn number 1.
Yeah, it's getting very, it's getting very intimate, isn't it, really? Oh my word, more door banging, massive hit as the number 4. I was wondering if that was more contact to go wide or whether it was just the line that Munoz was taking. Looks like the line because he's nailed it around the outside. He's going to get back to the lead if Spets can't use that inside line to his advantage. Off the road goes Jaden Munoz, over the grass, back onto the tarmac, and he's going to come out back into the lead of the race. Is he going to be able to hold on into the hairpin? Spets has a good run, but he's got the outside line as well to deal with.
Slow down for Jaden Munoz for cutting the track, but I think this is where pride is starting to get in the way. The ego doesn't want to let the Drago racing car get in front, and now he parks it off the corner, doesn't get all the power down. They're risking it. They are flirting with disaster right now. Live timing links being posted in the iRacing YouTube chat. All our focus is at the front of the field right now, and because the leaders have made about 20 bits of contact in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, they just cannot keep their hands off each other. Oh, my word, inside line now for Alexander Spets into a tower turn. Little bit more contact as they rub off of the exit. Munoz trying to get back towards the inside as they come in towards this really fast part of the lap, and with 3 GTDs in front, it's not going to get any easier. Left and right, or maybe not, because Spets is going to be able to control the line. Munoz is going to have to sit and wait in behind. They'll both get to the inside line at Le Mans curve, so no real meaningful advantage off of the corner, but they are going to be pretty much locked together once again. Munoz maybe a little bit too far back to make a send into Sunset Bend, but with their action we've seen in the last 2 minutes or so, be hard pressed to bet against it.
I mean, they have a lot of confidence in their engineers that if there's any damage, they'll get it fixed quickly and get them back out in the race lead. Jaden Munoz a little bit overcooks the entry there. Josh Ladd's found himself in contention. Nicholas Boy's not far behind. But we've got 4 cars once again within 4 seconds for the first time in 45 odd minutes. And a new race leader as Alexander Spets takes control. Cadillac running 1 through 3, and then the first Ferrari piloted by Nicholas Boy. 3 spots gained on this race start. And like I said, I don't think I've seen Alexander Spets this fired up at the start of a special event for quite a while.
Oh, Munoz as well, really not giving this one up at all. You'd expect that as we are ending the first hour here at Sebring, and it's a prestigious event here, the Sebring 12-hour, the second of the Grand Slam events in 2025, of course, after the Daytona 24, and a couple of these teams, in fact, quite a few of these teams will have been disappointed after the Daytona race a couple of months ago. Clearly, you can see that firing themselves up in the opening stages here at Sebring. Not necessarily qualifying performances the drivers will have been hopefully happy with, but with a start to the race that really shows that the gloves are off in 2025 between some of the biggest teams in sim racing.
Left side, you can see GTD pit stops, by the way. Taylor Barnard jumping in front of Nicholas Rubelar, and so it's still Drago 1 and 2, slightly different ordering as they leave pit lane, and Luke McEwen has been quite patient. We haven't actually hit the hour complete mark, and so as we see this flood of pit stop activity for these sports cars, question will be, will they need to do some fuel saving to avoid a splash and dash to the end of the race? 1 hour complete though in the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12 hours powered by VCO. Dara Thacker alongside Arjuna Kankipati in the broadcast booth at Small and Tall to kick things off. Got Lewis McLeod and Cam Roger to jump in for the next couple of hours once we step aside. Uninterrupted coverage coming your way on the iRacing Esports Network and on RaceSpotTV. We weren't quite sure who was going to win this race in terms of GTP. It was kind of pick at random, but you did pick a Williams car, Dara. I'm just making sure I bring that up right now.
Okay, yeah. Come back to me later. I may be slightly embarrassed by my pick, who knows. But I also picked the number 9 Drago racing car in GTD, and that's winning the race, so hey. I've got one that's currently going better than the other one, so there's always that I've got going for me. We'll see how long that lasts, though. But Taylor Barnard doing a fantastic job, started P3 up into P1 now. Rubelar and McEwen in tow. That trio of cars hasn't necessarily split up too much in this race, but really neither is this front GTP battle. Similar distances between first and third in the GTPs and the GTDs, which is fantastic to see. An hour's worth of racing and 1.5 seconds is exactly what we want to be seeing at a special event.
I mean, I was a bit unsure about what a special event without rain was going to look like, but these drivers are trying to keep us intrigued all the way to the very end. So hopefully we get as good a race to the checkered flag as we did at the Bathurst 12 hours a month or so ago. That was a really interesting fight as the Mahler Racing team were able to hold on. 3 different teams and 3 different manufacturers in contention in the closing stages. If you are Jaden Munoz, though, I think you've got to get the bit between your teeth and just calm down right now. I do think in some ways ego's got the better of both drivers with some of the contacts that we were seeing. We know how quick they are. They don't need to be doing stuff like that. Different lines though in through Sunset. Nice to see.
Yeah, great to see. They are almost working off each other, not necessarily working off each other, but having differing lines. You can see what the other drivers are doing. You know, Spets sat behind Munoz is now behind Spets. Really can get a good eye as to what your rivals are doing to some of these corners. And when there are so many differing lines, you know, the little bit of, you could learn a little bit, but the little bit of knowledge that you can gain of how your rivals race into certain parts of the racetrack can give you that slight advantage into thinking how you can make a move. And you are going to have to craft some overtakes. It's not necessarily going to come easily to you here at Sebring. There are some good overtaking opportunities that we have here at the circuit, but it's not going to be handed to you. You really have to make it work for you and really create an opportunity and then make it stick. And I think with all those elements together, just learning a little bit about how your rivals can race is going to be really crucial to that combination of important matters to make the overtake.
Josh Ladd is now still 1.3 behind as we start to feel a bit more constricted with traffic. It's ever present at this point for some of the GTP drivers. Fiercely forward, get a bit of a scare as Munoz shows himself late through Tower, but not wanting to put a couple more car lengths between those front 2 machines. LMB2, let's touch on it quickly. It's now an 11-second advantage for Aaron Vasquez, who is flying in the grid and go number 12.
Yeah, doing an absolutely stellar job right now. Olsen and Baldwin were right up behind in the LMP2 class in the early stages, have just fallen away, and now that gap between first and second at 11 seconds, the gap between second and 7th, which is now Alessandro Romanelli as he's been overtaken by Urinen, is only about just under that 8-second mark. So really does go to show the dominance that Vasquez has shown in the opening stint of this race so far. Started on pole, continuing to lead this race and looking imperious for the time being. Absolutely the most comfortable leader by with absolutely no doubt in the early hour of this race.
And that fight for second is looking really intriguing. It's a shame it's a fight for second and not up front. Vasquez in complete control right now. That's the Maradna 17. Nathan Olsen sharing the machine with Dion Fiallo. And 2 pretty quick drivers. Of course, Daniel Morad, the driver behind the Maradna's program. Great to see them out in top split. Of course, Daniel competing out in the IMSA paddock once more this year. Not going to see him, I think, in this top split. He's been racing GTDs, of course, in the Mercedes GT3 around the world. And always great to see how the Miranda squad continues to evolve. It's been cool, this community program, because there was a time last year where Daniel flew a bunch of iRacers out to Texas and put them in his Mercedes GT4 car for a day. It was a really cool video which you can go and watch on YouTube.
And it's always fun, isn't it? For those who get given opportunities like that, I know I would, you know, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. If anybody, you know, has any free stuff, Arjuna, you know, if you ever need a small person with you in a car, a light person, you know where to find me. But it's always great when opportunities are given like that, and it's fantastic when you get to almost see that crossover between sim racing sometimes and real world racing. We get it with drivers here, not least Taylor Barnard, of course, from the driver this year, after working his way through single-seater junior ranks over the last few years. And it's great to see drivers that go from sim racing to real world racing, like James Baldwin in the LMP2 class. You know, world's fastest gamer, of course, drove in GT racing in the last few years, has done some really great work. And it's great that now, after the progression over the last few years in sim racing, we get to now see almost the combination of the two, of real world drivers coming to the sim world and sim racing drivers going into the real world. It's fantastic.
And, you know, let's talk about the real world just very briefly when we talk about GTD leads as well, right? Taylor Barnard sits in the lead. Lewis McLeod's going to be on for the next couple of hours of commentary. He commentates on Formula E on the radio, so he's very familiar with Taylor's start to 2025. But he has been on an absolute tear in his debut Formula E campaign. As part of the, I've got to get the entire team name correct. Is it the McLaren Neom Formula E team?
Something like that.
Something like that.
I think it's Neon McLaren Formula E team. Something like that.
Okay, just rotate those things around. Got it.
Yeah, Neon McLaren Formula E team. There you go. Just double check.
So Lewis will have plenty more to say about Taylor than I can, but I'll just say he's flying out there in Formula E. But Drago have not just brought Taylor in, but like I mentioned, Alex Dunn, who races in Formula 2. They brought Hugh Barter in as well, who's done plenty of racing at the top level of sim racing and brings the real-world experience as well. Drago Racing have just... This year in 2025, they've already won an iRacing World Championship a couple of years ago, but they're looking to try and build to even bigger things.
Great to see, and to have these drivers getting into the sim racing world, embracing it as well. You know, they're not always racing every single weekend, and you know, we've seen many drivers now getting themselves involved in some of these iRacing special events. Even just racing on iRacing in general, building up a community of people online that follow them. It is a fantastic way to really generate a fantastic community, and a great community we have in sim racing. It's grown and it's grown, and now we have the opportunity to look at, you know, the list of names in the race right now. And some of the names have been around for years, some of them are newer faces, and some of them that we aren't necessarily used to seeing them in the sim racing world, but are really excelling as you'd expect them to do.
Luke McEwen did go off the track a couple of laps ago, but he's closed back up to Nicholas Rubilar, to Taylor Barnard as well. The Lamborghini is well and truly up for the fight. Of course, we are more accustomed to seeing the Apex Racing team and the Mercedes, of course, but the fact that they've gone for the Lamborghini, and they've also got a Mercedes entry in this field, it should be noted. The number 2 is down in 13th place for them. I think it just shows they feel like the Lamborghini's got an advantage, but we've got Audis running up front. There is a Mercedes in the front 5. Williams Sim Racing Prodigy are there. There's some Corvettes in the top 10 as well. We've got a nice, decent mix of the manufacturers, even though we may not have Acuras at the front, we may not have too many BMWs at the front, but once again, iRacing's BOP has shuffled around drivers and teams into different manufacturers.
Yeah, and it's been interesting to see that development and that progression over the last couple of years. Of course, teams can have gone different ways over the course of the last few years, and with almost the development progression in iRacing and the updates that have been made, not least in the last week with the GTP update that we have seen, really does go into considerations for teams on what cars to drive, where their drivers feel most comfortable, and you know, that can lead to certain roster changes and keeps us broadcasters on our toes, isn't it? And with everything that we see, as Luke McEwen's been kept in his toes because he's got through Nicholas Rubilar, I think, just up in the front here. You can see it because as they came through Le Mans Curve, the LMP2s coming through the GTD field meant that Rubilar got a little bit caught up behind.
And once again, you go out wide to try and open up the corner. You've opened up the door as well, and Luke McEwen takes his opportunity, and now no longer is it Drago dominating up front. At one point it was 1, 2, 3, and 4, but Luke McEwen has picked them off one by one, and now just one final driver to work past. A little bit of contact, yes, but that's sports car racing, I think, for you there. Not really too much aggression or intent on either side. There's been more egregious contact that both you and I have seen in the past.
Yes, that's fair to say. Far more egregious contacts, I think. It's not one there that we're specifically going to remember in about 11 hours' time, but it's a move that could end up being important for the big picture in this race, albeit only an hour gone, but sometimes strategies could really change, and races can, or the faces of races can change in the opening couple of stints. Where you feel like you can get to is going to be radically different. For example, the Jaguar racing car that went around towards the back of the field in the early stages, the number 96, of course, were looking towards getting themselves at least onto the podium, maybe for a win in the race, but their expectations had to be immediately changed going around, and now have to fight their way back through. So things can develop, but let's wait and see, because Apex have looked quietly confident in the early stages, but Drago still have a few tools up there to help them out.
10 minutes ago, weren't we getting really excited about a fight at the front of the GTP class? Am I crazy?
Yeah, we were.
Where's that all gone? They've all settled back in now as Alexander Spetz leads by 9/10 from Jaden Munoz. It's still Drago Racing from Williams Sim Racing Chilblast. That, by the way, it's going to take me a while to get used to it. It's not Williams Esports anymore. It's Williams Sim Racing.
It is. Well, and seemingly that name's got a little bit calm as well, like the race has at the front of the field. Steinbrat's not getting too calm, though, as they work their way through the final corner. Side by side it was between himself and Hubert and the number 98 Apex Racing team entry with the number 99. Just in behind is Maxime Briand. So, interesting little battle back here. But it is a little bit quieter at the front of the field, but I think it's what we expected, really. Second stint, somewhat similar to the first stint. You don't want to be making too many aggressive moves. And I think for the number 1 and the number 4, they had enough aggression to last the most of the race in that battle that they had about 10 minutes ago.
48 minutes to go in this particular hour, so that's about 48 more minutes for the GTDs before they come back into pit lane. For LMP2s, they are not far away from heading off to another pit stop cycle, so we'll keep that in mind. The fight slightly further back in this prototype category. It's still only 15 seconds off the race lead, so as much as you might think that these drivers are losing some time to the race leaders, they aren't totally out of contention just yet, and the Ferrari might just end up being something that comes into their favor in the midway part of the day. Track temperature here, it is still relatively mild is the way that I'm going to describe it right now. It's showing as 36 degrees Celsius, which for those that work in Fahrenheit, is about 97 Fahrenheit. Some of the teams and drivers have been saying that, Darragh, we'll see it get as high as maybe 120, maybe 130 during the midway part of the race.
Yeah, and that's really going to be a bit of a tyre killer if you're getting over that, 50-degree centigrade track temperature. Let's see back in Europe again. But it really is a difficult tightrope to walk with the tyres here at Sebring. The surface is so abrasive, of course. I mean, you can see visually that it's not necessarily a flat, smooth tarmac surface that has been repaved over and over again over the years. It's not necessarily a surface that would necessarily be put down if you were making a circuit now. So definitely one that's going to challenge the driver's abilities to manage tyres through the middle phase and the later phases of the race, but that's why they're here. They're in top split for a very good reason. But it therefore could lead to a little bit less racing action in that middle phase, with management being the key word.
Management that... all I'm going to say is if you wanted to make these special events even more intriguing, you could do something that's not maybe very realistic, which is fuel and tires done separately. I know they do it together in IMSA, but it's something I'm not a fan of personally. The other thing you could do, we could add tire set limits. I think that could be a really interesting thing, because imagine, Darragh, if you got told you have to double stint a set of tires until for every single part of the race, right? And it totally changes the way that you set your car up, the way you're going to drive the race as well. And so I think teams will adapt to those sort of challenges. That's one thing that I'm hoping that we do see in future iRacing specials.
Yeah, so do I. And we can always look to the future with excitement every single time we think about it in terms of iRacing. Year on year, slight changes that are made, the progressions that are made really do excite us, and you're absolutely right. There's a lot to look forward to in the future, not least in the coming months. New special events, of course, coming. Throxton 4 Hour is in a couple of months. Throxton, of course, new to iRacing in the last few months, so that's going to be a new race for us to be able to negotiate. It's going to be slightly different in terms of the visuals to here at Sebring, but we'll have to see how the drivers who do want to attend the Throxton 4 Hour, I expect it's going to be quite a popular event, but that's because one of many special events that we have throughout the rest of the year, and many races that these drivers will do for their respective teams. Some of them know each other inside and out for the amount of hours they've raced side by side, because there's so many hours of sim racing now in special events for these drivers to really get their teeth into.
Absolutely, and I'm sure plenty of official racing as well. Remember, lots of these drivers do the official iRacing IMSA series, 45-minute races every 2 hours. Daniel Lafuente, hour and 15 minutes in. It's another spot gained as he passes Oskari Kakkonen, who's taken over from Sam Ward. So there was a driver change in the 114. So Lafuente is now 3.9 seconds behind, well, his former team, the Williams Sim Racing Prodigy Mentry, the best of the Mercedes in the GTD class. Let's see how long it will take for him to close that gap at the front. Speaking of gap at the front, by the way, Luke McEwen is still 1.9 seconds behind Taylor Barnard. So after making the move in the Lamborghini, he has not been able to make significant inroads on the race leader. Barnard is paired in the number 9 with Hugh Barter for this race. So that's a pretty impressive lineup for you to have picked Dara as your pick for coming out on top.
Well, I mean, Hugh Barter back at the Bathurst 12 Hour was really one of the standout drivers, wasn't he? When we went racing there, didn't necessarily qualify, well, actually qualified very well, dropped down the order, then worked his way back through the order after, it was disconnection, wasn't it? Of course it was, off the start of the race, so had to work his way back through the field, and in the end getting a fantastic result for the team. But to have Taylor Barnard and to have Hugh Barter, two drivers who are very well versed, particularly in junior single-seater categories, it's great to have them teaming up as a duo and leading the GTD field as well. So many big names in that GTD field that are not just in the cars now, but will get into the cars. Of course, Norby Kish in the Shezza Esports car at the moment, down in P9. So many yet to get into the cars as well. So it's a really exciting time in sim racing, and exciting to see more and more drivers you may recognise from real world racing get themselves into the sim.
Yeah, you mentioned Norby Kish, which, yeah, that's a name that maybe not everyone is going to recognize in the viewing audience, but he is a 6-time FIA European Truck Racing Champion, and he's actually in the last 4 or 5 years been racing as part of BS Plus competition. He's won 2 digital Nürburgring, maybe 3 actually, digital Nürburgring Endurance Series Championships. So he's got skills in the virtual world, and it was announced a week or so ago he was leaving BS competition. It makes sense that he's landed at Shezza Esports. It's been great in 2025, a true Hungarian outfit in the world of sim racing, and he runs in 9th position right now. He's sharing that 24 with Balazs Pala, with Daniel Dish, is I believe how you say the name. So looking forward to seeing a bit more from Shezza for the rest of this calendar year. Some new teams in this special event as well, because I saw some questions about it in chat. No Team Redline for the Sebring 12-hour event. They've got some focus on other sims, some other events going on right now. R1 Rennsport picking back up, F1 sim racing as well, and so the next time we'll see the Team Redline contingent in a special event, Dara, is going to be during the iRacing Nürburgring 24.
Yeah, and that's always a race that we look forward to intently, and such a difficult race for drivers to be able to handle. So many differing scenarios at the Nürburgring, one of the most difficult tracks, if not the most difficult track in all of world motorsport. So cannot wait for that one. Redline, of course, will be getting themselves ready for that for quite some time, and they're going to set their expectations high, as I think everybody does when Team Redline rock up to the racetrack. They they have been so dominant in the last couple of years in the sim racing world. Of course, crowned world champions back in last summer in Saudi Arabia for the last summer. So it's a really exciting time for them, and looking forward to seeing what they can do.
We're watching the second of the Veloce machines. This one slightly further back in the pack, with Cody Deeth being pressured by Leif Sebastian. Behind them, Steam Ledger, who 9 positions gained so far today, has been slowly making his way forward through the field. They're going to be 3 wide as LMP2s and GTPs overlap with them as well. Flick it off into Sunset Bend. It is like I've been mentioning, it's a blind commitment as you enter the corner and then spot the rest of the complex. But Lamborghini pokes its nose to the inside. I don't think that was a passing spot. That GTP took a risk on by trying to go the long way around, but cuts back underneath. It's the 97 with Jordan Johnson behind the wheel.
Yeah, and Jordan Johnson having a decent race so far. We saw him picking up quite a few positions in the early stages, and just trying to keep himself in a relatively calm position on the racetrack at the time being, not really forcing the issue too much at this stage, but just making sure that everything is controlled. And that's going to be the key word for the first half of this race, I think, is making sure that all aspects of individual races are controlled. The strategies, the moves that are made, the pace as well, and really the tyres and the fuel. everything is being managed in the early stages. The rain that we've had in the last few special events have kind of caused chaos and shaken up the orders in that aspect. Drivers and teams really haven't been able to safely go with a particular strategy because they haven't necessarily known what the weather's going to do to them over the next hour or two. But here, with the consistency that dry running has given us, it means that management and hitting, your spreadsheet strategy numbers are going to be really critical.
Spreadsheet strategy numbers. We're not quite in the middle of the race when we'll dive into those sort of notebook chats, but we'll hopefully get some intriguing conversation, both in the YouTube chat. There's already been some of that, I know, but hopefully some banter in the broadcast booth as well. Some proper endurance racing commentary hours to be hopefully coming up. LMP2 pit stops, by the way, we were wondering just when they would start to be triggered, and I think now we've just had the first signs that here they come on in, and so it includes the race leader, Aaron Vasquez, who hands over to Sven Haase. Maradna's in as well. Effect simulations follow. It's a pit party for the LMP2s.
Yeah, almost half the field coming into the pit lane this time around as we have just crossed over that 1 hour 20 mark in the race. I think we'd expect to see a couple of the drivers go that little bit longer. That 119 car with Christian Steenberg in the opening couple of stints went well. Let's see if they do something similar and extend just that little bit further once again, as we see absolute chaos down the start finish straight as well. As we see the side-by-side action in the GTD class. One of the grid and go cars make their way around the outside, but nothing working there. But for these pit stop phases for the LMP2, if we start to see more of an aggregate between when some of the cars come in, could suggest some different strategies as we get towards the end.
It was the 119, wasn't it? Christian Steenberg who went longest of them all in the first stint. So we'll be keeping attention on that car to see if it goes longest of them all once again, because Dara had done the math, and the way that we calculated it is they have a potential. Oh, never mind, there's some contact. Oh, Marlowe slipping, sliding off the corner. How did that not end up worse? Over by the hotel, the Lamborghini got into the side of the BMW hybrid and lost them some time. Don't think they've taken any damage as a result of that, though.
No, they haven't, and almost lucky to get away with it somewhat. Looked like a very tricky little moment for them coming out of the hairpin. Difficult part of the circuit to really negotiate your way past some slower traffic, because the slower the corner is, less pace advantage that the faster cars have. Through these faster parts of the lap, as you come out of Tower Turn, you get towards the Le Mans curve down the almost straight towards Sunset Bend. The pace advantage for the GT people compared to a GTD is vast. But when you get to that slower speed part of the lap, it's a similar pace for the slower classes and the faster classes at parts of the circuit like the hairpins. But if you're not committed, if you've not really made the move, it can be easy to strip yourself up a little bit, particularly on the exit, as the traction comes into effect. That little bit better for the GTPs. But it's all about that balance and working with the traffic that is going relatively well for Marlowe, but clearly not absolutely perfectly.
Very random news, but it's just popped into my mind as Steen Ledger pops into the back bumper of Leaf Sebastian there, not once but twice. Chrome horn out, wheel to wheel off the corner, but now left on the outside is the BMW in towards that fast left-hander. This is precarious. One of them's going to want to blink. You'd assume it would be the BMW, and indeed the Lamborghini asserts its right to the apex of the corner. It's going to be up and under attempted, but with the traffic incoming, and Ledger has to avoid looking to try and make that move, but it's that traffic management to say the very least. Windshield wipers working. There's no rain, guys. Don't need that right now.
Oh, well, maybe just getting a little bit worried, getting himself ready, just make sure he knows where the buttons are. That could be it, I'm not too sure. But either way, it's not going to necessarily prevent him from going much faster. Thibaut Prevost just trying to get himself into a good position to try and get through on this 007 car. May have a good chance actually on the exit. Great exit compared to Steen Ledger. Let's see, is there any kind of move as they work their way down in towards the tricky braking zone at turn number 10? Inside line for the number 8. Is it on? It looks like it definitely is on. The 007 allowing the room to the inside. Drago Racing steam through when you give an opportunity to the number 90 or the number 8/96 that has been working its way through the field all race long. Thibaut Prevost is going to take it up to P19 now from the back of the field.
It's a nice move. Slowly trying to recover after the contact on the start of the race that dropped them down the running order. Drago started 1 through 4. How much higher are they going to be able to climb? Thibaut Prevost paired up in that number 8, the Audi R8, with Vlad Kimichev. There's a couple more of the LMP2 machines on pit lane, by the way. It's World Sim Racing that now sit and get the service. And so once again, PGZ, Christian Steenberg do indeed go that extra lap beyond the rest to the P2 class.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see what they're doing here, because it worked in the opening stint. It looks like it's been working in the second stint, because yes, they may be losing a second or two every single stint by doing this strategy, but if they can then gain that all back by not making a pit stop, it's going to be worth it by the end of the race. So really intriguing to watch how this pans out for the 119, and they clearly are the car that are most off strategy towards the front of any of the classes. So really interesting in the early stages here. Let's see if they can keep this up, or whether it's maybe just an early stage strategy change, and whether they'll get back on towards the more preferred strategy later on in the race.
The thing about strategy is that once the temperature starts to skyrocket, we're still relatively cool. 38 degrees Celsius is not cool, but you know what I mean. We're still low compared to the peak temperatures we're going to see. When we get to that point of the day, Dara, the speed starts to fall off, right? You have less grip, so you start to just go slower, which means in some ways you benefit, right? Because it takes you longer to do the same amount of laps. But basically what I'm trying to say is all these teams have had to do calculations to figure out how fast they are at the start of the race, the middle of the race, and the end of the race when they're doing their fuel calculations.
It's all a lot of numbers, which suits me, to be fair. But it means that there's going to be a few people that are handling that. Drivers are handling how they're driving, and they're just kind of been relayed the information on, you know, how they really should be driving, what the best ideas are in terms of working with the fuel numbers, working with the pace, working with the tyres as well. But the 119 down pit road, as we were expecting, they will lose the lead again to the number 12 Red and Go car. But there is definitely an intriguing strategy at play, as there's also a driver change with Steenberg jumping out.
So Loic Rabier is going to jump in. They have one more driver to take over later in the race. A three-man outfit in the 119. Are going to see Sven Harsling put the car on pole positions, take over the race lead once more, and then a bit of a change in the running order behind. It's still Moradness that will be second on the road. Door Esports and World Sim Racing have leapfrogged Effect Simulations. Benjamin Fragero's taken over from James Baldwin in the 909, but again, a slightly slower pit stop for them has dropped them another couple of positions. So Darren, a story of this first 90 minutes for them is decent speed on track, but losing time in the pit stops.
Yeah, interesting that that's really the issue that they are facing at the moment. Whether that's going to be able to be almost replicated again and again in a negative way, it's going to be interesting. Whether they can almost fix that and try and find a way of shortening that pit stop time for them as they work their way later on into the race. Again, when you get into a race like this, you can have your plans and everything could feel like it's going to go well. Then you look around and see what other teams are doing and realise this could work a little bit better for us, and be able to give yourself a better strategy option later on in the race. So let's see if any teams adapt throughout the rest of this race, because again, there's always room for that, and 10.5 hours is more than enough time to change what you're thinking, change how you're assessing the race at the moment.
I was just on Wikipedia, which is a dangerous thing to do. I was looking at Norby Kish's Wikipedia page. We're still watching, of course, LMP2 race leader. His career says he began racing with Race Car Simulator Live for Speed. The success he achieved in the simulator made people aware of him. So, random topic, an hour and a half into this race. What was the very first racing game that you ever played? Dara, what was the first racing game you ever played?
It was F1 2012, way back when, and I have to say, I wasn't very good at it, and that theme continued for a while, actually.
Does that mean you're good now?
Oh, no.
Okay.
So, well, I'm getting up here. That's a generally good indication, but I know you're a better driver than I am.
Not much better, let's be honest. I did do one top split iRacing Sebring 12 hours back in 2020. I qualified 11th, 1 second off of Josh Rogers. That's my claim to fame. I've never been more proud of myself. My first racing game, I'm pretty sure, was Road Rash, which I don't even think you know what that is.
I have never played Road Rash, but I feel like I've heard of it before. I feel like it's is it like motorbikes? Isn't it something to do with motorbikes?
Okay. I'm starting to feel young again at heart. At least you know what it is, because the thing that scared me, your first racing game was F1 2012, you say?
Yes, it was. It wasn't.
Yeah, I graduated high school in 2012, Dara.
Dear. Well, I can only apologise for that.
Yeah, how old were you?
Yeah. I was 6, 7 at the time, about that age.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Getting old. So yeah, let us know what your first racing game was. Let us know what your first wheel was as well, because that's something that I'm always curious about. My first wheel, like everyone else's, Logitech G27.
Bad pick, isn't it? Wheels. There's a lot of different wheels that are kicking about now as well. With more drivers increasing in sim racing, there's more of a market, isn't there? So there's lots of different options to what they were before. I'd also love to kind of get a judge or like a good gauge on what drivers are using what wheels at the moment. What's the most popular in this top split? That'd be quite cool.
That's a good question, actually, because you're right. When I started sim racing, there was only a couple of brands. You had the Logitech, Thrustmaster, Fanatec, right? But not many else's. Now you've got Moza, SimMagic, Acetec, right? There's so many great companies that have entered the sim racing world that, for those coming into the sim racing space, not everyone's just going to the Logitech like I did. But even the pro level, there's probably some people using VRS equipment, SimuCube equipment. Redline, of course, sponsored by SimuCube, so I'm guessing a couple of their drivers even have the really fancy pedal with force feedback and all of that stuff. We've gone on a bit off topic for a little bit, but that's okay. It's an endurance race, we're allowed to do that. Focus back on the cars. Dara, this fight in the GTP, 4 cars, still within 4 seconds, 90 minutes done.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, really, albeit we aren't necessarily seeing them go at it side by side, fighting for the lead of the race at the moment. It means that the battles are still close, and as we get to the later stages of the race, where the drivers are going to have to make some of those moves, they're going to be close enough that it's going to stay very interesting. And we've just come off the back of the closest Bathurst 12-hour finish in iRacing history. So we have been seeing some really great competitive races of late, and with the competition getting ever better in the world of sim racing, that gap between the drivers is tightening, and it's what we love to see. They aren't necessarily going for the moves, but the pace is clearly very, very similar.
I'm loving some of the answers we're seeing, by the way, of first racing games, first wheels. I love the memories. This is what sim racing is about as well. We're watching the top split, but there's many splits of this iRacing Sebring 12 hours, plenty of different drivers experiencing what this great race is all about. And so if you're racing, let us know what split you're in, how your race is going. We'll be very excited to hear about your ongoing reports as well. The final time slot of the iRacing Sebring 12 hours still yet to come. This is the third and penultimate of the available opportunities. Williams sim racing in a very strong position right now, though. We're not far away from these GTP cars diving down to pit lane for the second time today.
Yep, and I think we're expecting to see most of them in at a similar point again as well. It looks like it's going to be a generally monotone strategy. No one really going too bold, too brave in the GTP class. But for the time being, it's okay, because we are seeing these tight battles towards the front of the field, and it's quite clear what the order of the cars are. It's difficult sometimes when you've got so many cars off strategy to really gauge and try and understand where everybody is in relation to everybody else. But now we get a very clear read of who is fighting who for what position, and it means that the drivers can look around them and realise who they are going to be racing as we get later on into this race.
Absolutely. The fact that we've still got a Ferrari in contention is going to give the likes of the Apex Racing team, who are still, they've got 3 cars inside of the top 10, 3 cars within 20 seconds of the leader, some optimism that maybe mid-part of the day, when those temperatures skyrocket, maybe the Cadillacs start to be at a disadvantage, maybe the Ferrari starts to come good. Lots more for us to look forward to. Only 24 more minutes, though, before Lewis McLeod and Cam Roger, the Gluten Dodger, will take over in the broadcast booth. Our junior Kankipati alongside of Dara Thacker will step aside, and uninterrupted coverage will continue. That's some aggression through traffic through Tower Corner. Jaden Munoz did not want to sit behind two different GTD machines. This is really a track that I love for multi-class racing as well, because every corner makes you think, Dara, whether you are willing to lose time behind the slower cars or not.
Yeah, and it's just that trade-off. It's that judgment call that the drivers are here to make, really, on whether to maybe make a slightly more aggressive lapping move, or whether just to sit behind, be a little bit safer, but lose that time and know that they have to gain it back somewhere else. And there really is that trade-off that has to be made. If this was if we had 23 minutes to go, I think it's much less of a conversation, more of a I'm going to make a move, whether the slower car likes it or not. But here, 10 hours to go, you've got so much time to really pick your way back through 5-6 tenths of a second if you lose it through a corner. That it may not be worth it to go for a really aggressive move at a point on the circuit which could be a little bit dangerous. Around the outside of turn 1 is brave enough for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, and well, G-Brake for the 97 of Jordan Johnson because he's in the pit lane.
Some of the comments, by the way, around first racing games and ages of drivers, some of them have made me chuckle. So appreciate everyone joining us for this iRacing Sebring 12 hours powered by VCO, and keep those comments incoming. Pit stops are going to probably see a potential for driver changes, I think, in this GTP class. We'll have to wait and see. If I'm one of these contenders as well, I'm looking at some of this traffic and I'm thinking, if I've got a chance to come in one lap early, it might be worth it to stay out of this smorgasbord of chaos. This is going to cost them 3-4 seconds in towards Tower Turn behind both LMP2s and GTDs.
Yeah, this is getting really chaotic now. It was calm for a good 30 minutes or so, but now it's getting a little bit more complicated as some of the tighter trains in the fastest and the slowest class trip over themselves a little bit, and a couple of LMP2s to sprinkle in there as well. That's the 119 car that we've seen go a little bit longer than some others. We really are starting to see all three classes trip over each other at the same time. Out of the pit lane comes that 51 Ferrari eSports car. But we are still waiting to see the leaders come down pit road. It could be this lap, could be next lap, but they have a little bit of clean air now to drive into. Are they going to make use of it? We'll have to wait and see.
I almost wonder if the 51 saw that traffic and were like, let's get our driver into pit lane and see if we can avoid it. Now, slow out lap, let's not forget, very cold tyres for these GTP cars as they roll off of pit lane. A new tyre model for every team to get to grips with. Left side, focus in on the GTP class and the 16 contenders out on track. Scuderia Ferrari's 50, they're into pit lane. Nicholas Boy rolling down. Jari Lehtinen in the Williams Sim Racing Academy 22. He follows the Ferrari into the pit lane as well. Will we see driver changes? I think yes for Ferrari. They've already done driver change in the 51. And so now just waiting to see as Nicholas Boy hits his marks. Is he going to jump out? Is he going to stay behind the wheel of the 50? I think the answer is yes. He's still going to be there. Pablo Espes jumps into the 22.
Yeah, and Boy going for a third stint in this race. Let's see if that's his last until he jumps out and hands over. The first time in this race, of course, he will almost certainly be back into the car later on in the race, but number 50 in pit lane waiting to jump off of it. Grid and Go working their way through in the 001 just ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Work their way in towards the hairpin. Difficult to get your way through, but look at the clean air you've got on the exit you can drive into. Lovely little respite for these two cars coming through. And of course it's the Academy car, isn't it, Arjuna? Not quite the Williams community car.
He just throws Zach Sweeney under the bus there. Off of the pit lane for Nicholas Boy, navigates very well as well. The exit on cold tyres. We've seen one car already do a full spin as the tyres underneath them still coming up to temperature. Every one of these GTP drivers will be thinking about that as they roll off of the lane. The Apex 98 machine, that's Marcus Solholm who's just taken over. He's passed by Lorenzo Manfredotti in the 51. Now just waiting for those at the front to enter pit lane. Alexander Spetz is going to be next. Jaden Munoz stays out there. Split strategy in the GTP class.
Well, we saw Dragger Racing come in first last time, didn't we? Are we going to see Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast extend that extra lap again? Or will they come in this lap and keep the second stint exactly the same length as Dragger Racing? That's going to be the interesting factor as we get in towards this pit stop cycle at the front of the GTP field, and in doing so, the front of the race overall. Interesting to see that the Gaming Club car, the number 7 for Williams, is staying out as well. Grid and Go will also now inherit the top 3 position, but with Williams Sim Racing Academy coming in, there isn't as clear of a regimented strategy down at Williams, as we've seen from a couple of other teams, namely the Dragos down on the GTDs.
A reminder, if you're wondering why no Team Redline here today, other priorities, unfortunately. F1 Sim Racing starts next week. They were meant to kick off their R1 Rennsport campaign yesterday before the season opener got postponed by a week, so expecting to see Team Redline out next for a special event when we roll to the iRacing Nürburgring 24. Going to be very interesting as we get the rain for the first time as part of that special event. Spets is going to roll into clean air. That's exactly what he wants right now, to get these tires up to temperature. And let's see if the undercut's going to work well for him this time by.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really key little part of the race, because we saw when the Chill Blast car, or Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, came out after the opening stint, the gap was about 4 seconds. Now, Spets has now got to the lead, but will be slightly slower on those colder tyres. So the gap that Williams Esports are going to have here is going to be really interesting to see, as they will come in this lap. There's going to be no further extension to the stint. They are going to go that 1 lap extra than Drago, meaning the second stint exactly the same length as the number 1. And let's see as they come down pit lane, followed by the sister car in the number 7 Williams Gaming Club. See what they can do on the exit of pit road and where Spets is going to be.
So Sean Campbell's going to take the race lead in the Grid and Go 001. Remember, long stints for them. Never mind, actually, he's come into pit lane a lap earlier than expected. Maybe that first stint was where the majority of the fuel saving was done. Some great answers still coming through, by the way, on First Racing Games. Someone said Nigel Mansell's World Championship Racing on a Game Boy. That's a 10 out of 10 answer. Someone also with the classic Richard Burns Rally Championship. Of course, we've got plenty of dirt fans in the world of iRacing as well. We've got Dirt Oval, we've got Dirt Road, as much as maybe some of the fans would like even more content to enjoy. Let's see this blend, though, off of pit lane. It's going to be pretty close, but expect Matt Farrow to leave pit lane in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, having to try and get those tires up to temperature, and with Alexander Spets hot on his heels into turn number 1, hot in speed. Here comes Spets.
Yeah, let's see as they come out of the pit lane. That gap, as you'd expect, far reduced from what it was at the end of the opening stint. It's only 2 seconds. Munoz is going to have a lot of pressure. Oh, sorry, Farrow, of course. Farrow is going to have a lot of pressure on the back of him as they make their way through this opening lap coming out of the pit lane. Spets can see his target so much closer than it was before. They'll lock on and almost certainly go for a move over the next lap or so. But by going slightly earlier, he's forcing himself into a position where he has to make that move. He isn't naturally in the race lead.
That's a good point, but I would also say, if that's something we're thinking about in the final pit stop sequence, Matt Farrow looks a bit vulnerable right now, right? Like Alexander Spets, if he really wants to make the move, not expecting it down to turn 10, never mind, from a different state. Does he get it stopped in time? Just about, but Alexander Spets is not waiting around, and back to the race lead in the Drago Racing number 1.
Yeah, incredible send to the inside. I don't think any of us saw that coming, really. Farrow probably didn't either. But that's quite some way to introduce yourself into the race for the 12 Hours of Sebring. For Matt Farrow, half a lap in and having an absolutely almighty send put onto him by Alexander Spets, who retakes that race lead. Now the question is about how much can he gain away from Matt Farrow. Farrow's still getting that car up to temperature, so the pace advantage is still going to be in the Drago Racing entry. 1.3 seconds already. You'd be surprised if he doesn't go out to at least 2, maybe even 3.
That's a risk, I feel, but I guess a risk that Spets is willing to take, to go for that whole disappearing and always expecting some assistance from Farrow if it's going to work. But 10 hours and 15 minutes to go, leading after coming out of pit lane, and now with their tires right where they want them. The gap could grow to 2.53 seconds by the time everything's equaled out in terms of pressures. Matt Farrow's gotten, though, a really nice start to this stint. 1.5, stabilizing that gap as the tires work their way through their heat cycles. If I'm a driver as well, though, Dara, this is where it's difficult, because again, the first 3 laps are where it's sometimes difficult, but also where you've got the most grip. If you do any damage to your tire, though, you're feeling the pain for the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's not really something you want to be having to manage over the course of an entire stint, really. You don't really necessarily want to have to put any more pressure onto you than you otherwise have to, but sometimes these kind of things can be unavoidable, and getting yourself into the car and dialing in quickly can be really key in preventing those long-lasting difficulties that you have to manage throughout the rest of a stint. Nicholas Boy has promoted himself to the top 3 as well. The Williams Gaming Club with Robin Glerum in that car also getting up to speed, and now into the outside of the podium places.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why they wanted to keep the driver in the car, to try and take advantage of any driver changes elsewhere in the running order. So Nicholas now up to 3rd. He's still only 6 seconds off of the race lead. So he's dropped 2 seconds or so in the last 30 or so minutes. Still has another 40 or so minutes behind the wheel of the car before you'll hand over to his teammate Michele Costantini. 2 driver lineups for the vast majority of these GTP classes, just looking up and down the entry list. Race lead back down to 1 second, though, as they get checked up behind a little bit of traffic. The give and take that is multi-class racing gives and takes in equal measure to everybody. Nicholas Boy is going to look to the inside of that BMW and should hold that spot. Not enough speed for Robin Glerum to have a fight back in that Cadillac. But remember, the sole Ferrari representative now on the podium, at number 50, has got some work to do to close to the front.
Yeah, really interesting to see what Nicholas Boy can do. Of course, he stayed in the car since the start of the race. With the Williams changing their drivers, it means that we've got Spets and Boy, who've been in for the last 2 hours pretty much, and then we've got Farrow and Glerum, who have jumped into the car. Interesting enough that Pablo Espez in that Williams Sim Racing Academy car is still only a couple of seconds off. We haven't really talked about them too much, but they've just kind of lurked there for quite some time now. So interesting to see if Espez can do anything to maybe get himself to be the second of the Williams cars. Would be a good move to be made there. But generally, the gaps across the GTPs, even in the LMP2s, are not very big at all, even in the GTDs as well. We're seeing most of the gaps within 5 seconds between cars, if not within a second. The likes of the battles in the GTDs for P10, likes for P15 as well. So there really are some really good battles ongoing, and even if it feels like there's not much going on, we really are almost poised and ready and waiting for some of these big battles to start.
You can see the pit stop times on the left side of the screen. Once again, in the prototype front-running class, pretty equal, not much change. LMP2s, where we have seen some teams play a bit more with the fuel being loaded into the car, just trying to find track position. But GTP's been a pretty simple story for strategy, except when you come down pit lane. Let's talk about GTD very quickly, though, because it's stabilized. I think that's the nicest word for it right now. Not to say it's boring, but Taylor Barnard neutralizing the race. He's 3.5 seconds clear of Luke McEwen in the Apex Racing Lamborghini. And if you're wondering, yes, that is the Taylor Barnard from the Neon McLaren Formula E team.
And doing a little bit less lifting and coasting than he is probably used to doing by now, as he's in Formula E, but doing a little bit more. I mean, I guess he will be probably managing some field, but not quite in the same way that he does for his McLaren racing team, and has been doing very well so far this season. Getting away from Luke McEwen, as you kind of touched on. Interesting how that, the gaps almost blew up a bit at the front of the GTDs. We had those top 4 at the start of the race being the Drago cars, but with one dropping off immediately, and with Luke McEwen getting up into the top 3 pretty early on, they were split up almost immediately from what they were, I think, were hoping to do. And with Luke McEwen getting ahead of Rubler, I think it's kind of spurred on the number 9, and between Drago, they probably said that Barnard, and when Hugh Barter gets in the car, really need to lead from the front, try and pull that gap to Luke McEwen, stretch the Apex Racing Team car, because that might allow Rubler to come through. Too much of a risk to drop back and almost hold up the 199 to gain Drago another couple of spots.
So 10 minutes before the top of the hour, we expect another cycle of GTD pit stops just before then. Dara and I will say goodbye in the next 10 minutes as well. But Dara, you'll be back for, I think it's hours 9 and 10 of the race. I'll be jumping in for the final 2 hours after you. What I'm seeing right now, though, is exciting me. I'm not necessarily thinking all 3 classes are going to be as close as what we had in the iRacing Bathurst 12 hours last month, but it's shaping up in a really intriguing way, and attrition still pretty low with about 2 hours complete.
Yeah, and I think by the time we get towards that, the last 4 hours of the race, I think we are going to start to see these gaps that haven't really ballooned. Oh, as we have a car in the wall, the 1, 2, 3 is around and in the barrier. That's Daniel Ferguson from the WSR Esports Abruzzi team. He's into the barrier, and that rear end is looking a little bit worse for wear, Arjuna.
And resets the car, I think. That, unfortunately, at one point was the biggest mover upwards through the field, but a meatball flag, too much damage to overcome. And here's a look at the replay. They were fighting with the rest of the GTD class, so this isn't even traffic related. Oh, they get glued to the side of the grid and go machine, and then hard right side into the wall, and I don't think there's much recovering from that. No, that car's going to be looking, well, it is looking a little bit worse for wear, quite frankly. We'll see it from the aerial shot now, across the front, into the wall, and that right-hand side of the car is going to be quite significantly damaged with the hefty hit into the tyre barriers there. Just to, circle back to my point just a second ago about where we're going to sit in the final few hours, it's going to be interesting because the gap's not necessarily going to increase from here over the next few hours. We haven't seen them increase in the last hour and a half, so why would they in the next couple of hours? Decent enough reasoning. But then with the almost risk-reward going a little bit closer to the reward idea rather than thinking about how much longer you've got in the race, I think we are going to start to see some of those moves being made and being crafted, and hopefully by the final 3 hours we're going to see some really, really good racing for all 3 class wins. As Andrew Carone has just noted, by the way, for World Sim Racing, that is, well, I think now potentially their 3rd DNF of the day, leaving just one sole surviving entry. They came in with 4 entries. They knew Sebring was going to be tough. Maybe not this tough to be less than 2 hours in to have had 3 of your cars tangled up in incidents. That's the way this race has gone for them. Effect Simulations, the 909, Benjamin Frigero has been off the track in the last couple of laps, lost a second or two. That's a urine and still piles the pressure on behind, but they are 5 full seconds behind the 323 up the road, these Spec Dallara P217s. There's no multiple manufacturer of chassis in this LMP2 class on iRacing. They will deal with the same one, which makes it a little bit easier for us to talk about, but these cars, like we were mentioning at the start of the day, they're not far off lap times of the race leader. The fastest lap in GTP is a 1:46.2. The fastest lap in the LMP2 is a 1:50. So we're talking 4 seconds between the 2 classes. We are, and it's not the greatest difference, and that can keep it a little bit closer. But at the same time, it's going to be really intriguing, I think, to see that balance towards the end of the race with the LMP2 getting involved, potentially in some of the battles at the front of the GTP class as move to the inside. Oh, getting it a little bit, well, actually quite a lot wrong. Jumping over turn 2 for that Maratnas car in the number 17, I do believe. It's the P2 LMP2 car going a little bit wide off the road and losing a little bit more time than I think that 3 or 4 seconds suggests. But yeah, interesting. And the LMP2s, I always feel like somewhat underappreciated in special events like this. They're never the widest field, but they can really provide some fantastic racing action. And as they are that balance between the GTDs and the GTPs, they have to both lap and be lapped. And the managing of that traffic is almost a little bit more exciting, I think. I personally love these special events for the multi-class nature of them. Now, we have a couple of 24-hour races which are multi-class, but we've got one that is not multi-class, right? The iRacing Spa 24. I love that for its own reason. The fact that we sometimes end up with drivers and teams that we don't necessarily always see in these top splits. That's going to be something to look forward to, a packed entry list when we head off to Spa later on this year. It's going to be a good move from the Williams Sim Racing Academy car as Matthias van Erven puts the pressure on Simu5. This further down the field. Let's check in with the driver very quickly, though. Just jumping out of the car for Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing number 97. Danny Chivisciabo has just replaced him, and Jordan joins us in the broadcast booth now. Jordan, do you hear us?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Well, Jordan, you've actually had some experience of driving around Sebring in the real world. How did it compare to be back here in the sim for the iRacing 12 Hours of Sebring?
Yeah, it's, quite similar, as you'd imagine, with the laser scan tracks, but there's quite a few things that driving in real life here really kind of gave me an advantage and things I could take advantage of and be prepared for. I think it really comes down to the bumps and the management through them. It just kind of becomes a bit more second nature having been able to experience them in person.
And I've got to ask the question, was Sebring as bumpy as you expected, or were you one of the drivers that felt it wasn't that bumpy?
I felt the bumps, but it was one of those things where I could drive around them quite comfortably, but I'd have to say respect the bumps is genuinely the best slogan. If you don't respect them, they'll bite you, but if you pay attention to them, they're not much of an issue.
Let's talk strategy. You've just jumped out and left the car in 6th position, but you're in the Ferrari 499 against a sea of Cadillacs at the front of the field. How's things going strategy-wise?
Yeah, strategy is really, really tricky on this one. The heat is playing a big factor because we're right in between fuel windows, and it's a big trade-off on whether we want to push and take the lap time that the Ferrari has, or if you want to save. So it's going to be really fluid throughout the race. Temps are going to play a big part, and it'll be really interesting from our side of the garage, but it's really stressful at the same time too, trying to meet these targets.
It's a bit of an uphill fight for you guys right now. Do you feel with the conditions we have right now? I remember at Daytona, the one thing that a lot of the teams were saying is the Ferrari is great in the wet weather conditions.
Yeah, Ferrari's really good in the wet weather, and I think with the current tire model, the lower the grip, the better it plays to our favor. So if this race continues to get hotter and it gets really kind of like an oven by the mid stage of this race, I think we'll have a really good advantage. But for right now, it's definitely an uphill battle while we try to chase down the lead guys.
Jordan, thanks for coming to chat with us. We'll let you go back and focus on the race itself. Best of luck for the 10 hours remaining.
Thank you.
That's Jordan Johnson in the Apex Racing Team machine. Great to hear from a driver, Darragh, because they always know more than we do, let's be honest.
Yeah, they do. I don't think anyone's going to be scared to admit that. It's always great to get a good insight into where they're thinking, how they assess the race so far, and it can really give a good eye into where some of the other drivers and teams could be thinking. Because if Jalen Johnson is thinking the way that he is, that could mean that there's some similar thoughts going on for teams around them. So really, really good to get a good eye, and also early on into the race as well. Good to see where drivers feel like they sit, because they can't necessarily think about the end of the race, more about how the middle phase is going to go for them. And looking forward to seeing how Jalen Johnson and the rest of the team, but some of the other cars around them, can almost manage this phase of the race.
A driver never wants to complain about BOP unless they're looking to make excuses. Jordan wasn't trying to make an excuse until I pulled it out of him, so I appreciate that part as well. Yao Vaz in the fiercely forward number 11. They started down in 16th and moved their way up 3 positions, and now behind Nathan Moore in that Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Does show, though, as well, that as much as there are Cadillacs at the front, Ferraris in the middle, there are also Cadillacs towards the back of the field, Darragh, so every team's been able to maximize the performance of the car, and I'm still wondering if that Ferrari, like what Jordan mentioned, when there's less grips or when it gets warmer in the middle of the race, maybe the Ferrari starts to come strong.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really intriguing element, I think, to watch as we work our way through the race. Because to have those different chassis, it really does add something to some of these special events. Yes, in the LMP2s, everyone's pretty much in the same, so it's a little bit more spec in terms of there's less of an advantage or disadvantage that teams and drivers have being in a certain car. GTDs have a wide variety of cars that are chosen as well, and the GTPs do as well. But drivers setting themselves up perfectly well, and you can see them getting into that rhythm, which is so crucial.
Well, it's been an interesting 2 hours, but I think, Darragh, let's sum up these 2 hours as frenetic but not crazy. 60 machines started this race, and only 5 sit in pit lane right now, all of them in the GTD class, which started 31 cars strong.
Yeah, it's been a couple of hours where there's been a couple of moves being made, but very measured in that as well. We've seen a lot of measured driving on the strategy in terms of how the moves are being created as well. And I think it's fair to say that a lot of the drivers aren't necessarily going to be too worried if they lose a spot or two now or in the next hour or so, because of how they are managing the race. It really is the key word. But it's been a really intriguing couple of hours, because we've set us up perfectly for the rest of this race and 10 hours with all 3 class wins incredibly up for grabs.
LMP2 is the only one where we've had domination from the drop of the green flag. Yes, Taylor Barnard is building up his advantage in the GTD class, but it all comes right on the cusp of the pit stops for the sports cars. You're watching the 2025 iRacing Sebring 12-hour powered by VCO as pit stops roll on through. Small and Tall will depart the broadcast booth. Arjuna Kenkipati and Dara Thacker walking you through the first 2 hours. It's time for Lewis McLeod, for Cameron Roger, the Gluten Dodger, to take over.
5 seconds over. Can you believe it, Cam? I thought Arjuna was a professional. Either way, yes, myself, Cam, and Cam Roger will be taking you through the next 2 hours. I completely fumbled that. That's fine. I'm not a professional either. Look, honestly, it's been a crazy opening 2 hours to the race. Some of the moves we've seen have been absolutely wild, especially in that GTP category. But obviously, as we jump in, it's GTD time in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's been quite spicy out there on the track for the lead. 1.6 second gap at the front now, but I'm sure that is going to come back towards the number 4 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. So we'll have to see how that develops. But as you say, GTD's in the pit lane right now on the hour mark. So pretty nicely timed in terms of the stint length for them today. Should be a nice, easy strategy from that point of view.
Yeah, I did notice, obviously, in the GTDs where we'd had like all of the Dragos right at the front, obviously the Apex Racing Team 199 cars worked its way amongst them and did pit earlier than the Drago Racing cars, so is now in the lead of that category, 4 seconds clear at the moment, but you can see again just how busy it is out there on the circuit. I mean, I'm very curious to see how that Apex Racing Team might fare compared to the compared to the drag race. It's kind of hard when you're racing against a field of basically one team. Luke McEwen and Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel of those two, they've been doing really well.
Yes, absolutely. It's a big number in the GTD field actually in terms of the split as well on the racetrack. Of course, we have 16 GTPs, we got 13 LP2s, and then we have 31 GTDs, at least for the start of the race. Of course, a couple out of the race already, but certainly a huge field out there. Ever popular is the GTD, and as you say, a lot of choice out there from certain teams like Apex, really putting in a lot of effort to this category.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those ones. I wonder if any teams have kind of refocused their attention. I'm not saying that Apex have done this, but where the tyres have changed in the GTP category, and it's become, you know, this far more difficult tyre, which a lot of teams are saying about. Obviously, it's a lot colder when you come out of pit lane. We've already seen some of the best drivers in sim racing spin on the exit of pit lane or on the warm-up laps, trying to get them up to temperature. I wonder if then some teams and drivers have gone, nah, actually, let's bail from the GTPs, let's go into the GTD category, because obviously you can still book your place into the IMSA Esports Championship at the end of the year by being victorious in one of the VCO Grand Slams like this here today, by being victorious in the GTD category.
Yeah, I think that is actually a factor for the reason why some of these teams go for certain categories throughout the year. I think that is definitely important championship that they all want to be part of, and therefore if you can lock yourself in and maybe do something that you may not plan to do, but if it's worth locking you into IMSA Esports, then that is what the teams are going to do at the end of the day. They're competitive and they want to make sure they are locked in, and with how competitive the pre-qualifier was for that last year as well, you don't want to be involved in that if you can get it through winning a race like this. And it's certainly been a very, very strong opening couple of hours to this category. A lot of gaps still so close together, such as this one for P3. You've got Drago Racing, but Williams right behind them.
Yeah, indeed. And I think one of the important bits here to note is that over the first 2 hours, obviously, you've had a driver in. A lot of the teams have changed driver on the most recent stop. So Troncoso's taken over from Nicholas Matteo. And then, of course, that was in the Drago Racing car and in the Williams Sim Racing car, which I do agree with Arjuna, is a struggle to say Williams Sim Racing, not Williams Esports, but that's fine. That's obviously Alessandro Bico's taken over recently from Parker White, who this had a solid opening start of the race. Obviously, they've moved their way up into the podium battle. Does kind of give me a couple of concerns as to maybe that Audi R8 might be struggling more on longer distance, because they were so good in qualifying, but then are being dropped back into the pack more or less throughout the stint. Oh, and that's not going to help them.
Oh, certainly not. And that's going to be a run there for the Mercedes. Nice, easy one. Easy overtake there for the Williams Sim Racing. Wow. Mercedes, as they get through. Drago, unfortunately, just being pushed a little bit wide there, coming out onto the Ulman Straight, and unfortunately losing that place. So that just shows you so difficult to overtake in the same class sometimes. But a bit of traffic comes along, and unfortunately, 69 there going back in place and down into fourth.
Yeah, it's Marcus Soholm trying to work his way through, obviously, in the GTP category. One of the teams that have said they might be struggling a little bit in that GTP category at the moment with the change in the tyres. Obviously, Marcus Soholm in a two-driver lineup was able to take second place in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour to start out the year after the podium, the penalty rather, for the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports. It was a car going slightly off the road there, but that's nothing too major. As we look back to the fiercely forward red car of João Vaz, was closing in to the rear end of Nathan Moore, and obviously, as you can tell, is ahead of Nathan Moore.
Yes, indeed. A little bit lower down in the standings that they would have wanted, of course. They are 45 seconds off the lead, so that is getting dangerously close to half a lap. So there's quite a lot to drop in the first couple of hours, but the mid-pack is actually fairly close together. They do have a 15-second gap to the next car grid and go, but beyond that, they're within 10 seconds, there's about 6 or 7 cars. So there is a lot of opportunities still about, and as ever in these endurance races, you just got to keep going, hope the strategy comes your way. A bit of traffic maybe will help you out if you can navigate it calmly. So it ends up actually still being an important battle, because if you can be there at the end in the final couple of hours, as Daryl was saying not too long ago, and then take your opportunities, there might still be some good positions coming your way.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say I did just have a quick look at that myself. The fiercely forward car of João Vaz did get down the inside into turn 1, but it was the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, or Majors Automotive rather, car that was coming out of the pit lane. Right in front of them, just kind of like, it confirmed the move rather than really changed anything. I think João Vaz was already going to have made that move and already going to have cleared away. Pit lane, still got a few cars into the pit lane. You've got the IFR Esports car, obviously you've got Falcon there in the background. They've had a couple of issues, I believe, so far, but again, leaving the pit lane in the 717. This was came into the pit lane in 4th position in class, obviously it's dropped back a fair way behind that, but it's kind of one of those ones around Sebring. It's not a particularly long lap. It is a difficult lap. And with so many cars out there on circuit, that time in the pit lane is the time where you can finally sit down and breathe for a second before throwing yourself back out onto the circuit and just spending 40 minutes to an hour throwing a car around with cars absolutely everywhere, like this one right here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Delatraz car, Tom Simborg in that car as we work our way through the big bend down in towards the hairpin. Oh, bit of contact. I was going to see Imborg just jive to the inside, make it the move under the braking zone as well. So 717 comes out of the pit lane, not able to get up to speed straight away, and that is a move for 9th place in class.
That was a big move to the inside for Imborg, and it won't be done just yet because the IFR Esports car looking back as we're coming down into the Cunningham Collier Tower kind of part of the circuit, and you can see in the background the gap has grown very quickly between those two LMP2s. I think that obviously they're cold tyres as well. A couple of struggles for grip out there on the circuit, and the 717 just dropping back. This is where, obviously, I know it's less so in the LMP2s, but especially in the GTPs, this is where I'm actually really interested with how the tyres are going to work throughout this race, throughout these stints, because it is very interesting where going longer, obviously it's kind of thrown it up. It's not as simple as just coming to the pit lane whenever you extend your fuel mileage and whatever, because the tyre temperature is such a critical thing. Obviously, you don't want to be on cold tyres battling with someone on hot tyres because you will lose.
I like it though. I like the fact that you can't just go out and do your personal best on the very first lap. There actually takes some driver skill and some time. Obviously, are way more realistic. And as the years progress in the sim and more data and more maybe technology in the sim as well is able to do these things, it just adds to it. And to be honest, as I said, I like it. I like the fact that drivers have to come out on those colder tyres. They have to work for it. I mean, you can see it as 717 as he gets in between these two GTDs. Look how much time he's lost to the green Delatraz car. I mean, it's seconds, and that really needs to be taken into factor, as you say, in the strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to hammer home a point that Arjuna was saying about a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. Limited tyre sets. I honestly, whether it's possible, or, I know obviously you can have limited tyre sets, that is a thing. Whether they really want to implement it into these because it makes some things quite complicated and fair enough, whatever. I though would absolutely love to have a special event with limited tyre sets, because there is the thing is where we've had this situation, obviously with how things are in IMSA, where fuel and tyres are done at the same time. Me, Arjuna, Ewan, we've said about this a lot. We've kind of almost been robbed of a form of strategy, because you come into the pit lane and you just do fuel and tyres. Now you still have to do tyres, you still generally will do tyres, because everyone, whatever, I get it, going out on cold tyres. When they get up to temperature, they're obviously way quicker than older worn tyres, so the payoff isn't quite as there. But if you have limited tyre sets, it kind of brings that strategy back in as to when are you double stinting, how are you playing about with the strategy. I think limiting drivers and teams in some form, it just makes the strategy far more interesting.
Yes, I agree on that. That also means you need to have tyres which are realistically possible to double stint as well, which is definitely a factor as to why a lot of the teams change tyre every stint as well, not just because of the fact that they save the time, but then also if you go out and then you're 5 seconds lap slower because the tyre's completely warm, then you're going to lose the pit stop time anyway. So that is definitely a factor to consider. But certainly, yes, something extra for the strategy would be rather nice in these special events, which are, obviously more, the public open sessions is not the same as a private league where you have the same capacity to have rules that are monitored, outside of the limitations in the game.
Indeed. Seeing a few of the LMP2s, obviously we are in a sequence of LMP2 pit stops as well. I believe the WSR eSports cars, they've come in very recently, the pair of them. Team PGZ, who are currently in the lead of that category, I believe they owe us a pit stop. And I think Loic Rabier is bringing it into the pit lane now. So the race lead will be returned to Grid and Go and Sven Harter, who is still behind the wheel of the Grid and Go car. So he did the previous stint, is in behind the wheel for this stint as well. Aaron Vasquez did the opening stint of the race in that category as well. And of course, we're at the moment looking at the Maradness car, and that one has been into the pit lane. So Nathan Olsen passed over to Dion Fiallo at the moment. So also I quite like this livery. I don't know, I just like the red, the reddy pink. It's quite simple as well, it works.
Absolutely, they've had it for probably 3-4 years now in various forms. But yeah, as you say, it's simple, and you know who it is because it's more of, as you say, like the pinky red. There's a lot of red and black out there. I'm not going to lie. I think it is reducing as the years go on, but there's a lot of red and black. The fact that they have a bit more of a pinky one is very easy to see straight away because at the end of the day, it's your branding. And when you see the car come past on the track, you want everyone to know, oh yeah, that is the Miranda's car. Oh, that is the Williams car. And yes, certainly a lot nicer than just the standard straight red.
Do you think perhaps that's because you're saying that there's less red and black potentially out there at the moment today? Do you think that's potentially because one team that uses those colours is missing?
That's a fair point.
Could that be a part of it? Because Team Redline don't tend to bring one or two cars in. They do tend to bring in quite an army of vehicles into the iRacing special events. They're missing. Could give a little bit more colour to the field. Then again, I maintain it. I still maintain. I'll stand by it. I think Team Redline's livery. I would like them to go back to doing like the colours, like having the green and the ice blue. Like I would like all of those. But as an actual livery, I think Team Redline's is one of the best in sim racing. It's recognisable. It's clean. It's sharp, and it just does. It just does what it does, and it uses the colours really, really well. But anyway, we're not going on to a full livery discussion. Zach Sweeney will message me being like, you're already talking about liveries. You've been on for 14 minutes. We're looking at the battle for second place in the LMP2 category because Maradness car that we're looking at now is in that second spot. They're not that far clear, about a second or so clear of the Dura Esports car, both of them having been in the pit lane. And on the previous lap, Dura Esports were about 4/10 faster than the Maradness car. Of course, this could be traffic ebbing and flowing as well.
And of course, WSR not too far behind that as well. So those 1, 2, 3 cars that you see there coming down the front straight here at Sebring, and that is a really close battle for second place. As ever, Grid and Ghost and Haasa pulling off in the distance. They've got over 14 seconds now, and they were the only team on the previous lap to do a 1:51. Everyone else doing 52s, 53s. So he's got the pace on the rest of the field, as you would expect, being one of the highest rated drivers there is. But for those in behind, this is a great battle for second place. And don't discount, of course, WSR. They've been so strong in all different competitions actually over the last few months, and they are sitting there pretty, waiting to pounce. They were actually the fastest of these 3 cars as well on the previous lap.
Yeah, and they are solid in the LMP2 category, especially. We've seen that time and time again. At the moment, it's Timo Melakangis behind the wheel, who we've seen quite a lot of racing from him. Oh, as there's nearly contact with the Apex Academy car. Isaac Phelps, who's recently signed to the Apex Racing Academy, nearly making contact there with Jesse Jones of the Dua Esports car. Obviously, that's a GTP trying to work its way through. As I was saying, though, Timo Melakangis, we normally had seen him race previously for the likes of Race Clutch and such. So obviously here at WSR Esports has been for a short while now, and right on the rear end of the Dura Esports driver at the moment. And I would say of that trio, second, third and fourth, between the Miradnas, the Dura and the WSR car, I agree with you. I think the WSR car, factually, it's faster on the timesheets, but obviously as much as traffic can play its factor on that, I think realistically I would put backing more on Melakangis' shoulders that I think he could work his way through back into second place.
Yeah, I think he's looking pretty good. And in the background of the shot as well, Delatraz Automotive, Thomas Imborg, I believe he's just got past the other WSR car as well, Martel. At the wheel of that one, they swapped around on the previous lap. So the Green Machine is making some moves. We saw him get past IFR a couple of laps ago, and now he's made another position. So that is up to 7th place for Thomas Imborg. So he's making really, really good hay. Of course, he needs to get up quite a few more seconds. They've got 6 seconds to the Grid and Go car and a couple more to Effect Simulations and then the trio. But realistically, he's only about 10 seconds off that battle, the trio battle. They were looking for second place. So if he's driving that fast, he might be able to catch up to them at some point.
And if they battle hard, of course, then we saw that with some of the GTPs earlier on in the race, how hard they battle. If the LMP2s battle that hard, then yeah, sure, that gap will disappear very, very quickly. Thiago Martel, though, is right on the rear end still. See, I think the last time you and I commentated on Martel would have been, well, not Daytona, but would have been in the British Formula 4 Esports Championship racing for the Williams Academy car in that one. Jumping over again to WSR Esports. Obviously, it's the joy of the start of 2025, and every year now, where obviously contracts are up, drivers are switching over, everyone's moving around. Makes our life really difficult because you don't want to sound stupid on air by going, oh, when did they switch? And it could have been ages ago, could have been 2 days ago. It's everything happens really quickly.
Oh, it so does, and especially with me, I don't do quite as much commentary as I was doing a couple of years ago. So sometimes you jump in, you see new liveries, new drivers, and you're like, oh, wait a minute, it's all changed. But it's great though. I like the fact that we do get these movements. Of course, it is good when you see drivers stay at a certain team for 3, 4, 5+ years, and you have that success, you have that sort of heritage and tradition that comes with it. But when you see drivers swap teams, it's always good. You get a bit of a fresh face out there, and drivers, potentially trying a different path in their career. As we see Martel, he's still on the back of Imborg though, so Imborg's not completely going away with it just yet, and he is going to have to try and fight quite hard to get the 28 off the back of it.
Yeah, whilst we're keeping an eye on that, I do want to note one thing. I think it's because of some poor just luck in traffic, as traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. I know you've heard that line probably a few too many times over the last couple of years. Depending on who you've been commentating with, that's fine. Battle for the race lead. It was 2 seconds. It's now 1.1 seconds. Drago Racing, Alexander Spets being caught by Matt Farrow at the moment, who's a driver well versed with this car, this category, and this track indeed. Of course, one thing to note about Matt Farrow, I'm pretty sure that it definitely still holds up. I don't know if he's joint on it again, but in IMSA Esports is, and I hate this word, but I'm going to say it anyway, is the winningest driver in the top category, or at least in the GTP category of IMSA Esports. I think it's 3 victories to his name. Obviously, in that you are teamed up with someone, because he was teamed up with 2 different drivers, because he was Jaden Munoz in the most recent season. He's been teamed up elsewhere. I think it was Josh Ladd in the first one. He took his the victory a couple of years or a year and a bit ago. I think it's 3 wins in total. I've got that written down somewhere. But certainly has proven himself as one of the best drivers in his category. And then looking at the VCO Grand Slams last year at Williams Esports, as it was, won 3 of the 4 VCO Grand Slams in the GTP category. So Matt Farah really needs no introduction in this, and I think Alexander Spetz, who obviously used to drive for the Williams Sim Racing team, is well aware of the pace of Matt Farah closing down on him.
Oh, yeah, these are 2 of the best in this hypercar. Of course, this is the 3rd year now that we've had the hypercar, or the GTP, I should say, on iRacing, and especially Spetz. I think he was so fast. Obviously, had the little bit of a time away, so he lost a bit of his pace then. But since coming back as well, he's been so fast. And to be honest, these 2 are arguably the quickest in this category, and they're battling it out so hard at the front. Farah gaining another couple of tenths of a second through that mid-sector on this lap. Of course, it does ebb and flow a little bit, as we say, with the traffic, but I think Farah is coming for this lead, and I think Spetz is going to have to fight hard. We saw such an incredible battle in the previous stint as well between these 2 cars. We know just how hard Spetz is going to fight, dive bombing massively in towards Cunningham, so it's not going to be an easy fight for Farah.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's already dive bombed Farah right at the start of this stint. Obviously, Jaden Munoz's Matt Farah's teammate was behind the wheel of the car when he and Alexander Spetz were embroiled in a real fight at the start of the 2nd stint of the race, which we were having a little chat in a little Discord group. I was not particularly pleased by what I was seeing, but that's fine. A bit of banter in it. It was very entertaining. I will most certainly give it that. Farah was about a tenth faster on the previous lap than your race leader, so the gap is definitely coming down. Obviously, you know, at the moment, finding the comfort and the pace in the tyre. I believe Spetz's tyres will be slightly older than, I think, by a lap or so.
1 lap,
yeah. So it's only 1 lap. That won't make that much of a difference, but you know, small margins, isn't it?
Definitely. And is that a factor? I do not know. On the previous lap was a 10.5 for Matt Farah. I mean, but that is so close. I mean, anything within really even like 3 tenths, you can account for a bit of traffic here and there. So these guys are almost doing identical pace. Just the odd little dirt drop here and there, the slight missed apex, and before you know it, a position might be swapping around. But what that does mean, if Spetz is going is a lap longer on this stint, means he's going to pit first, and therefore he will have the hotter tyres when we have that situation at the pit stop again. So Farah will be on the colder tyres. So Spetz might actually, as you say, gain from doing from pitting earlier, which is quite interesting.
Yes, this is where it's really interesting, because like we say gain, but this is where the tyres make it so complicated in that sense of there is gains both ways. So if you haven't joined us in this race thus far, and you don't know really what we're expecting here, when Alexander Spetz come in the pit lane, which should be theoretically, based on their stints, 1 lap earlier than Matt Farah, when Farah completes his stop in the Williams car will be in the lead of the race, but will be 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap slower on that first stint than Alexander Spetz behind, or you know, maybe Spetz went behind the wheel, but regardless, the Drago racing car will be faster at that point, and so will be able to get back through. And that's why Alexander Spetz has been so aggressive on working his way through at the start of the stint, because you need to make the most of those tyres, clear off into the distance, and then you know you're going to be slowly caught throughout the stint because your tyres are a lap older. It's fascinating, it's interesting, it's brutal, and it kind of asks the question, okay, if you're in Williams, if you take over the race lead now, right? If you take over, if you get Matt Farah and he gets ahead of Alexander Spetz before we go into the pit stops, is it worth then pitting 1 lap earlier so that you are on the same tyres and the same condition as the Drago racing car to kind of negate the potential disadvantage of them closing down on you. You see what I mean? It's interesting.
That is, I mean, in that case, he'd also have to take 1 lap less fuel because he'll already have that fuel in the car as well. So he might gain like a little cheeky half second or so in the pit stop. So that could be an interesting factor if Williams wants to play that. However, playing the long game, going longer and getting an extra lap here and there is always better for the end of the race.
Agreed.
But the end of the race is 9 hours away before we have to think about the final pit stops. So a lot can happen between now and then. So it's a very intriguing choice. And to be honest, I'm actually kind of liking the prospect of this GTP battle with how the tyres are working. So that is very, very interesting indeed. But what I'm finding very interesting as well is these guys, I guess on the previous lap they did have a little bit of traffic, but they're not massively the fastest people on the track, but their track position is very good. I mean, Ferrari in 3rd place, the other couple of Williams in 4th and 5th, they're doing fairly similar lap times, so I think we are going to see a race-long battle here in GTP.
Yeah. To be clear, by the way, as much as I've suggested that, I know what I would do as a race engineer, which is I wouldn't pit Matt Farah a lap early. That's a crazy choice. Like you'd leave them to keep going as long as possible. But I'm playing devil's advocate and saying, what if? By the way, I do believe because the Apex Racing Academy car also into the pit lane on the previous lap, I believe Drago Racing will be pitting very, very soon. Potentially this lap as they'll navigate themselves past the LMP2 traffic there of the Kings by TK car, which Matt Farah will have to make a decision here coming down the sunset as whether he's going to dive them. Certainly does, looks to the inside, and that Kings by TK car is well aware of it. You can see the you probably more hear it. There is the LMP2 still on the left-hand side because the corner speed of the GTPs versus the LMP2s not crazily different as the Drago Racing car does stay out for one more lap. We've always said this about these GTPs. Their corner speed isn't, especially on now that the tyres have been updated, the corner speed on them shouldn't actually be crazily fast. It's the acceleration out of the corners. It's the power on the straights. That's where they gain all their time.
Yeah, they're basically just big LMP2s, to be honest. And yeah, as you say, they gain most of the time through that hybrid on the straights, through being a bit faster out of the corners as well. So that's why the lap times are very, very similar. I think June was mentioning this a little while ago. They're very, very similar, just a handful of seconds between them. So the back end of the GTPs and the top end of the LMP2s are only about 3 seconds apart, so it's very, very close indeed. With a bit of traffic, you definitely see the GTPs going down towards the LMP2 lap times, but that is just how close it is out there for these guys. And I think that's also another reason why the LMP2 is still such a strong field, even though we don't have it in WC and stuff like that in real life. But of course in IMSA they continue on, and here in iRacing as well, they stay strong, but that's because the GTPs aren't those ridiculous spaceships that we saw of the LMP1s a few years ago.
Yeah, they were cool, but maybe a little bit too far. Whereas I think, again, I've said it before, I think where we are at the moment in sports car racing, with the GTP era that we're currently in, I think we are in the prime era of endurance racing, of sports car racing. I think it's so good. You did see the number 99 in the pit lane, the 51 also in the pit lane. The Apex Racing team, of course, being the number 99. That one was Dan and Moore, who is out of the pit lane now. Also the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, that was Lorenzo Manfredotti behind the wheel. Those two have been in the pit lane, as well as I believe one of the other Apex Racing team cars at the 97 might have been in the pit lane fairly recently, which was Daniel Sibishabo behind the wheel. Their last pit stop was on lap 53, and they've only just come in now. The Drago Racing's last pit stop, I believe, was 56. Which indeed, 55, 56. So they really can go a couple of laps longer.
Yes, so from what I'm hearing from some Ferrari intel is that the Caddy does do a lap longer, which is quite interesting, I have to say, in terms of the strategy as we work throughout the race, because the amount of pit stops you do, it's half a stint.
I have just seen, by the way, Matt Farrow has just copped a whack from behind. He has lost about 0.7 of a second from that. Might have some rear damage as well. It wasn't that hard of a whack, but coming down into Cunningham, got a bit of a hit on the rear end from the IFR Esports car. Once again, saying what we've said before quite a few times in this, where the speed differential on the actual apex speed is not that different between the two categories. Here we go. Ooh. It's light, but obviously it unsettled the car quite a lot.
That's a weird one, with how he was going a bit slower at the apex. But as you say, very, very similar, and even the LMP2 a bit faster at that point. I hope he doesn't have crazy damage, but because it's on the diffuser, you never know how the balance is going to be. Rather than the downforce loss specifically losing in time, more so the balance, as we're going to get a 3-wide situation, all 3 classes in towards turn 1. He's definitely got the speed to hold in on the inside there, up the inside of his sister teammate in the LMP2.
Yeah, there was no way the Williams Sim Racing Academy car of Matthias van Erven was going to put up much of a fight there. No, you wouldn't category to category anyway. But still, obviously allowing that one to happen. Now, as we'll look back, we'll come back to the race lead and the GTPs. Don't worry once they come into the pit lane, because now they're separated by 2 seconds. Let's focus ourselves elsewhere on the grid, because we've got a little bit of a 3-way fight here for the final position on the podium. Now, we are 9.5 hours away from the end of the race, so we're not going to pick that one up too much. But it is Team Miller Kangas who's got his way through now into 3rd position in category. Jesse Jones in the Dua Esports car is directly behind, and Effect Simulations has jumped their way into this fight. Figueroa is behind the wheel at the moment and has done on the previous stint. Of course, that is the car that was started by James Baldwin. Not too happy there from the Corvette of the I was going to say, is that the Mexico racing team? But every time I see it, it's Hungary. It's
yes,
just that little. You said there's a lot in in Daytona.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, the reason why this is quite interesting, though, in this LMP2 battle is because Effect Simulations have caught up and Morandis have pulled away. So it was a 3-way battle for 2nd, is now a 3-way battle for 3rd. And then, as mentioning, we do have the likes of Grid and Go, their 2nd car, and then Thomas Imborg and Delatraz not too far behind, just a handful of seconds behind as well. So this is really a fascinating battle in LMP2 as we come in towards this next hour of the race, of course, well into this next hour. 2.5 hours gone, and WSR are going to be in some ways holding on to this, as Morandis and the driver of Fialo at the wheel, they've pulled away quite a bit, and they were over a second faster on that previous lap.
Yeah, exactly. Again, maybe this is tyres, maybe this is playing the traffic well, getting a little bit lucky coming through it, but it is what it is. It's a fascinating battle, though. That's the important bit to deal with. I did say with that Hungarian team, I did see. I think they said it was Sishi is how you're supposed to say it, but I don't want to be that guy. I try and avoid Hungarian names as much as is humanly possible, because there's always traps in their names. Like SS, which is one that we're well aware of, mostly because of in Formula Sim Racing, where obviously you were present in charge of everything. You always had people like Daniel Kish and stuff. So we've got well versed in SS is Sh, right? Obviously in this it'll be Kish. That's fine, no worries. But there's all like SZs, CSs, SSs, like nah. Do you
want to know what it stands for, though?
No. I don't know what it means. Yeah, I do.
The way you say is, according to Google, is Sesha, and it means alcohol. Apparently.
Fantastic. Are we allowed to talk about that?
Maybe not, but direct translation, I mean, you can't, I mean, that is a fact. Unfortunately, that's what they decided to call it. So their driving seems to be pretty good, though, so I don't think the cops should be getting too mad about that one.
No worries. No need to call the 5-0 at the moment. Is coming out of the pit lane is Grid and Go. I believe in the GTP category, obviously we are approaching GTP pit stops. Again, especially for our race leaders, probably not that far away before we see Drago Racing return their way into the pit lane. Language lessons with Cam. There we go. Who'd have thought it?
Yeah, who'd have thought it indeed with my level of grammar. Yeah, certainly a fun one actually though when you get the different translations. What's that?
Interestingly, so Drago Racing have been in the pit lane, and also Williams Esports Chill Blast in the pit lane on the same lap. How fascinating.
Listening to you. They are getting the Lewis McGlade engineering tactics today. Farrow joining Spets in the pit lane. This is an intriguing one, Lewis, isn't it? This is one of the few times we're going to see drivers not going the full length of the stint for strategy, which we haven't seen for a long, long time.
Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. I promise you it will take me the rest of our stint together to get that right. Williams Sim Racing, not Williams Esports, I apologise. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. It remains Matt Farah behind the wheel. Drago Racing, though, a bit of a switch. Alexander Spets jumps out the car for Atta Kalpanen. And look at the gap between the pair of them. It's an enormous margin as they'll now try and keep the cars on the road as much as possible.
So I've just received a very interesting piece of information. So I believe that the fact that Williams pit on the same lap was actually the fact that Drago saved a lap of fuel and went one lap longer rather than Williams coming in a lap early. So that is what the equalization factor was in that situation. So if that means that Drago have that speed and can go longer and now have a 3-second lead, this is looking pretty promising for the number one car.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting that there's such a large discrepancy in the pit lane time. But we'll see how fast Atta Kalpanen is able to jump his way into the car and get himself going. You can see there the pit stop time is pretty much identical. Of course, the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car did get a little bit of an issue in traffic as we'll jump back to the Williams Gaming Club car, which now has Michele Costantini working his way past the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team.
This is a very intriguing factor there. So one thing that's quite interesting is it seems like the Cadillac is, as some information I was told, is going a lap longer than, for instance, the Ferrari in this case. And then from what you see there, obviously the stop times, as you'd expect, are the same for the same amount of fuel. So if that is going to continue, this is going to be a tough day for Ferrari. They are only 2.7 off the lead, though. Their pace has been good. They do have, unfortunately, the Williams car coming up right behind them to hold on to this P3 battle. So this is going to be an intriguing one as the race continues on. As Costantini here, as we're seeing a nice webcam shot there. He's got that triple screen setup. He's got the full tower there on his left-hand side to go on all the information to try and hold on to this third place.
Yeah, which is interesting because you would kind of say sometimes about how much information is too much information. If Michele Costantini, clearly there is no such thing. But this is actually one of the joys with triple screens. Obviously, you can stick all that information on another screen, even ultra-wide. You can stick all that information on the far side, so it's still there and visible. I think it's one of the main advantages of having triple screens or ultra-wides is being able to have all the data that you think you might need and just put it on a screen somewhere that's not in your normal vision. Whereas people like myself on a single monitor, it's my excuse anyway, if I want that information, I have to have it on the screen I'm on.
Oh, I agree. I guess you see a lot of the drivers now, they have like the what I'd call the streamer monitor, which is like above their monitor rather than to the side. That's always a good one as well. But I agree. I mean, he's never looking that far to the left. I mean, the mirror's not even active. If you look, the virtual mirror's not even active. So he's never going to be looking there. But if he does need to glance over, the information that he needs is there. And it's a very important factor. I've got ultra-wide myself, and that is plenty wide enough, but the triple screen is just that bit more. And I can certainly see how that would be an advantage.
I'm well aware you have an ultra-wide because I've had to lug it through a hotel at one point. I'm pretty sure you had it at that point, didn't you?
Yeah. I took it. Yeah, we had to do a commentary from a hotel room, and I literally took my whole ultra-wide, carrying it through the hotel lobby. And then I didn't get internet in my room, so it was a waste of time. But that was certainly worth the effort.
Shout out to the Bolton Wanderers football stadium and the hotel that's in it. I cannot remember what the hotel is.
Like the Bolton White or something?
Something like that.
Something White? We did a football stadium that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's Bolton Wanderers football stadium. There's a hotel in it, and we stayed in it for a commentary for some sim racing broadcasts and had to do some more from it. Good times. That was a long. Was that 2020?
Yeah, we shared a mic. 22. Yeah, we shared a microphone. Remember, we had to pass the microphone back and forward from your PC in your room. That was a fun one.
trying to remember as to which broadcast that was for.
I can.
You can remember? Is it? It's fine. I think you made a comment about Ewan's profile picture on Discord though during that broadcast. I think it was that broadcast.
No, it was that series. But I don't believe it was that race.
No one listening knows what we're talking about. But Cam made a comment that has stuck with me forever, and I can't I can't say it on this broadcast because it wasn't appropriate even for that one. But it has stuck with me. So at least there is that. Either way, we'll drag it back onto the conversation of the race so that we're not too far off the topic, because Drago Racing still continuing to lead in GTP. We're focused on the LMP2s though, as the Effect Simulations car currently leading a battle for 4th position. Grid and Go directly behind Dura Esports have dropped back though just to 6th position. So Jesse Jones having a bit of a struggle over the last few laps, having dropped back to effectively the rear end of that train.
Yes, indeed. So it's quite funny how the gaps ebb and flow. Get a bit of a side-by-side battle here. LMP2, GTP action, just showing how the P2s are really not that much slower at certain points of the track. That whole sequence, they're almost identical on speed as well, getting involved in these battles. And I'm really looking forward to how this mid-pack battle is going for the LMP2s. It's staying so close, and it's going to be really difficult for these drivers to find an edge on each other. Of course, we have had a little bit of separation in terms of WSR getting a little bit further up, but then in behind we are getting the big run now with the second Grid and Go car, the 003, coming through, looking very strong at this point in the race.
Yeah, indeed, absolutely flying at the moment. Still, obviously, awaiting some pits. I think the pit stops aren't too far away in the LMP2s, really, because the thing is, like, LMP2s and the GTPs, they pit constantly. Like they are out.
Yeah.
Out. That's my kind of car. I'm not gonna lie.
They're like a long stint.
No, I don't. I genuinely don't. I remember someone was talking to me about taking part in a certain event. I think it might have been in maybe the Kia Optima, and an endurance race, and the stints in that were long, because that thing does not eat fuel. And when I mean long, I don't mean like, oh, there were an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, you are talking like 2 hours for one stint. And I thought I would literally rather do anything other than that. So I bailed on that, obviously. That's nothing. I remember another championship though, the rival of your neck of the woods with Formula Sim Racing.
The rival.
The Grand Prix Virtual World Championship. Elsewhere in Sim Racing, it was fun. In that, they did a Monaco race. A Monaco Grand Prix, full distance, 78 laps, and because of the tyre compound, Rudy Van Buren, a driver that people might know, ended up winning that race on, I can't remember exactly how many stops, but it was like 6, 7 or 8 stops. Yeah, 17, you know what you know. Yeah, I was going to say. There you go. He knows. Yeah. That's more my type of stint. In sprint race, into the pit lane, sprint race, into the pit lane, sprint race, into the perfect.
Yeah, that season was pretty mad, because if, let's say the race was like 60 laps, you were literally, as you say, pitting every 10 laps or so. It was ridiculous how quick the tyre wear was in that case. Though one thing I actually liked about the LMP2 when I used to race it back in the day was, yes, you had the shortest stint, but then I found you would do more stints. So you'd end up doing like a double-double, so you'd end up doing 4 stints, which is like 3 hours. And that was actually way more fun and exciting than even just a double stint in the GT car.
Yeah. No, I agree. I've found for endurance racing, for me, the 40 to 45 minute stint, I think, is because for me it just opens up your options as to what to do. Like you say, whether you do double stint tyres or whatever, it just opens up that strategy a little bit more to being a bit more open with the drivers. Like you say, whereas in GTs, because the stint's an hour long, sure, you can do triple stints and that's fine, but it just becomes a little bit more difficult. By the way, I was just having a little bit of a look on board with the Dual Esports car, and this is not something that we need to show, don't worry. But I did notice there was a little bit of contact with the GTD as well, so that car is now definitely being thrown off the back end of that LMP2 fight. A little bit of contact coming down into the hairpin at turn 6. And it's one of those things to note when it comes to you being in a GTP or an LMP2. If you're making a move down into the hairpin, you have to accept, number one, you've got to give the GTDs more room than you think, and number two, remember their brakes are worse than yours. And that's where that's what I was saying about this contact. It was very light. It was just a bit of a squeeze, nothing major. But if you go past a GTD, pull straight back onto the racing line, and then get on the brakes, I promise you, they're going to hit you.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're bigger, they're heavier, they do take a bit more stopping power, and yeah, we've seen many times where a GT has ran into the back, and it also matters with how far alongside you get before the actual apex of the corner as well, because if they're still slightly overlapped as you're going through the corner, you can't then just push wide because they're on the limit and they can't exactly do much at that time. So you've got to be very careful when you make those overtakes. You know, fortunately for these drivers with this sort of more public session, they're not going to get direct penalties as you would in another league, but you do still have to be careful to not push those GTs wide and still have the respect, because next time you come through they might actually give you some space and be a bit more kind. If you're being rude getting past them, it could be a long 12 hours with certain cars that you keep on coming up behind.
Have you had events like that?
Oh yes. Yeah. Oh yes.
Of course you have.
As a prototype, which I did for most of my endurance racing career, being a prototype, you come up behind a certain GT and you just see the livery and you're like, oh my god, here we go again. This is going to be a fun one. They're going to squeeze me. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And yeah, they get a target on their back. So yeah, you don't really want to get into those situations, but hey, it happens.
I remember this is again. I've told this guy this. It's fine. And he actually ended up being my team boss for a while. You've definitely heard this story before, but still, in my first ever endurance race was in my second ever endurance race, where I was in a prototype. I was in an LMP1. We were leading by a country mile because my teammates were very, very helpful and flew us away into the distance. And I was kind of a bit like, I'm going to learn. I'm going to use this experience in the race to really get comfortable with traffic and this, that, and the other. And there was one driver I kept coming across, and his name was Edmund Trevelyan Johnson. Which his name is a really nice guy. His name's really long, and this is in RX2. The driver tag can only take enough characters, and it showed Edmund Trevelyan Johnson, and I was like, right. Your name's so long and pretentious that it doesn't even fit into this game. So I don't know why, but I was like, I am going to dive bomb you at every moment that I possibly can. And I distinctly remember making a horrible move into Cops, because it was at Silverstone. Absolutely horrible move. Really diving down last minute. And I remember thinking, I'm like, right, let's pack that in. And I was a lot calmer in traffic from that point on. I did tell him that about 4 years after. He said, yeah, I thought you were a horrible person. when we were first raced together. Yeah, he ended up being my team boss for 2-3 years.
Yeah, he did. Certainly did. That is small world. And talking of things happening, a lot of LMP2 pit stops coming your way, so it's a bit of a change because Maradnas lead for now as we get the grid and go number 12. Aaron Vazquez is in that car now. Of course, Effect Simulation, Dury Sports, Stella Traz, they've also come in at that time as well.
Yeah, indeed. Did say that the LMP2 pit stops might not be too far away, but yeah, like you say, all working their way into pit lane around now. It's fascinating. It's one of those joys of having the multiple categories. Everyone pits at different times, but then eventually they'll all sync up at one point and they'll all be pitting at the same time. Pit lane will be really busy. Probably a bit later on in this 12-hour race. I believe believe the Maradnes car is now coming into pit lane as well. So from the race lead in the LMP2 category comes Dion Fiallo into pit lane. There you go. You can see in the bottom of your screen is now rolling its way down pit lane. Top of your screen, though, that's the battle for third position in the GTD category. The Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy car, Alessandro Bico behind the wheel, being closed back down on by Manuel Troncoso, who obviously those two have been pretty close throughout the entirety of their stints. Or their stint thus far in this one. But yeah, it seems the Drago Racing car is closing its way back in. I was a little bit concerned about the long distance and longevity of the Audi in this race, clearly showing the race pace is absolutely fine on it. I'm just talking rubbish.
Of course, but we were hearing from who was it, Johnson, the driver earlier, saying that the race getting hotter and hotter towards the mid part of the race. That could certainly change things a little bit in terms of the balance and the slight performance differences in the car. So we certainly need to wait a couple more hours for that. But we are fast approaching 3 hours done in the race, quarter race distance. So it is certainly flying past with 3 hours almost done. We got another LMP2 pit stop, the 717, the IFR esports car. That is the one that had the big battle with Delatraz on the exit of pit stop this last time around, but Delatraz have already gone through to retake that position when they're still down pit road.
To talk quickly of conditions, 25 degrees at the moment is the ambient temperature, 44 degrees is the track temperature, which, if you know your food, is the it's the correct temperature that you should cook salmon to. 44 degrees. What? It's the correct temperature that if you're cooking a fillet of salmon,
yeah,
44 degrees should be the internal temperature of it.
So,
yep. Do you know that?
That seems a bit low.
It does seem a bit low, doesn't it? Yeah, but it's because quite a lot of time you can eat raw, generally speaking. You shouldn't.
I've been doing this wrong all my life.
But also, yeah, but the thing is, you've got to cook it to 41 and then it rises up to 44. There you go. There's a fascinating...
What are you talking? That is too scientific.
Like I said, I work at restaurants. It's just some of the useless information in my head. But basically what I'm saying is, you could cook a salmon on the track. No, it's just hot. It's a toasty track. It slides around a lot. Speaking of other things that I remember in sim racing, I remember when the Audi R8 was new. First race that it ever did was around here, in official, official racing on iRacing. I distinctly remember the track temperature was getting up to like 52 to 56 degrees in that kind of temperature range. Boy, was that hard to drive.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. So we're not too hot yet, is what you're saying. We're still 10 plus degrees away.
There's room to move, yeah.
So it should be fine for now, and that certainly makes sense why that number 69 car is sitting well. But of course, they have their sister teammate, the number 6, Rico, not too far up the road as well. So Drago looking very strong in both categories, the GTP and GTD. They have 3 cars in the top 4 combined in those 2 categories. So they are looking very, very strong today, and trying to, of course, chase down that Williams car. But since Williams got through after that little bit of a thing with the traffic, it looks like they've been able to hold on.
Yeah, they seem like, so they're running pretty strong. The gap's been ebbing and flowing between the two, but obviously it still holds in favour of Williams, and you can see some of the traffic closing in. So one of those joys of being a GTD, you get no choice as to when the traffic is going to overtake you. You just have to deal with it. As the Grid and Go car there, the 001, currently running just outside of the top 10 in the GTP category, works its way through and then does almost exactly what I said not to do, which was get past Alessandro Bico and then slam on the brakes. But thankfully, Bico was wise to that. Probably got on the brakes a little bit earlier in the Williams Sim Racing Racing Prodigy car. Didn't even realise that. You say racing twice, back to back.
Oh.
I guess that's why it's RP.
That's why they put RP. yeah. That's why they put RP. It's a good sponsor, though, of course, and maybe they should have kept esports for that name. I don't know, but obviously they want to do sim racing because that is the term in the industry now, it seems.
Yeah, there's always... there's... Generally speaking, for those that have switched at some point, I know F1 esports is the biggest one of those, where they've switched from using esports to sim racing. It is an interesting topic, and it's one that is always with good reason. For various legal things or this, that, and the other. There's always a good reason for it to move from esports to sim racing. I understand that. At the same time, Williams esports rolls off the tongue way better than Williams sim racing. I'm just going to say now. Then again, I said they had a brown car at last year's Daytona 24 Hour, and everyone else told me it was orange. So we'll bring up Colourgate again. That's fine.
That was a fun one to look back on, actually. To be honest, that will go down in the history books as Grid and Go come down into the pit lane from GTD. We also saw the other Grid and Go of LMP2. Tucker come in the pit stop, the 003 car. That's the one that was in third place. So we still have the top few still out there on LMP2s. Although WSR, they come in as well. So definitely pit stop time for your P2s.
Yeah, Timmy Miller-Kangas behind the wheel of that car into pit lane. And where they'll come out, we'll have to wait and see. But WSR Esports have been running pretty strong in the category. We saw them close their way back up and indeed get through into the podium paying positions. Timmy Miller-Kangas is, I believe, out of the car and handing back over to Gabriel Eldelyi. And so there is another switch. And there you go. You've got both of the WSR Esports into the pit lane. One other thing I wanted to quickly talk about, because we're 5 minutes away from the top of the hour. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. Maybe you're worried about it, I don't know. But I'll give you a little bit of a rundown of the order at that point. But it is interesting to note, 5 seconds now is the lead in the GTP category. Ate Kaupman's been firing in some absolutely amazing laps and has pulled out quite a gap on Matt Farrow.
Yes, he certainly has. I thought Farrow was looking very strong in that previous stint as well. He was keeping specs, on his toes really at the front. It was just a couple of seconds, and he got down to a second, even under a second at points towards the end of that stint. But now, as you say, Kaupman's got in. Farrow has stayed in that car, so in theory, Farrow will be, hot as such and able to keep going. But Kaupman's come in, and he's doing an incredible pace straight away, 3/10 faster on that previous lap as well. So not a small margin, and maybe sometimes that's what you need. You need a bit of fresh blood in there who's not fatigued for driving for almost 3 hours, and they can go fast again. It's a very interesting topic with when you put certain drivers in the car. And in the first section of this lap as well, he's another couple of tenths faster. So Kaupman's flying at the front.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking of flying at the front, you do also have Michele Costantini, who is closing in on the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. This is the battle at the moment, though, for 7th position. The Apex Racing team versus the Apex Racing team. It's Daniel Sibi-Charbot and it is Dan Amor. Dan versus Dan at the moment. But it is DSS that's currently sat at the front of that duo at the moment in 7th position. And from having a conversation with Marcus Solholm a little bit, of course, who produced that absolutely excellent video about the iRacing Daytona 24. If you haven't seen that, go and check that out, because it's a fantastic video featuring some awful commentary, but we don't talk about that. It's because Arjuna's featured it a few times. But yeah, when I was talking to Marcus about this race, he was saying that Dan Amor and Maxi Brian, who is obviously his teammate, those are the two that have got to the grips with the newer tyres the best. And that's probably why Daniel Sibi-Charbot pulled over to one side to allow Dan Amor to come through. A little bit of flash of lights as well. It wasn't the cleanest switch between teammates that has ever been seen, because they are also being caught down by Lorenzo Manfredotti as well.
Yeah, they certainly are, and of course Dan Amor is still such a young talent. I'm sure he'll ever improve over the next couple of years as well. But having said that, he's right up there with some of the fastest and in top split racing already. So definitely a talent to account for. Great pickup by Apex in the recent year. Definitely a good signing from them. We're getting some more Apex cars, but this time the GTD car that's down pit road as well. So various drivers still continuing their next round of pit stops. Is getting a bit all over the place now as we're getting the overlap of the different classes. But yeah, for Apex, they are 27 seconds off the lead though in that GTP battle, so they've got a long way to go if they want to get themselves up towards the podium. They are just 4 seconds off P5, which would be a strong result.
Exactly, and also again we're still early doors, so you never know how things are going to unfold over the baking heat here at the Sebring International Raceway. Jumping back into the LMP2 category, jumping back into the battle for the podium. WSR Esports obviously fresh out of the pit lane, new driver behind the wheel. Obviously relatively speaking, because Milakangos did the previous stint. Obviously, although he did the opening stint or two of the race. WSR Esports though currently running in that third position. Grid and Go directly behind. And then, of course, you've got the Effect Simulations car using their third driver thus far. Andrew Dawson's jumped in behind the wheel of that car.
That's funny. Some drivers, some teams on their third driver, and in some teams only just going on to their second. Crazy how the different split in the different classes, and however the teams want to manage their race. It's quite an interesting factor there, actually. But of course, we're seeing this incredible battle in LMP2. Telkla has come so far to try and get into this battle. We've also got the Delatraz car of Imborg not too far behind as well. I mean, Imborg really is only 9 seconds off second place, so he is really coming for this one as well. And I'm loving this LMP2 battle. It's swapped around positions quite a bit, actually. Is WSR going to slide it down past the McLaren as well? Just managed to get them car in between them and Grid and Go, although Grid and Go return that favour at the next corner. But yeah, these guys really pushing each other, and you can't make a mistake. I mean, if he makes a mistake at the front there in WSR, he's going to be losing 2 places, and important ones as well.
Indeed. I've got to say, you say about the 2 driver thing. This is actually one of the interesting things about this race. Arjun was actually talking about this a little bit earlier on, which is where we've obviously come off of Daytona, where you are expecting 3 drivers for the most part. Quite a few of them going 4, very few of them going 2. This is half the race distance of Daytona. You need 2 drivers to get to the end of the race, because you can't do it on just one, obviously. You get disqualified if you were to do so. But the thing is, most teams, I feel in this race, will be running as a 2-driver lineup. In fact, as I'm looking through the list, I would say an overwhelming majority of teams are just 2 drivers.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think 3 is still the sweet spot in terms of overall performance. Although, having said that, these drivers, they're so good and they're so dialed in nowadays that they're probably okay with it. But I just find 3's always good, because in terms of fatigue, if let's say you're just working on double stints, so the first driver does a double stint, they get out of the car, they then have 4 stints before they have to get back in. So it's quite a nice time that they can rest. And then if one of those drivers ends up turning that into a double stint themselves out on the track, then you can have 6 stints before you get back in, and then you actually get some nice rest throughout the race. But with 2, you're kind of constantly having to sit at your PC waiting to get back in the car.
Yeah, but then I guess also one of the things the modern sim racing world is having race engineers that obviously look over data and stuff with drivers and teams and understand that a little bit more, which means that you as a driver, when you're out of the car, you don't then have to think about being the race engineer. You can kind of step aside, which is why, again, of the top of the GTP categories, for example, Drago Racing, they only have Attic Alpin and Alexander Spetz behind the wheel. The Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car was only Matt Farrow and Jaden Munoz. Of course, the Scooter Rough HB Esports team, that's just Michele Costantini and Nicholas Boyd, because you've got those race engineers. Obviously, in Williams, you've got Mike Partington, who's, I believe, running that Chill Blast car there. Ferrari, you've got Antonio Nitzpon, of course, who's running things for the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Having those race engineers take that strain means that when you get out of the car, you can breathe. And so that's why I think 3 maybe is the sweet spot. But having done 12-hour races as just a 2-driver entry, I think 2's good. 2 is solid, especially if you're both on the same pace, driving a similar setup and you're both comfortable with that.
Yeah, I agree on that. And of course, if it was a bad idea, there wouldn't be 90% of the field with 2 drivers. So it certainly can work. And I think you're right about the engineer as well. And it's so nice, by the way, hearing Mike Partington's name, because I've known him since 2016. Of course, I don't really speak to him so much now, but since 2016 I've known him. He's still around, so that's very nice to see. And the fact that, yeah, the drivers, they can get out of the car and just go and chill and then not have to feed information to their fellow drivers. Because I'm sure, Lewis, you remember this back in the day, when we started, the team would be the 2 or 3 drivers in the race. Like that would just be you and your mates. So whoever wasn't driving was the engineer. But the fact you can have a separate person is very, very important. Not that you have to do loads of work, but just the fact of being there and giving the information when needed.
Yeah, and that's why I don't take part in too many iRacing special events, because I was saying this in chat a little bit earlier on. There's 2 requirements to this race. Number 1 is C license in sports cars, and number 2 is friends. I've got a C license. We're lacking in the other department.
That's unreal. That's a good one.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at the GTDs, of course, we've got the session car at the moment going on the attack second of their cars. Tamas Simon behind the wheel at the moment, going on the attack of Yana Koch in the Grid and Go car. The Zenith Esports car is not too far ahead, but is not for position. That McLaren, I think, a lap down on this grouping, so it is just a fight here in category between these two, which saying that they've got a bit of traffic up ahead to deal with.
Yes, it definitely is, because we've got the 004 just in front of us on the screen, but then there's 6-7 seconds to the next car, which is another Grid and Go car, the 006 as well. So that car is obviously only about a second up the road. So that is, I think Giselle is a McLaren who's a lap down, so not too much to worry about thus far. But of course, these teams, how far are we off the lead? So we're 53 seconds off the lead. So we are almost half a lap. It's about 2 minutes lap for the GT cars, so it is about almost half a lap, which is not the most ideal situation. And we do have a car just behind as well. That must be a lap car trying to unlap himself.
Is it? I think it might be Fiercely Forward Pink, is it not?
Oh, sorry, we swapped the. Yeah, I was getting confused. We swapped the camera around.
Oh no, I think no, you're right. No, that's fine. That's don't worry. We're both just losing our minds. It's okay. Easily done.
That is the Academy car. There's 2 laps down.
Yeah, that's why we got lost. No, I saw a yellow front of a car, and I was like, surely that's Fiercely Forward Pink, being yellow and black. No, you're absolutely right. It's the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. The community team, as named by Zach Sweeney, working its way through on that. And again, if you're a couple of laps down and you're trying to run your own race, getting past nicely, cleanly, and then checking out into the distance is really important. So for the Academy car there, really important to get through on the Grid and Go car and try and run away from this as soon as possible.
Yes, indeed. That would be the ideal plan. PGZ go down the inside and between them, splitting up the battle just a bit. But yeah, of course, ideally you'd get to the front and pull away. But the issue is the pace is so similar now. I mean, this isn't like the days of maybe 20, 30 years ago where there was just gaps and time between all these teams. Everyone is so close together, just a couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there, and even if you're down to P20 in class, you're still, especially in the top split, you're still a plenty fast enough entry. It's a very difficult one, and that is why we are not in top split.
Indeed. With 8 hours and 54 minutes left to go in this race, whilst we'll keep our eye very close on this battle in the GTD category, I'm going to roll you through a little bit of the info on a category by category basis. We're going to start with GTD so we can keep our eye nice and closely on this one. It is the Apex Racing team at the moment leading the way comfortably. Alejandro Sanchez, 13 seconds clear of Drago Racing at the moment. Drago, who started out after an incredible qualifying 1, 2, 3 and 4 in qualifying, but the race pace not quite showing up as quick. The Lamborghini, the Apex Racing team, heading to the front of the field. Williams Sim Racing, they are at the moment, obviously with the Racing Prodigy car, they are at the moment in 3rd in class. Alessandro Bico behind the wheel, having pulled out a decent margin now over Manuel Troncosa, of course, is behind the Drago Racing 69. The final car inside the top 5 is the Veloce Thrustmaster car. Great to see them, by the way, in this. At the moment, they're running in 5th in class. Very quickly, I'll roll through the top 10. PGZ by P1Docs.com. They're the 114 car, currently in 6th position in class. Then Drago Racing, the session first of their cars, the number 24, currently running there as well. The Apex Racing team and the 006 Grid and Go car inside the top 10. Those are the positions that are running as such. Plenty of battling happening. Pit stops for them, having just come out of, I believe, or are they approaching to that? No, they've come out about 3 or 4 laps ago in the GTDs, and all of them have indeed stopped. Very quickly touch on the LMP2s as well. Grid and Go, Aaron Vasquez is leading at the moment in that category in the number 12 car. That one by 21 seconds over Dion Fiallo at the moment in the Maradness car. Then it's WSR Esports. Milikangas did a great job of moving that car forward, and now that car being piloted by Gabriel Eldeli. At the moment, they're currently running in 3rd in class with Jesse Telkula in 4th position in the 003 car. A bit of a tight fight there. 3rd, 4th and 5th position in category, because Andrew Dawson, the 3rd driver behind the wheel of the Effect Simulations car, having taken over, dropping off ever so slightly off the rear end of the Grid and Go car of Jesse Telkula. Dur Esports, Jesse Jones had a bit of a struggle on the previous stint, but has still kept in touching distance of a potential podium. The final positions then, the Denham Automotive by Major's Garage car, that one being driven by Thomas Imborg, still behind the wheel. WSR Abruzzi, that one's the Quitiago Martau car, and of course, then behind is Matthias van Erven in the Williams Sim Racing Academy, and IFR Esports behind inside the top 10. Of course, still plenty of battle still happening in the LMP2s and in the GTDs. The gap that's growing though is that for the overall race lead. Just see them come through the foreground a shot. Ate Kauppinen, Drago Racing absolutely flying after a quality couple of stints from Alexander Spets, having retaken over the race lead post pit stop. Drago Racing now leads by 7 seconds over the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. Matt Farrow behind the wheel of that one at the moment. Then we've got the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, which I believe, by my eye, is closing down on the Williams bit by bit, every 10th here and there. Michele Costantini behind the wheel, being joined in this fight. Robin Glerham in the Williams Gaming Club car is right in the rear end, 10 seconds separating the top 4 at the moment before we get a big gap back to the BMW M Team BS competition car. Of course, Daniel Alves Lorenzo behind the wheel, one of the fastest drivers in the GTP category, trying to drag that BMW to a solid result inside the top 5 at the moment. Pablo Espes then leads Pablo Espes in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, being chased down on by Dan Amore in the Apex Racing team, number 99. The number 97 for the Apex Racing team, Daniel Sivi Sharbo, is behind that. We saw the two of those switch around because Lorenzo Manfredotti was closing in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. That gap has kind of stabilised a little bit more since that switch, but Manfredotti is close to the rear end of Daniel Sivi Sharbo. Behind all that, 7 seconds off, it is, of course, Marcus Soholm, one of the drivers. He finished 2nd position a few weeks ago at the 24 Hours of Daytona, the opening special event here for the VCO Grand Slams on the iRacing service. Fantastic field of drivers, fantastic entertainment. It has been a little bit quiet over the last hour and 10 minutes since myself, Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger have taken over commentary duties, but we're having a bit of fun, aren't we?
Absolutely, and when you say quiet, that also means no crashes, which is actually a good thing in many ways. So hopefully we don't curse them and the drivers stay on the track with that one. But yes, it's certainly the more clean sort of, what's this, the 3rd hour of the race. The opening 1 or 2 was a little bit naughty here and there, but everyone's got themselves into their rhythm and they are driving along nicely, as you say. At the front, we've got Kauppinen leading by a nice distance now, so there's no crazy battle going on there. I think this battle, though, as we're watching Costantini, I do have a good feeling about the Ferrari in this one. I think they are going to be able to get up into 2nd place as that gap is getting smaller and smaller, and once again was ever so slightly faster on that previous lap.
I was going to say the pace is showing really, really nicely from Costantini. The problem really is with those Ferraris is at the moment going what was it, a lap shorter on each stint? Was it? And sure, that means like once the pit lane sequence is done, maybe you can say that they'll be a little bit quicker once everyone else comes into the pit lane, but they're still losing quite a bit of ground each time in doing so. The Ferrari looked quick, right? That's fair enough. But going 1 lap shorter on each stint, that is surely going to cause problems late on.
Yeah, they'll need to splash potentially as well, because in 12 hours, obviously about 45-50 minutes of stint, that's going to be 15 stints or so, a bit more 16 over the race. Then you add a lap every time, and it's literally half a stint that you need to do at the end. So it will add up very quickly. So of course, Ferrari will be trying to calculate that into their strategy. What it does mean is they do need the track position by however long the time is for half a tank being filled up. So they are going to need at least 30 odd seconds technically in the lead. So at that point, they are going to drop down to basically like 10th place as it stands. So they've got to be pushing over the next 8 hours to get themselves in that situation where they can not fall back too far. But I'm sure the gaps will spread out in that time.
I'm sure Anthony Nitzbon, who's the one I believe running both of the Ferraris, has joined obviously with the 50-hour leading car, but I'm probably quite happily saying that probably is running the strategy on the 51 as well. That we've been seeing Lorenzo Manfredotti behind the wheel, trying to run that strategy. I'm sure is well aware as to the potential fuel issues later on in the race they might have. One of the joys of this race, with the weather forecast, with where we're at, it's dry. It's going to be dry, and that, as far as we're aware, is staying. And compare that to the 24 hours Daytona, where you could only really strategize in like 3-hour windows, right? In this, you can strategize the whole race as we would have done, obviously, a couple of years ago before the weather system hit the platform last year and caused quite an interesting 12 hours of Sebring, at least for 6 hours. The last 6 hours of it were dull.
Yeah, I was trying to remember this. So you say the rain came last year. So I'm pretty sure I did the middle 4 with Arjuna, and it was raining, and of course we had no idea. Sorry?
What hours did
maybe it was 2 with Arjuna and 2 of you. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
It was... I was trying to remember it, but without going back to it. And I do remember having absolutely no idea what was going on, because obviously it was the very first time. We've come a long way since then. But unfortunately, in that regard, it does seem like it's going to stay dry out there.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, I have memories of that race, because I remember the first 6 hours being absolute chaos and the last 6 hours nothing happening, because the chaos takes people out, right? That's the nature of it. You have less cars to deal with. It kind of happened a little bit at Daytona, where obviously the rain hit and it separates the field quite a lot. It does mean then that obviously you have stints, like we were saying about with the Apex Racing Team car that worked its way through. Marcus Armblay, I think they stayed on slick tyres when a lot of people had jumped onto wet, and they played their strategy around that slightly differently, and that's what threw them up the order. Worked brilliantly, and like I say, with things like that, obviously that's where weather comes in, and I like how dynamic the weather system is, but sometimes, like I say, it can cause a few crashes and can really separate through. It can make 10, 11, 12 KI rated drivers look like they've just joined the rookie class, which is always fascinating and humbling, of course, but it can make a race somewhat uninteresting.
I think it's harder in multi-class as well, when you have the wet and the dry line, and of course the whole point of multi-class racing is for overtaking, but it's so much more difficult to overtake when you're going on to either the drier or the wetter line, depending on what tyres you're on. So that can always be a big factor. It's certainly an interesting one, but I'm really glad that we've, after all those years of anticipation, we finally got it. We're not getting it today, but in certain races we are going to get it, as we're seeing a load of drivers jump down pit road. But the 99, the 97 and the 51 all taking this time to come down pit road. They've done 27 laps on this stint, and we are being told that the Caddy can do 28, plus we saw the race leading Drago do 29 on their last one.
Lorenzo Manfredotti, a little bit too late on the brakes, overshot his pit box. That is an F out of 10, as Ollie Steinbratton will now jump in behind the wheel. So a little bit, maybe a second or so lost there when it comes to full pit lane traversal time. But a trio of Ferraris there in the middle of your screen, one of those being the officially branded Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. Love that how much Scuderia Ferrari HB is getting more involved in sim racing. Of course, we commentated them on them in the British F4 Esports series as Graham Carroll went on to become the 2024 champion in that series, which was a lot of fun to commentate on. But now we'll go chase after those two Apex Racing cars that have left the pit lane and try and not make yourself look like an amateur with the very cold tyres as you leave the pit lane.
Yeah, so Steinbretten in that car. He's got Jordan Johnson, Maxime Brion in the car ahead as well. So driver stops coming the way of these drivers as we get to this point of the race. I believe, yeah, they gained just a little bit of time, of course, on that Apex number 97. But they are still a couple of seconds behind. As you see the BS car being held up massively with the slower, colder tyres there for the Ferrari car. We've also got the other Ferrari car, the number 50, coming down pit road after their 27-lap stint. Dragon 24, so they've still got another 4 or 5 laps out there.
Yeah, which is that comes down to the choice of car. As hello, Marshall, just chilling there on the headset. That was a nice view of him. Obviously ready to jump out there and rescue any cars which have been virtually thrown around this Sebring International circuit. Like I say, that's you know where you're at with the cars that you've chosen. Whether they will be able to go longer or shorter. Now, there are obviously some teams that are brand affiliated. So the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, the BMW and Team BS competitions, for example, where they do not have a choice. They have to take that car. Obviously, you couldn't see a Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports taking a caddy around here, although I would like to see it. You obviously couldn't have that, right? And that's fair enough. But for the majority of the field where you're not brand affiliated, in sim racing you can test all the other cars and see what's popping and then select accordingly, which is why I do say, for the most part, most drivers complaining about balance of performance, all I say to them is just pick the faster car then.
Yes, although define faster. It is certainly a bit more of a complex situation because there's faster in qualifying, there's faster on race pace on full tank, there's faster on race pace on old tyres, there's which one goes longer, there's which one has higher top speed. So they may be identical on lap time, they have a bit higher top speed, maybe it's a bit easier to overtake. Things like that, they are all factors that the teams have to take into consideration. And especially a team like Apex, they're committing with a couple of Ferraris and not sort of splitting their strategy in those two teams, then that is a very interesting one. They've obviously done the data and thought that it was faster, but it looks like maybe the Caddy is slightly better on the long runs today. As we see, they're diving it down the inside, one of the Williams cars. I think that is the second place, number 4, moving their way forward as we're getting the number 22 GTP come down pit road. So definitely pit stop time for these guys.
Yeah, with the what one's fast strategy, just to touch on that topic for a little bit longer, because this is where things get really, really interesting. Where obviously, yes, conditions can change everything, can make some cars faster than others, all those things that make it much more of a headache. If you are watching this as well, and you are, you're not 10K iRaters, right? There was, I think it was last year, where they had rebalanced the Mercedes. It was particularly with the Mercedes in the GT category. I can't remember if they'd rebalanced it or rebalanced the rest of the field. Like they'd done a couple of bits to rebalance it to make everything better, right? And a lot of the top esports teams were coming out and saying that the Mercedes then was a dog. It was awful. It was much slower. It wasn't, they couldn't compete in it compared to the others. Like, they were losing half a second a lap. And then you would look in any of split 3 or below, all of the races were dominated by Mercedes. And this is where things get really, really interesting, just because in the top split, the Cadillac is the fastest, or this is the fastest, or that's the fastest. In the bottom splits, it might be the other way around, because it's also about how you're approaching the car and how you're driving the car. And that's why I say about balancing the people that are behind the scenes to balance these cars, I do not envy their positions, because they're not balancing them for the 60 teams that we have here in the top split. They're balancing them for these 7,000 drivers that are taking part in today's race. You know, for the 20,000 people that were taking part in Daytona, balancing it across the field there comes a point where it's like, it's just not going to be balanced for someone, because the way you drive the cars is different top split to bottom split, and who's balancing them, who's doing this and who's doing that. It's an impossible thing that you're just going to keep chasing down something. And that, like you say, you're then talking about, like, are you talking purely about overall speed, or are you talking when it gets hot, when it's cold, when the track's rubbered in, when it's green? It's honestly, let's just not complain about being that much, because it's so hard.
It is, and the biggest factor was actually, well, this is a similar one as well, front-engined AMG, mid-engined Corvette. And then you've got the big boy BMW that is like a brick going through the air. By the way, I do love BMW, don't worry about that. But it is a big car. It is a big car compared to the other one. So there's just a lot of things going on, as we're seeing, as you say, pit stop. So that is the 002. Where's the Caspers in that car? They are a lap down though, as it stands in this current form.
Cam is a huge fan of BMWs, so much so that even I've stolen one of yours at one point. However, I do feel the BMW that you might be driving to Wales might be a little bit different than your normal BMW.
Why is that?
Isn't it a Mini?
Yeah, but hopefully I've got my
yeah, exactly. Mini, basically, it's BMW, isn't it?
Yeah, but hopefully I've got my one back from its repairs by that point. Hopefully, please, thank you. But no, definitely a little bit of yeah, exactly, definitely a little bit of 20-year-old car problems there. But it's all good. It's all good. It's about the character. It's about the way it drives. And for the most part, it's been good.
How many miles had the one that I stole from you? How many miles had that done? Was it
270-something thousand?
Yeah, I thought so.
Just being broken in.
Yeah. Well, it worked like an absolute charm.
Exactly.
To Alton Park and back.
I mean, yeah, Lewis actually borrowed my car and took it off for racing. So I'm not too.
I didn't rate it, just to clarify. Well, maybe the X40 had a little bit.
Roundabouts, yeah.
No, I was very calm. I was calm in your car at the roundabouts. My car, however, boy, gets worked out.
Well, it's not BMW, but it does the job.
Yeah, exactly. Matt Farrow, by the way, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast into the pit lane, as is our race leader in the GTP category overall. Ati Kauppinen is down on the lane. Ati Kauppinen, I believe, will stay in behind the wheel, but I do believe that we're going to see Matt Farrow potentially jump out, Jaden Munoz jump back in behind the wheel. Farrow could keep going on a little bit longer, but Jaden Munoz did 56 laps, which is about where we are. And guess what? Matt Farrow has slid straight through his box.
Munoz has gone in, by the way, but a little bit more time lost there, unfortunately, for that Williams car, and that is not going to be helping their battle, because Kauppinen, he was so fast in that stint that he just did manage to gain a good few seconds, and now if he's going to be staying in there once more, this could be an important point of the race as we come up to 1/3 distance in just 33 minutes.
Oh dear, yeah. It's mistakes like that you can't afford. If you're already 6.7 seconds off when you come into the pit lane, you can't afford those mistakes, because those are the ones that add up. Sure, it sounds like it's only cost you a second, but over 12 hours of racing, we're only 3.5 into it, and it's already a monstrous margin between the top two. 7.3 seconds could potentially grow over the opening portion of this stint, and that Drago racing car has been faster over the previous stint as well.
Yeah, go and gain that second back on the track against the fastest driver on the track right now. It's certainly a lot easier to lose it in the pit lane than it is to do on the track in many ways. As we're seeing Ferrari there up into that third position and looking very strong indeed after swapping around. Of course, they pit a little bit earlier, so that's why they lost the time being on the colder tyres. But now Williams are on the colder tyres. They've got that position up into third place, and they are chasing down the number 4 that they're just 1.5 seconds behind again.
We're on board with the Williams Gaming Club car. Robin Glerham staying behind the wheel of this one as we work our way down into Tower. Let's see what the grip's like on the exit of the corner, trying to be butter smooth as you get these tyres fully up to temperature. You get yourself fully involved and immersed again in the race, even though you're obviously pitting a little bit of the time ago, but still looking comfortable. But like you said, the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, having worked its way through on some slightly older tyres, will clear off into the distance. I think those two will come back together again as the stint rolls on. But the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, let's say, they're in the podium for now.
Yes, they certainly are, although long race to go, but they are getting very close indeed. Actually, there's a couple of tenths back now, but also in your LMP2, we've seen Delatraz getting back on the number 20 of Dewey Sports as well. This is still Thomas Imborg. He's had such a fast stint he's done. He's gained back so many seconds, so many places already. He was down in something like 12th place in class at one point about an hour or so ago, but he's really coming now, trying to make a position back up. This will be for 6th place in class, and he's just got a handful of seconds up towards 2nd place as well. As he slides it up the inside there, coming onto Ullman Straight, the 20 car goes wide, and Delatraz gains the position.
That was pretty bold. A couple of flashing of the lights there coming in from the number 20. Jesse Jones not particularly pleased with what was happening down there. That's fine. As we'll see a battle on the bottom of your screen for 2nd position. Obviously, a Ferrari running on nice, lovely hot tyres against the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, still trying to get those tyres up to temperature. Michele Costantini trying to work his way past the moment. Jamie Munoz fresh behind the wheel of the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car as into the pit lane comes both of those cars. We'll talk about the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and the Dewar Esports car. Will there be a switch though for 2nd overall in the GTP category? Can Michele Costantini find his way past, or will the tyres on that caddy come up to temperature just in time to pull clear?
And Jesse Jones was not happy. He was flashing for about 30 seconds there in behind after being pushed wide. At this very corner, that we see Costantini as he gets the run down the Ullman Straight, getting the slipstream. Is he going to send it in towards Sunset? Inch by inch, he gets closer. Big defensive line to the inside. A lot higher top speed there for Ferrari. Around the outside is going to have to be, but no, he's going to try and get the switch back and get the run up the front straight.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, absolutely phenomenal battle between these two, but you know there's a ticking clock for Michele Costantini as to when you can get past, because once those tyres are fully up to temperature on that caddy, it will start checking away just a bit. That said, the race pace on the Ferrari seems pretty handy, to be fair. And obviously these two 9 seconds off of the race leaders now. That's how much the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car has dropped off over the last 40 minutes or so from Drago Racing. Critical battle here for the Ferrari, but this is where we love Sebring. We absolutely love this circuit. Where are you overtaking opportunities though, class to class? Obviously, like navigating traffic, it can narrow, it can get a little bit difficult, but there's still plenty of opportunities. When you're battling someone in your own class, where do you find your way through? You've got the move into the hairpin, but you need to nail coming out of turn 4. You've got the move down here, Cunningham, Collier Tower, a bit of break. We saw Spets give that one a go. And then Sunset. And that's, as much as I've listed off quite a few corners, they're not easy corners to send it down.
No, it's not an easy track. There is effectively 5 straights on this track, but 3 of them are not straights. They have kinks such as this here as well. So it does make it very, very difficult, as you say, to find an easy overtake. But there's multiple opportunities, but there aren't multiple easy opportunities as such. You do have to work hard for it around this, but the battling capabilities around this track are so good. It's a great track for racing in terms of getting a bit side by side, having these close battles, and all the corners are very difficult around here as well. It's so bumpy, of course, such as the nature of the concrete section of the track, such as here as well. So You really have to work hard for it and just keep pushing, keep forcing your rival into a mistake. But fortunately, for these guys being so good, they don't make too many mistakes.
No, not at this level. This is where you see so many of the stints from these drivers remain so close throughout the entirety of the stints. You don't see those big mistakes. You see them battle all the way through for effectively 40 minutes to an hour, and they're able to keep themselves as close as possible. Did see going down into sunset when we were looking there at Michele Costantini, a deep breath, and I think that, to me, at least from body language and stuff like that, taking a little look at it, I think that's him almost accepting. It's like, right, that was it. That was the opportunity I had to get past Jaden Munoz. Now that those tyres are up to temperature, I think he's accepted that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car might start pulling away now.
Yeah, we're already seeing that, aren't we? Just by a couple of tenths there on this lap as Fiallo from Eradnus leading in the LMP2, of course, just on strategy as they were staying out just a couple of laps longer, coming down pit road. But I do believe the Ferrari is going to struggle. Look at that already. A little bit of traffic, but he just won't have the speed now that the caddy is there. So they need to just wait until that next round of stops, and hopefully maybe a little bit of a mistake from Williams. You mentioned about Farrow missing the pit stop. He lost almost 2 seconds. Yep. 2 seconds from missing his pit box. That is crucial in a battle like this. It almost lost him that position.
Yep, just basically came to a stop, locked up, went straight through. I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us, happens to the worst. Have you ever done anything embarrassing like that? Well, there you go. Just know that some of the best in sim racing also have made the very same mistake again. Matt Farrow, winningest driver in the IMSA Esports Championship, even he's made that mistake. Don't feel too bad about it. Don't go too hard on yourself. One of the most important things, though, when you're in this, think of it from Ferrari's point of view, right? Could getting stressed out about not being able to pass that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, could getting stressed out about it help your race? Absolutely not. Just breathe, focus on what you're doing, focus on the strategy that's been laid out in front of you, and just navigate traffic cleanly but quickly. That's all you can really do. You've got to. You can only affect what you've got control of. You can't slow that Cadillac down. You can't change their strategy. You can't stop them from going a lap longer. Just focus on your strategy, and just maybe you might come out on top of the end.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get annoyed at the situation and then get frustrated, drive worse, and then go slower. That would be the worst situation, because then they might even be under threat from the Williams sister car in behind, the Williams Gaming Club car, the number 7. So they need to make sure they are putting all of that pressure onto the Williams car ahead of them, of Jaden Munoz, and then just see what happens. If he stays this close, he will get the position at the next pit stop, because unfortunately he was a couple of seconds behind and he wasn't able to make use of those hotter tyres with the pitting earlier. Whereas if he's this close within that second, if he can hold on to it for the next 40 minutes before the stop, then he will be able to jump that position, and maybe they can try something. Indeed, as we're getting the Grinigo 003 of Tugala come down the pit lane. He was in about a second place or so, is now dropping down, of course, while we wait for the fuel to go.
I know it's potentially just with a little bit of the ebb and flow of traffic, but forgive me for potentially getting a little bit excited, even though I understand the situation we're at. Drago Racing, half a second to a second lap slower, or at least on the previous lap, than Jaden Munoz behind. I think that's because Munoz has got to come through a lot of traffic. Speaking of which, for traffic on Ate Calvin, they had to take 2 wheels there to the grass on the left-hand side as they work their way around Big Bend, now down into the hairpin at 6. That was a little bit sketchy, getting past the EGZ and the Grid and Go car. Alas, whether Jaden Munoz has to deal with the same problems. It was sketchy.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has to go through the same traffic, but of course, Munoz being 8 seconds further back, he's going to meet that traffic at a different point of the lap, and therefore there'll be a slight variance in the time that they lose. And most of these drivers are very efficient getting through the traffic, to be honest. So it's more so if you get one or two random moments where unfortunately you catch them right on an apex and you weren't quite fast enough just to get through. But yes, I always find it's easier generally to be the first car that goes through rather than the second in certain situations like this. But look, in the background though, there's a lot of cars there, quite a few GTs as well. So I think that was all of those cars that Calvin had to get through on the previous lap. So let's see what the time is this time around. Maybe he regains that half a second.
Indeed. I was going to say, like, obviously the LMP2s, they're back into the pit lane. Speaking of some of the other moves that have happened in other classes, and speaking of GTDs, Hugh Barter has just got past Sam Ward, going down into the final corner at Sunset for Drago Racing's number 9 car. So currently has progressed up their way into 6th in class. You can see him there at the bottom of your screen. Sam Ward directly behind in the PGZ car. Hugh Barter in the Drago Racing. Lewis Wood's not too far behind the Falcon Sim Racing Corvette as well. So potentially a bit of a fight coming in here in the GTD category. Of course, Hugh Barter, obviously well known for his Real Racing as well. In the car alongside Taylor Barnard. I know Arjuna was hinting at me talking about Taylor Barnard quite a little bit because I've had the joys of commentating on Taylor Barnard in Formula E. Absolutely insane talent. I remember when he stepped in for Sam Bird last year, and he was showing himself as a very competent and capable driver. And I thought, this kid's going to go quite far. Probably maybe take a race victory, maybe a couple of podiums or something over the next couple of years. Starts out already picked up a couple of podiums. Don't worry about that one. Absolutely insane talent. Was so good at the Jeddah Corniche circuit in Formula E. And like I say, great to see him racing here in the GTD category, showing again the real world racing drivers. They do come along to these iRacing special events, as we all know, with Max Verstappen and such, all taking part in Daytona. But Taylor Barnard and Hugh Barter working their way up bit by bit after qualifying well, then dropping back, but now showing the pace on the Audi R8 once more. Hugh Barter through on Sam Ward.
Absolutely. Isn't he still 19 as well?
Oh yes, honestly, don't.
Incredible. And also being affiliated with a team like McLaren, that certainly has some hopes for the future. Although there might be a couple of other seats that he's looking for that are probably not up for the offering just yet. But you never know what the future is going to hold. As you say, huge talent, and definitely has the sim racing blood, like a lot of these younger drivers now, actually, because they sort of grown up with it as much as karting, with how popular and how high level it is nowadays.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, is that I've noticed this a lot where, this has always been the case for a while as we look here at WSR Esports at the moment, 3rd in category in LMP2. Morandis having a little bit of a battle with them, looking for the inside, coming down to the turn 3. I'll come back to my point in just a second. As Dion Fiallo going on the attack, lots of GTDs directly ahead. You've got Zenith in that black and green McLaren for them to navigate as they work their way around Big Bend. You've got a Corvette there. You've got a lot going on in this.
Oh my god! So we always saw the number 17 car there tagging the WSR car into a spin on the exit of one. WSR able to hold on to that. As you say, so many GT cars. I think this is the mess that Kalpinen had to come through a lap or so ago, where we saw him lose time. And yeah, his lap time was a bit better on that previous one that we were following, but that was a big move there from the 3:23, and that is an important one as well for this race because that is now for second place. Effectively, it's third on the road at the moment because we are waiting for PGZ 119 to come into the pit lane. But for second place, that is a great run there for WSR. Morandis have been there for a little while now, and it's all swapped around. We've got Grid and Go coming in the background as well. Telker's still in that car. What time he's made up as well. And Delatraz, he's just about another 7-8 seconds off this. So if he continues his speed, or maybe his teammate when he gets in the car, we're going to have such a great battle, of course, effect in the middle of it as well.
Yeah, indeed. This is that was a cracking display between the pair of them as they were trying to work their way through traffic. But that was very exciting and a little bit scary. I'll come back to your point now about a lot of real-world drivers taking the sim race. A lot of people that have, and this is the point I was going to touch on, a lot of people that have done karting have run out of money doing karting or lower level racing. have then come along into sim racing and either just made this place their home. Yeah, maybe they're, earning a bit from taking part in high-level esports, or maybe they're just enjoying it, and this is where they're getting their fix for racing. Or, in the case of some drivers, your Revamp Europe was one of the first to do it, where having won World's Fastest Gamer went from karting to sim racing, and then sim racing kind of back into some real stuff. Sebastian Job obviously is the simulator driver now, the Red Bull Racing F1 team, as Dion Fiallo once again going on the attack. We'll come back to that in a second, because Fiallo's trying to get to the outside here, working his way down to the hairpin. That one might not work. There might be a contact again.
Yeah, that was lovely, actually, kind of using the Ferrari to his advantage there, boxing in the 17 not able to defend our attack, I should say, in the way that he would have wanted. And up towards Cunningham is able to hold on to that one, but this is good though. This looks like Fiallo is not done with this position, and he is wanting to try and get back past. Miranda's are 2 laps earlier on the stop, so 2 laps older tyres at this moment in time, but I don't think that's going to change too much. But they do need to keep pushing, because that black and green car in the background, the Grid and Go, is certainly coming for them.
All right, Zach Sweeney.
Are you calling it yellow?
It is yellow. No, it's yellow. Let's not have a conversation about it. Let's not do that again. It's yellow.
It's more green than the brown was orange. No, that is no. That silence was deafening.
It's closer to a Valentino Rossi yellow, right? Note the final part of that. Did you hear how Valentino Rossi yellow? Yellow. It rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Because it is yellow. You will not win.
Able to make a poll in the YouTube chat, but if I could, I would.
Flat out comment: green or yellow? Is the Grid and Go car black and green or black and yellow? It's
talking of green. Delatraz there, and going wide. That is a huge run wide from that. The 20 machine. Big side-by-side moment in towards turn 3. Sliding on the rear end for the 20. Couldn't get it slowed down in time. Possibly still recovering from his turn 1 excavations, and that is a move made for Delatraz, and that was actually Dua Esports in 7th place. Darius Andre in that Delatraz car at this moment. He's taken over from Imborg and going very fast at this moment.
Really hated that cut to a Grid and Go car going side by side with PGZ as well. Absolutely, because again, I'll still say the Grid and Go are black and yellow, but PGZ is actually black and properly yellow. But we'll get past that. Well, they're both black and yellow, just different shades. Like I say, great fight though. You were saying about that black and yellow car. That was Jesse Telkula though, who has closed, or it has been closing in to the back of the Miradness and WSR esports car. The gap between those two has opened a little bit more. The LMP2, I've got to say, potentially giving us some of the best racing that we've got here at Sebring.
It's amazing. I'm loving it, to be honest. And to be honest, say again.
There's a car going slow. Jordan Johnson has just been off at Le Mans Corner. Sorry for cutting across you there, but as the group of those LMP2s that we were talking about before were coming through Le Mans Corner, Jordan Johnson has had a huge moment in that Apex Racing number 97 and will be returning to pit lane immediately.
That is potentially going to be quite a big hit at that point of the track as well. And by the way, just to continue, but I do concede it is yellow. So we'll move on from that one. But that is quite an important factor though, because as much as they weren't really in with the shout for a win today, maybe a top 5 or top 6 at the end of the day for the Apex cars. And let's see what is going to happen since 97. All going well so far. Was that contact, or was that just that was a very weird place to lose the car if that was on its own? I want to see that again.
So he must have got damage here and then had spun coming out of Le Mans Corner as well. Yeah, super bizarre. Let's see as we come down into sunset then on board. How does it unfold? You're gonna have to say it's definitely to do with the GT. Oh, it's just a bump. There was no contact.
he just came off because it's not really actually a bump. It's more like a little hump in the road that they go over. But he was right on the edge of it. He wasn't on it or off it. He was right on the edge and just spun up the wheels. That is a crazy. So is this how he got into that situation? He went down the inside of his teammate, of his sister teammate in the Lamborghini, losing the rear end. Did anyone hit him, make some contact? Oh, that's right in front of that battle in LMP2 as well. That's the Miranda's car. Oh, huge spin here from the 99. Contact being made, off into the wall, and that car's surely going to be towed back to the pit lane.
And that was the highest placed Apex Racing team car, the number 99, Maxime Briette, Dana Moore behind the wheel of that. As we were talking about all the incidents that has been happening, contact between themselves and the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, Jere Lehtinen making a little bit of contact and sending that car straight into the barrier.
Yeah, that was a huge crash coming up to basically the fastest corner of the track. They've got that GT, but not really a factor at this point. And just as they pitch into the corner, because you do kind of kink before braking, just contact was made at the worst possible time for that 99 car, who was showing some strong and promising pace today. Let's see this once more. Is there any sort of blame that we can put? I mean, they're both... I mean, I guess he was a little bit early on the turn and the Williams a little bit later, but they were both really, I guess, just going for the corner. I wouldn't necessarily say anyone was in the wrong there from what we can see.
Just a very fast crash. Not quite the level of side-by-side contact we were seeing between Jaden Munoz and Alexander Spetz earlier on in the race, where I was getting pretty livid watching it. That obviously being in the first couple of hours of the race after the first pit stops, where things got a little bit elbows out, handbags at dawn. That was just... I don't want to say it was hard racing. It was just a bit messy. I feel personally it's a little bit clumsy between the pair of them. I kind of agree with you. I don't really know which way it would go blaming-wise. We'd have to look at it from a load of different angles. Thankfully, we don't have to think about that because we're just commentators, and you only have 11 minutes more of Liz McDade and Cameron Roger in the comedy booth talking about random stuff. We've not spoken about golf yet. How impressive!
That's a good one, but that's because it's only a 2-hour stint. If it was a 4-hour stint, that thing would certainly change. But obviously a little bit of chat in the background as well. I don't think the contacts, of course, helped them so much. But it was one of those things where the Williams car was definitely coming in later into the corner. But from a driver's perspective, I probably would have done the same because he's just trying to, give the Apex car a bit of a wider line into Sunset. But there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It's not like he squeezed him off the track. He just turned in, just a split second later than he probably would normally have done. And of course, the Apex car doing a beeline trying to squeeze him on the inside. So they're both doing the same thing to each other in reverse, and then their lines just collided.
Big shame for the Apex Racing team, who had such an impressive run at the 24 Hours of Daytona here on iRacing. One of their cars, I mean, that was such a big contact. Maybe we'll see it back out again. But I think there's a lot of damage repair needing to go the way of the number 99. They've already lost the Apex Racing Academy car, the 96, Augustin Bernier, and of course Isaac Phelps behind the wheel, with two of those retiring out a little while ago. Didn't quite see what happened with that one, but they've had a few bits of drama, and now of course the number 99 to throw into the scrap heap, I'm afraid.
Yes, that is going to be a lot to come back from, unfortunately. But what a battle we've had in the last sort of half hour, 45 minutes. That hour 3 of the race was definitely a lot more sedated, but hour 4 has been a lot more crazy with this LMP2 battle that we're seeing, some of the GTPs going a little bit crazy, and of course the GTT battles that come up every now and again as well. So we are still seeing a strong run in pretty much all of the categories, although as ever, the lead battles aren't the closest. We got a decent gap for the lead in all 3 classes, but in behind, we've seen some pretty good fun so far. In this LMP2 one, now that Delatraz has passed Dur, they are 8.7 seconds off effect just down the Ullman straight here. So Darius Andre, he's coming for them, although he is actually slower. Every time I've checked them recently, he is actually slower than that top 5 battle.
interesting, as we'll see the Williams Sim Racing Academy and Derry Sports Raceway battling out here. I did want to touch on one quick thing elsewhere in the 12 hours of Sebring here, which would be with the GTD category. Of course, we've had pit stops recently from Alejandro Sanchez, our race leaders in the GTD category. We've not seen pit stops from anyone else. They pitted, 3 laps ago? Did Alejandro Sanchez. Came in on 109. They are currently running around on lap 114. So it seems though everyone else in that category might be going 4, 5, 6 laps longer than the car that is leading in that category. Maybe that's showing that they're leading because they're running lighter on fuel and burning out the tyres more, something like that. Just an interesting thing to keep an eye on in the GTD category.
Yes, indeed. It's been a very strong performance from a couple of teams. As ever, some of these teams bringing 2-3 cars in certain categories. Drago looking very, very strong. Of course, Apex have got a few cars there, but they're a bit low down. Top 10 grid and go just on the back end of the top 10 as well. So let's see if they can, work their way up. But this P2 battle has just been something else. And even though we're almost 4 hours into the race, they are battling like it's just 7 minutes to go, let alone 8 hours and 7 minutes. The 20 cars been up and down. They've been in quite a few of these positions so far, but they do want to keep this Williams car behind, because unfortunately that'll put them down to 8th place after looking at batting for maybe even a podium or at least top 5 about an hour or so ago.
Yeah, it's not been a good couple of hours for Derry Sports, but I say they are certainly feeling the pressure right now. So they're going to be a look down the inside coming at the end of Sunset Bend. I think there might be a little bit too much of a gap between them, but that's never stopped sim racing drivers, and it will stop them on this occasion. Obviously, one of the joys of multi-class traffic, you sometimes pick up a little bit of slipstream from some of the other cars, and that can sometimes just afford you the opportunity to keep them at bay. They work their way past the PGZ P1Docs.com car of Sam Ward, and like you say, they're keeping their eyes very close on each other. Bit of a look to the inside coming down into the first corner. Wasn't a move done though.
No, it wasn't this time around. He's got his sister car of the GTP Williams Academy coming through in the background as well. Is that going to be helping in some way? They're actually sliding the rear ends there through turns 3 and 4. Not the ideal thing to do, as the GTP comes around the outside of the pair of them, goes onto the grass a little bit to force his way onto that racing line. Big send down the inside from that 27 car. Can Derry Sports do anything to defend? Don't think they can. Aggressive move from the Williams car. Contact is made. He collects it up. The 20, for not the first time this race, keeps it on the track somehow.
It was, again, big send, but I've always said if you're going to give someone a big dive bomb, pull it up on the apex, and we're all good. That was done to perfection, realistically, there from the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, having made the move to the inside, and is now moving his way up to 7th in car. That was, again, big dive, but it worked. A little bit of assistance there from the sister car, but yeah, it works.
Yeah, that was lovely. Perfect timing. I thought, is the GTP going to come through at the perfect time? And he did. He went round the outside, got the 20 slightly offline, got him thinking, not thinking probably about his braking zone. The 27 sending it down the inside. So great team play there by the GTP. Whether that was really intended or not, the outcome is what Williams would have wanted. But the contact on the exit, though, that was the big thing. Just a little bit of the front to rear contact, and the 20 sliding it. Not the ideal thing. And I was just seeing a driver dropping down the order. I was getting a bit worried, but it's actually the 99 Apex car, Maxime Briand, who went off into the wall at Sunset Bend. He's now been overtaken in the overall order by the LMP2s, of course, having been out of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 minutes left to go before we pass on. The commentary duties, of course, Brad Dalton and Paul Smith will take you through 2 hours after this point, so that's fine. But you've still got another fun as well. I'm so sorry, but at least we're not Arjuna and Dara, right?
We are not. That was certainly an interesting way to start the. I don't know who put that schedule together. It wasn't like it was Arjuna or anything.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Tall and small. Good.
Tall and small.
I can't remember when I said that at first. It might have been Sebring last year. No, it mustn't have been. I can't remember. But either way, Arjuna and Dara were talking about Let's hand over the tall and small.
There is a bit of a height difference between them.
I'm pretty sure 2 Darras on top of each other. Do you reckon that's
2 Darras?
It's a little taller than our junior, but not much. Not much.
Yeah, not quite. That is too funny. That is too funny. If you've ever seen them in real life, you'd know what we're talking about. Our junior is a very tall boy, and then Dara is the complete opposite.
Dara could get away with using kids clubs in golf. Right?
You reckon?
Oh, you reckon? Yeah, of course.
The Timu specials.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. He can definitely go away with using some kids clubs. He's again not he's probably tuned into this thinking, why are these two talking about me again? Well, it was either that or discussing whether that is yellow or green. Thankfully, the green
is yellow.
Yeah,
it is yellow. Or Peachy said car that went past. That's definitely yellow.
That's brown.
Don't start that. This is definitely a greeny yellow, but it's not grass green. Obviously, I'm not that colourblind, but it's got a little twinge.
It's Valentino Rossi yellow.
It is VR46
on like the highlights and stuff on my cars when I was racing. Do you not remember?
Yes, although I would say your one's is a little bit more green.
No, I'd agree with that. Mine is a little
edge
bit
more green.
Yeah. No, yeah, and it's still almost Valentino Rossi yellow, and so that definitely has to be yellow if mine's a tinge more green. While we're back on this topic, it's fine. It's absolutely okay. As again, plenty of the battles remain close. One that's not close though, race lead 9.5 seconds. I did have hopes that Jaden Munoz would be able to close down on the Drago Racing car. Alas, the gap just ebbs and flows through traffic, and Drago Racing keep that gap somewhere between 8.5 seconds and 10 seconds.
Yes, they are very much enjoying the lead, Drago, in 2 of the categories by almost the same margin. So they are looking very, very strong. And as you mentioned earlier, Lewis, no Team Redline here, but Drago certainly giving everything they can to try and get this race fiction. That'll be very interesting if they get GTP and GTD, which of course is the categories of choice for the IMSA Sports later that everyone is trying to qualify for by winning these events. So very, very relevant for them and looking good to challenge later on in the year as well. So I can't wait to see what the future has in store. They've got some unbelievably good drivers in their lineup now.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, by the way, about 10 minutes ago, we obviously had that crash for the Apex Racing number 99. I've just seen that Maxime Brient and Dana Moore, the 2 drivers for that car, have left the server, and that confirms one major thing to you. That car is out of the 12 hours of Sebring. It was kind of expected with the severity of that crash, but it is still a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I mean, huge contact towards the barrier. It's the worst possible corner to have a crash in as well, because there's never a small crash here at Sunset Bend. It's top speed on the entry, it's really fast through the apex, and the wall gets very close here as well. So it's just a difficult piece of racing, and unfortunately, if you have a crash there, you are going to be out of this race, because even if they fixed the car, they would be so far down that really it wouldn't make sense to continue anyway.
Yeah, you're going to be in a really troubled position in the race, which the troubled position in the race for the audience watching is about to come to a close, because myself, Lewis McGlade, Cam Roger, we're about to jump out of the commentary booth and of course hand over proceedings to Paul Smith and Brad Dalton. Brad Dalton, by the way, saying that it's green on the that's fine, the grid and go kart, that's fine. Obviously at the moment, Drago Racing leading by about 9 seconds in the GTP category, a 30-second lead for Grid and Go in the LMP2s, and Drago Racing in the lead of the GTD category. But the Apex Racing team, who had been out front earlier on, they've dropped back courtesy of a pit stop. Obviously, we'll be 4 hours down. There is still 8 hours left to go in the 12 hours of Sebring. Let's bring in Paul and Brad.
Thank you very much, Lewis. And Lewis, you'll be really disappointed to say that we haven't got Brian around. And that's an in-joke between me, Lewis, and Peter Mackay. Hello, everybody. Paul Smith and Brad Dalton bringing you the next 2 hours of coverage here on this Sebring 12 hours. And, well, delighted to say joining me is Brad. And Brad, apart from you being wrong about the colour of a car, how are you doing today?
Well, I think I'm right about the color of the car, but we'll let bygones be bygones. I'm doing pretty well. I have seen a lot of Sebring this week, and I've actually had some multi-class Sebring already this week. So the GTPs to the GT3s have been very interesting to watch, and you'll see that I think as we continue along, the GTPs are going to get very brave getting around these GT3s in the long run.
Well, it's going to be a change of driver then for Williams Sim Racing RP. Beckham Jasiah is, I believe, jumping into that car for their next pit stop right on the hour here as close, hard racing there. Grid and Go and the Sim RC car as they go through turn number 1 then. And I was actually speaking to Peter Mackay, our commentary colleague, who actually got to cover the real world 12 hours of Sebring last week, and he was saying what a venue this place is. And he says that the sim does not do justice as to how harsh the bumps are, especially through Sunset Bend and turn number 1. So it is really intriguing to hear his thoughts, although it does say it's a bit rough around the edges as well as this circuit, but that's how they like it here, isn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe this is a me issue, but I really like the tracks that aren't perfect and polished. That is, like I said, probably a me issue, but I really, really like the tracks that aren't picture perfect. Of course, this track has held a 12-hour race since 1952, for those who may be unaware. It's a big history of endurance racing, a former U.S. Army Air Base. It used to be just a temporary setup, then it turned into a permanent facility. This track is not known for just being, you know, a nice, smooth Saturday drive in an endurance run. This is a track that really makes demands in every way possible. It demands the car setup be just right. It demands the driver be on their P's and Q's. It demands that you be awake the whole time and go through it demands that you really be on your P's and Q's, because if you mess something up here, I mean, look to the right. There's just a concrete wall. Look to the left. There's a concrete wall. Not a lot of room here as we go through Sunset Bend. You mess something up here, and there's no runoff. There's no gravel trap to save you. It is catastrophic when you have an error here.
As we carry on then with this coverage, and just to give you a little bit of the history of this circuit, of course, of this event as well, in the Sebring 12 hours in real world. In 1955, there were 6 drivers decided to go onto the track and start, even though they were reserves for the race. So the drivers got on to the track when they shouldn't have been there. So that's some of the history of this venue. Of course, one year there were about 14,000 fans turned up, but there was no event, so they just had a big party. It's a great place, loads of history at Sebring. And as the pit stops for GTD are carrying on, we'll just see what's going on. Plenty going on here for you today. Of course, big drama in the last 20 minutes or so, with the Apex Racing Team 99 getting into that contact with the Williams Sim Racing Academy car and ending up into the wall out of the race. So we have lost a number of cars in this one so far. Just 2 prototypes, GTPs, that we've lost. The rest have all been GTDs here in this one that we've lost from this race. But at the front, it's Drago Racing, currently leading overall, 8.5 seconds over the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. And then it is the Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports Team, 3rd place, but different strategy play going on with them. They are 4 laps longer into their stint compared to the front 2 of the field. There's Michele Costantini at the wheel, and a bit further back then it is the Williams Gaming Club ahead of the BMW M Team BS Competition. Williams Sim Racing Academy, the team that had that contact with the Apex Racing Team 99, they're in 6th place ahead of the 2nd Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports car. In 7th, 8th place for the Apex Racing Team 98, with Grid and Go VCO.com esports in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 overall is your Apex Racing team, number 97 for them in GTP. In LMP2, it's Grid and Go Esports currently leading that class. They've currently got a 29-second lead over the WSR Esports team. Then in third place, Maradness. We saw WSR Esports and Maradness having some close battling, but that's pulled out to about a 4-second gap now between those two, second and third. Fourth place for the Grid and Go Esports number 3, 003 car, in fourth ahead of Effect Simulations. Then it is the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage in sixth ahead of the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP2 outfit. Dur Esports in eighth ahead of WSR Esports Abruzzi. And then IFR Esports round out the top 10 in your LMP2 class. In GTD, it's the Apex Racing team, 199, that leads that one by over half a minute ahead of the Drago Racing car. That number 6 for Drago Racing, of course, was on pole position in class. They're currently finding themselves second place, a bit far behind the Apex Racing team. Then it's Williams Sim Racing RP, third place. We've just seen them having their pit stop, and they are on out and about again. Behind the wheel there is Beck and Jasia. Drago Racing number 69. Nicholas Matteo, who's in fourth ahead of the Veloce Thrustmaster number 3. This is what always bugs me about these special events. In the team name, they've got 35, yet they've got car number 3. Work that one out. Help us out, guys, please. PGZ and P1Docs.com are in 6th place in class with the 114, ahead of Drago Racing's number 9 car. And then it's this fight that we're seeing on the stream right now. It's the Zest Esports car and the Apex Racing Team 198. And rounding out your top 10, Grid and Go Esports number 006 for your GTD class. So Brad, we're a little bit of an idea as to what's going on in this one. I will say that the leading GTD car from Apex Racing team are on a different strategy. They're 12 laps into their stint compared to 2 laps for Drago Racing.
Yeah, and the strategy game is going to really play itself out through to the end. I think that the one thing that interests me watching that strategy game is just seeing that it's not as different as you would think. It is a little bit different, but I don't think it's going to result in the course of 12 hours of someone saving an entire pit stop and jumping the field. I think it will provide a little more competitiveness into those final couple of hours of racing, but I don't think in terms of the pit stop game, you're going to see big gains. And the reason for that is that this is a 12-hour event. And unfortunately, with the 12-hour events, you know, I said this in the Rolex 24, you've got to pace yourself. You've got to drive to a lap time. You've got to be there and make it to the end and be competitive. And you can afford to dial back a little bit, play strategy, and see if you can save over the course of 24 hours. That was Daytona 24. This is Sebring 12. 12 hours, you have less time to save back. You have less time to really conserve. And you have less time to really make a huge impact in that strategy. Strategy can come into play. Strategy can be, you know, nice to see and go through, and it can give you a little bit extra in the end. But for this middle chunk of the race, as I'm going to call the next 4 hours, the middle third of the race, you're not going to see any big gains, big improvement. And unfortunately, with the skill level, the tier that we're at here with the Sebring 12, you have to just flat push. You really don't get a lot of time to conserve. You know, if we were my skill level of Sebring 12, I could afford to save 2/10 a lap and really try to save an extra lap of fuel every stint, and that would make a big difference for me. At this skill level, if you're not pushing and really trying to give it 108% at least every lap, you're gonna be on the back foot, and it's gonna make a difference. So you're gonna see as this middle stint goes on, as this goes through, everyone is just a few laps separated in terms of their strategy, But I think in the end, we're going to see all that just compress through, come together, and it's going to be everyone pitting at similar times, maybe within a couple laps of each other, like we're starting to see in the GTP category. I noticed that Ferrari went in. It looks like Williams Sim Racing Academy is now in. So you're going to start seeing just within a couple laps of each other, everyone pitting. And it's not going to make near as much of a difference on strategy as it would if this was a longer event.
It also means as well that if, say, another team is pulling a bit of a contra strategy to you, you've also got that less time to react and counter that strategy than you would in a 24-hour race as well. And yeah, it's a lot more compact. And at this level, you're absolutely right. These are 12-hour sprint races nowadays in these events, and the level of competition is just another level at this top line of sim racing. So yeah, definitely intriguing to see how this all pans out, and whether actually Ferrari, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team number 50, whether they've pulled a blinder and got a different strategy that's going to work for them, or whether it's the other teams being able to go longer that will be able to work that strategy out for them. I have seen every so often messages in the chat. Hello everybody watching this one. I've got the various chats open in the various locations that we are streaming to right now. And we have had a few people asking, where a Redline, where a Coanda. They're not here today. You'd have to ask them as to why. You've got to remember as well, there's a lot of... they've got busy calendars of these top teams, haven't they, Brad? And you've got to be careful not to end up with burnout, especially mentally burning out your drivers in all of these different events.
Yeah, absolutely. It is something that is it's very hard to find that balance. One of the things that we hear talked about a lot is a work-life balance. And for a lot of these top teams, this is work for them. This is full-time work. So it's not bad to sometimes just step back and take a moment. Yes, we would love to have them on track and see them and have them racing, but, every once in a while, you're going to see teams say, you know what, it might be okay if we sit this one out, or, they have conflicting schedules. Because when you look through, there is a lot of different things that can go on a schedule. There's a lot of sim racing events that overlap. There's a lot of different leagues that run different things. And ultimately, teams are going to have a preference of what they want to run. Not saying that they don't want to run the Sebring 12, but they could have contractual obligations to run another event. They could be looking at something else. You never really know. Number 22, Lighton in the Williams Sim Racing Academy, currently in a good battle here up in the front of the field with the green car ahead. That is Grid and Go. And as they go through and around, that's a good pass going into turn one, which is a tricky place to make things stick and then mind the infield. We have gotten note that the number 20 got a black flag. Not exactly sure for what, but I do see that the number 20 has gotten a black flag here.
Yeah, so that would be the Dirt Esports entry. Now, their pit stop, their time on pit road was 1 minute 48 from cone to cone. That tells me that was speeding onto pit road.
Yep, that would be a very...
Or an unsafe pit entry, one of the two, wouldn't it?
It's one of the two, and it's hard to know which, but I'd venture to bet on the speeding down pit road. And the reason for that is, again, that time going through is very quick compared to, very slow compared to what I would expect otherwise. It's very quick getting in, but the fact that they served it that quickly would tell me that is indeed a speeding on pit road.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this GTD battle for 8th place here. Apex Racing Team, and it's Guru Levesque behind Norby Kiss. Good to see Norby here. Still going in top flight sim racing. Very experienced driver, it must be said. And keeping the Apex Racing team behind him. Now, Apex Racing team, they're one of those teams that have a contractual obligation to run that Mercedes. And it's been a good partnership. It's been a fruitful partnership for them to get teamed up with Mercedes and representing them in sim racing. So doing a good job in GTD in the top 9. And just looking, of course, the race leader, Alejandro Sanchez, for Apex Racing Team in the GTD. But, as I said earlier, on that Contra strategy, in fact, Sanchez's last time through pit road was a good, 10 seconds quicker than everybody else in class. So that tells me that maybe Sanchez was not taking a full tank of fuel last time through.
I have a feeling that there's some math to that, to maybe do like a shorter driver time, maybe looking at different options. And that is something that you'll see every once in a while teams do, because they have a certain way they want to divide laps and divide drive time. So maybe that final stint, they just take that slightly shorter fuel load to go in, or it could be that they feel they can run longer on less fuel. There's a number of reasons teams do the things they do. They're going to have, calculators and teams supporting them in the background, and giving them all of that information that we don't have access to, unfortunately. I would love to be able to see how the teams calculate stints and calculate everything out. Teams aren't going to let us have that information, of course. I can dream. And you'll see that every once in a while they take that slightly different pit time setup, that slightly shorter run, and that is what is going to give them just that short stint in to get that final bit of drive time that they need. Because, of course, you're not going to have one driver for 12 hours. It's going to be a team event where drivers swap out every so often, and maybe they just need to run a little bit longer to compensate for the next driver getting in. There's a number of reasons teams would make that decision, but GTPs are absolutely flooding the pit lane right now.
Yeah, we're right on that pit cycle now. So Drago Racing in from the race lead, and Ata Kalpinen is going to stay behind the wheel for them, do another stint, and then take that car back out of pit road. Driver changes happening in front of them as well. So a number of different strategies going on. That's the Williams Gaming Club, who've just had a change of driver as well for them. And just waiting for that virtual fuel to get into the fuel cell. And away he goes then. And I love that noise. Off out the box on the electric motor, and then bang, engine comes in. Sounds fantastic.
It's the best thing ever, and it's amazing to me how well iRacing does that justice to real life. We talked about a few minutes ago that Sebring doesn't do justice in sim to how bumpy it is in real life, but it does really good for the engine noise, I will say, compared to real life. Getting to hear those caddies fire up in real life and then getting to hear them fire up in iRacing, it's very, very nostalgic for me. You could almost close your eyes and think that you're hearing the real thing. Maybe that's just me. I'm sure somebody somewhere is going to disagree, but that is how I feel.
Well, here we are then. 7 hours, 41 minutes remaining here in this latest rendition of the Sebring 12 Hours, powered by VCO. Paul Smith, Brad Dalton here on commentary with you for the next couple of hours. And, well, it's been an intriguing race so far. And you look at the different pole sitters from the different classes of this race. And it's only really been the Grid and Go number 12 that's been able to compete there up at the top of LMP2. GTP, well, they're not up there. Neither are Drago in your GTD. But Marshall Hubert for the Apex Racing team. In 9th place ahead is Sean Campbell in that Grid and Go 001. Just half a second covering these two. But fortunately for Sean, a compatriot in the GTDs gets between them, just splits them up momentarily as they head into Tower.
Traffic is very, very tricky here on this infield section, coming through basically anything from turn 2 all the way through the Le Mans curve, which is about 80% of the circuit, if we're honest with ourselves. It's hard to deal with traffic. It is challenging. It's something that requires some patience, a little bit of bravery, and just a little bit of friendliness to be involved from everyone. And that is something that sometimes you don't get as much of when you're a GTD from the GTPs as you wish. The LMP2, now, I'm going to also asterisk this with I'm normally an LMP2 driver. You tend to get that nice middle ground because they're passing and being passed. But the GTPs just have so much power, so much pace. When they're trying to go around a GTD and the GTD is there, they either make the move stick or they don't. And that's just the majority of the time. As we hop on board here, Dominic Hoffman with the BMW M-Team PS competition, just kind of proving my point. It's very much, if you're in a GTP, it's very much head on a swivel, drive, make the move, make it stick. And, well, this is also a battle for position. So just kind of sprinkle that into it at the same time. You're trying to head up drive, get around traffic, and battle for position.
And don't forget that Williams Gaming Club car. It's just one lap into its stint, so its tyres are not up to pressure and temperature, and that's why the BMW M-Team BS competition car of Dominic Hoffman was able to get ahead. You can see how squirrely that Williams car was, and that just allows the BS competition car to get ahead. But Josh Ladd will be getting more and more grip from those tyres as the laps come along, so don't write him off yet from this fight. This will be carrying on for a wee while yet, and that's one of those changes, and we've discussed it many times in this broadcast so far, as LMP2 doing their pit stops now. WSR Esports Gabriel Erdelai onto pit road and getting service done for them. But GTPs, they've had that big change, and it's really telling how maybe an overcut can work for people. Well, certainly an undercut could work in other ways in getting those tyres up to temperature sooner, but it's that balancing act, as you said, Brad, of how you work your stints and how you work those pit stops.
Yeah, it's such a balancing act, and I can't overstate how different a GTP is to drive in iRacing since the Season 2 update with the new tire model. I can't overstate how different it truly is on those outlaps. Those outlaps, you can be slower than GTDs on an outlap if you take fresh tires and you're not careful. You can easily bend the car coming out of the pits. It can make a big difference. So it doesn't surprise me to see that situation we just saw where you come out of the pits and you're just slow. It literally feels like you're driving a brick trying to get the tires up and going. And that is where I think some of the pit strategy may really come into play, Paul, is it's an idea of drivers, trying to say, okay, we know we have to baby these tires in. Maybe I stop a lap earlier than I planned on because I know I'm going to come out in cleaner traffic. So I have an easier outlap and first lap in to get my tires in the right window sooner, because the other counterpart of that is if you end up in a position where you are fighting for position on a pit stop outlap, or you're stuck in traffic trying to get through traffic and do different things and you're not up to speed, you can very easily overcook the tires, and then you end up on an entire stint just trying to nurse those tires through a stint as opposed to being able to push and challenge. And as I've already iterated, if you're not at least 108% for your stint, you're wrong and you're going to have a bad day.
You certainly are. And you've seen the skill of people to keep those cars on track. I can tell you, I'm not a prototype driver. I'll tell you that, and I'll be honest. I'm a touring car person myself in sim, and I tried out the LMPs, the GTPs after the changes that were made in the latest iRacing build, and I proved once again that I'm a touring car driver and not somebody who's used to a bit more downforce that these drivers have. And it's been compared with the GTPs. Again, speaking to my colleague Peter Mackay, he was saying that, speaking to some of them, the GTPs, they only have just a little bit more downforce than the old GTE cars used to have. But it's the power and how they deliver it that really sets them apart, and it's that top speed that that really is the difference between GTP and this class LMP2.
Yeah, and again, I'm an LMP2 driver. That's my thing. I can't seem to get the GTP under me, and it's the difference in weight. The GTPs are much heavier and with a lot more power delivery. So it's just, there's a weird balancing act that comes in to be a really skillful, strong GTP driver. The LMP2, you don't deal with a hybrid system. You don't deal with all of that mess that comes with the GTPs, and they're a little bit lighter, and they have similar levels of downforce to a GTD car, at least in my feeling. I'm not going to stat check myself, but that is how it feels to drive to me, at least. So for me, the jump from GTD to LMP2 was very doable. And also, some of that is LMP2, again, you're that middle car, you're getting past and you're passing people. It's a little bit of a mindset difference. The GTD, you are just heads on a swivel, flat out going. Basically, once you get through the first 5 minutes of a race and you start catching up to lap traffic, every lap for the entirety of an event, whether it be 30 minutes, 12 hours, 24 hours, 90 minutes, whatever it is, you are just head on a swivel trying to carve your way through slower traffic and defend from getting challenged. That is really all it comes down to. You have to be a master of traffic and a master of alternate lines to really get this car through. We were out on board here with Norby Kiss in the number 24. This is 9th place in GTD, but you can just see, for the GTD, it's a very comfortable, solid car. It's it's a car that you can push through. The weight's there, the downforce is there. It's not very heavy on power, and it can be more comfortable on tracks like Sebring that are narrow, that are a little bit twisty, that don't have a lot of space to really drive and challenge. Whereas the GTP, it's a big car. It's a very big car. It's got a lot of weight, and it's extremely challenging to run through.
Norby Kiss actually has lost a place to that Apex Racing Team car number 2. So the ZES Esports car down to 9th place in class in GTD. Another interesting fact for you about Sebring International Raceway. I only ever say this fact in 2 different tracks here, and then you'll know which track is the other one that I mentioned this fact. But Sebring International Raceway, it's considered a decent-sized endurance racing track. I mean, you're talking lap times in GTP of fastest being 146s. This track is the same length as the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans. That is an incredible fact. It just shows how vast Le Mans is. But you think just one straight is the same in distance, same length as this track in distance.
That's, for some reason, that doesn't surprise me, but it also kind of, like, I'm sitting here kind of wrapping my head around that fact because it's not what I've heard before. It's a big difference, but if you think about everyone who's driven Le Mans knows the Mulsanne Straight and can think of the Mulsanne Straight off the top of their head pretty well, and the length of that straight. And the fact that Sebring is that large and small is just, I don't know how to feel about that. Do you call Sebring small, though? Or do you just call the Mulsanne Straight really long?
It's really long. It's the Mulsanne. It is. It's absolutely huge, is that. But it just goes to show how one of the 2 iconic circuits in world motorsport, you can get that comparison. It just gives people perspective of the different venues, because you think of Sebring being a decent length track, and then you unravel it and you're just one straight of Le Mans. It's just absolutely incredible. As we carry on with this battle for 8th place in GTD, these two, they're pretty much inseparable and have been for quite a while. Maradna's pretty close to the back of Grid and Go in LMP2 as well. So there's a battle for 3rd place in LMP2 on top of everything else. GTP, that's all pretty spread out at the moment. The whole field pretty much is pretty spread out apart from these couple of battles. throughout the field. So we're half an hour into this stint, this latest hour of the race, and well, conditions for people out there driving: clear blue skies, air temperature 25 degrees Celsius, that's 77 degrees Fahrenheit for those of you using imperial measurements. Track temp, this is where things can have an effect to these cars out there. 43 degrees Celsius track temp, that's 110 degrees Fahrenheit. So the track is quite warm, as there's a mistake from Grid and Go, and Maradness is all over the back of them, and they've got a Ferrari GTP with them for good measure.
Yeah, and that for Grid and Go is going to be a problem there. Maradness definitely trying to jump on and take advantage here. Nathan Olson, very, very fast driver, very smart driver as well, I will say, and just picking through that traffic, but also putting on the pressure for the battle. This is what the LMP2 does. You get lapped by the GTPs, you're putting pressure with LMP2, but you're also lapping the GTDs, and you just have to balance that all just right. That Grid and Go esports car in front, being driven by Jurian, is just not seeming as comfortable here. Down the inside of Sunset, do we get a move? Maradness to the inside, Grid and Go to the outside, and Maradness trying to make the stick, runs wide, and it looks like they don't make it stick. Side by side will go into turn one. Can we do this through turn one? Little bit of a ding, Maradness getting the elbows out, but the inside preferred line coming through, and well, now we're into the infield section. Do they keep it side by side? Why, yes, they do into turn two, and man, they are not giving it up yet. This is going to go south.
No, it's asking for trouble between these two, but they're just giving each other space. Maradness out onto the dirt, out of the hairpin, and that just allows the Grid and Go car to stay ahead for the time being. But my goodness, what that has done is it's brought effect simulations right into this fight as well. So 3 cars together in LMP2. It's Grid and Go, it's Maradness, and it's effect simulations all together. And these 3 absolutely neck and neck. This is great stuff in your LMP2, and you're absolutely right there, Brad. This is exactly what LMP2 does each and every one of these events.
I will forever and ever swear by the greatness of LMP2. That is just that's a personal opinion for me, and it's one that it is the hill I will choose to die on over and over and over again. That LMP2 is the masterclass in mixed endurance series. If you put them in the middle, you're gonna have just absolutely amazing racing. We continue this battle through this 3-car battle for P3 that's just not gonna stop, and I have a feeling that, well, Maradness had the elbows out last lap, and now as they come through Sunset Bend yet again, I have a feeling that Maradness will very quickly get those elbows out, maybe not go on the dirt this time, but is going to try to make a pass yet again.
Well, across the line, across the stripe they go. They've got a GTP Grid and Go car is right behind them. And this is the thing, when you're going through these corners, those GTPs aren't necessarily any quicker than these LMP2s. It's just then through the quick stuff, through the long straights, that's where they get that edge. And as you see, running past the effect simulations car of Andrew Dawson and having to slot in now, just biding their time. And I think compared to the Daytona 24 that we saw in January, Brad, I think this is where there's had to be a little bit of adapting to these changes for GTP drivers.
Yeah, the Daytona 24, the GTP drivers would have been running the same style for a while. They would have been really comfortable, really kind of knowing what they're doing. And Daytona is one of those bookmark tracks, as I call it. It's kind of a binder track. I always say that every sim racer, if you have a certain set of cars that you run, whether it's oval, dirt, road dirt, or I'm leaving out a class there, of course, because why would I not? Or road. There we go, sports car. The one we're literally watching. If you run one of those 4, you should have a binder of the most regular ran tracks. And Paul, I would say that Daytona is number one on any sports car driver's track list. Daytona Road is one that you should be able to basically drive in your sleep, in my opinion. Sebring, for as popular as it is, it runs the 1,000 kilometers, it runs a 12-hour event, isn't one that I feel like as many drivers have in that binder list. It's one that drivers can put down laps, but maybe it's not their most comfortable for one reason or another. So this is one that you really see drivers tend to have a little bit more weakness to than others.
It is a track, however, that does get used a lot in the real world. 300 days they're in operation throughout the year here at Sebring, either with testing, with race events, with all sorts of corporate days. They pretty much do everything here at Sebring. So, yeah, definitely it's a track that tests you, and it also provides you some excellent racing as well. And on board with Andrew Dawson, you're just seeing that from on board. You can see just how rough it is. These LMP2s, they're quite stiffly sprung, aren't they, to get that ground effect from the floor, to try and get that effect of the downforce for them. And you really feel it around a track like this.
You absolutely do. And again, with all of the bumps around this track, these LMP2s can really, really kind of, be uncharacteristically uncomfortable to drive, to be honest. The 4.2 liter V8 in them, the 6-speed transmission, they can be cars that are very interesting and different to have running through. It's a lot of fun to drive them on any track, but again, with the bumpiness of Sebring, with kind of the narrowness of Sebring, it can bring a different challenge than what you'd expect here as we watch that number 17 Muradness continue to try to get caught back up from that side-by-side battle and having to drop back into fourth place in the LMP2 category. They are still trying to chase down the greengridandgo.com esports 003 just ahead, and just not really catching pace now. I don't know what happened with that little run through the dirt for Nathan Olson, but half a second back and has been there pretty consistently. So I don't know if this is just kind of gathering it up, making it through the middle part of the lap and then trying to push forward, or if this is just genuinely maybe something got damaged. It's hard to tell. It's hard to know.
And there's a few of the curbs around here that you've got to be careful with as well. You don't want to get floor damage on these prototypes. That can really have a detrimental effect to your speed as well. As getting the Zenith GTD car between them and their competitors is the Grid & Go car. The rest working their way past as well. So that affects Simulation car stuck behind the Zenith Esports Nacho Gasper behind the wheel of that GTD. And it can be a little bit sketchy then going through Collier in towards the tower. And then they're going down the Flying Fortress straight, heading towards Bishop Bend. Gendebien Bend before you then go into the Lamar curve that takes you down the Allman straight into Sunset Bend. One thing that the drivers will have to contend with later on in this race is, as the name suggests, sunset. They will have the sun right in their faces coming down this Allman straight, and it can be a challenge that catches people out, as there is contact for the number 26. So that's the Kings by TK car spun around.
Yeah, not ideal there, but gets back going, thankfully. So not too much. Trying to get past the GTD, and it looks like just the slightest of contact sending that rear to the front. So you have to be, again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, and that narrow infield section, sometimes when you're going through, you got to just give that little bit of extra berth than you would give usually going, passing through. You'd want to kind of stay a little bit closer and just get through, but going through this infield section, sometimes it's a little bit more space and play it safe, especially if they're not a team competitor car in a different class. So, for example, if you are running a Apex Racing Team GTP, you're going to be able to get past your teammates in the Apex Racing Team GTD just a little bit closer, a little bit more, because they're going to show you just a little bit more of room, a little bit more give. Even though they are different classes, they're teammates. They're gonna be nice to each other than they would maybe others.
Yeah, you're a bit more helpful towards your teammates than you are any competitors, that is for sure. And these drivers are still in this close battle. This is your closest battle out there on track. As things stand right now, GTD does have Grid and Go teammates together, but they're not going to be fighting. They'll just be working together in GTD. But still, on to the Ullman Straight again. And again, Grid and Go seemingly finding the traffic in the right place at the right time, just going past the WSR Esports GTD car. And that's just going to then hold up Maradness and affect simulation once again. You mentioned it then. Lap traffic give, lap traffic taketh. And it is the story of every single endurance race, not just here in the sim on iRacing, but also in the real world, Full Metal Racing.
Yeah, it's very much a thing that if you've kept up with WEC or IMSA or any sort of multi-class events, even in the real world, lap traffic can be a struggle. So it is something that you have to very much be aware of. And it's an art form that's learned, I will say. It's something that you almost don't learn until you do it. You can read the rule book, you can study the rules, you can understand how blue flags work, you can understand how everything works on paper. But then when you apply it in the simulator, you actually get behind the wheel, you sit down in the seat, you hook up your wheel, you turn on the sim, you get in the car, and you're actually driving it. It's very hard to really apply all of those rules without practicing them. It's the same thing as if you were to make an omelet. I was a horrible omelet maker when I first tried to make omelets at home. Now, granted, I worked in restaurants for ages and made omelets every morning. I ran a grill for breakfast and literally would sit there and run the egg grill for Cracker Barrel on Sunday mornings. And I ran and made all the omelets, all the eggs, everything for Sunday morning breakfast. That was a normal thing for me. Couldn't make an omelet to save my life at home. Couldn't make a single omelet at home. It always ended up in scrambled eggs with some things mixed in. You have to practice that craft, and you have to practice it in the class you're going to be in, Paul. It's one thing to sit and say, you know what? I'm going to run LMP2 and be the best LMP2 driver and handle traffic and get past and pass beautifully and do everything right. Any rules you learn in that class don't apply to another. You know, it's the same thing with, I can make eggs when I worked in a restaurant. I was bad at making omelets at home. I do great in LMP2. I would be a horrible GTD driver at dealing with traffic. That's just because I haven't practiced that skill set and gone through, and it is something that is very, very hard to learn in the long run, but it is something that once you learn it and you're comfortable, it's very rewarding.
I don't like eggs, so it wouldn't bother me. I make a terrible omelette because I don't make them at all.
I mean, to each their own. I do think a good, 3-egg ham and cheese omelet is pretty good, but that's my preferred breakfast every once in a while. I haven't had one in a long time, granted, but they are really good when you get one made just right. Look at this battle for LMP2. Oh, side by side into the hairpin. Oh, you got to be careful.
Oh, they're just rubbing on the exit then of the hairpin. And finally, the Williams Sim Racing Academy car getting a nose ahead, but they're going to have to fight against Delatraz. Delatraz still holding on, still keeping a little bit of an overlap there through Collier to curve into Tower, and they're still there. Have to admit defeat, finally, the Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage, but that took pretty much a quarter of the lap to get that move finally stuck for the Williams Sim Racing Academy.
And that's just because of the nature of the infield. It's very back and forth. It's a left to a right. to a left, to a right. It's very hard to kind of get that run advantage of an infield setup. And it's once you're side by side, if you don't make the move stick, you're pretty well stuck, because then you're driving in a middle part where you have to give the room, but you're also trying to race. So you naturally are going to slow yourself down. And I think that they're not done. I think we're about to see it again.
A little bit of GTD traffic getting involved there. They come across the stripe again. Something, by the way, has happened to the Mahal racing team, not being their day today. The number 10 is currently on pit road. As that tight traffic, well, doing their best and actually doing a good job of staying out the way, but the Audi, Drago Racing, or is it the Miradnas car? Either way, the Audi just getting involved there, and that's giving Delatraz the opportunity now to make the move, but no, staying behind into the hairpin turn. And my goodness, this has been great to watch between these two. You would think that this was getting towards the end of the race, not with 7 hours and 14 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that's the big thing that I'm seeing here is that again, I go back to this is a 12-hour sprint sort of setup. Every moment counts here because you don't really get enough time to sort of rebound from anything, so you have to push. And especially if you know that you're faster, you feel you're faster, you have to push, and you have to push hard. So for Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, they feel that they are much faster than the Williams Sim Racing Academy LMP2. So they're going to just sit there and push and push and push and push and try to force that pass through sooner rather than later. So if they can get that pass done, then they're going to make it stick where they can, and just continue to kind of hammer that pressure on and hope the car ahead cracks.
Out of Sunset Bend, and yeah, this is I think this is finally settled between the two of them, separating out once again. Now it's Williams Sim Racing Academy. Got a half a second lead between the two of them right now, and they've sorted themselves out and just get back into a bit of a rhythm after having to pick things up in that one. Well, we're getting closer and closer once again to some pit stops happening in the next sort of 10 minutes or so. GTD should be coming onto pit road around about the hour mark, or just after the hour mark here in this race. LMP2, they pitted, well, the leading LMP2 was 13 laps now on their stint for this very car right here. Gridandgo.com esports number 12, Sven Hasse behind the wheel. Sven, very quick driver, and when people aren't busy trying to wind him up, he can be one of the very best out there, but certainly he has got the bit between his teeth in the LMP2s, and they will then carry on through that one. Still that close battle between Williams Sim Racing Academy and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They've got caught up again between the two of them because of that lap traffic, Brad, and they're not going away, that Delatraz team, are they?
Not at all. That Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage number 188 is going to stick there up the inside. We go. Let's take it 3 wide with traffic. Let's not take it 3 wide, actually. And the GTD, they're definitely good heads up in the mirror driving, being aware of the two LMP2s around. And now look at this. Into turn 1 we go. Mind the traffic. What can you do to get through? Well, this is the traffic taking away. You really can't make that pass stick. Go up the inside, and oh, there's a wiggle. There was maybe some contact there off to the side, and that, I think, is going to just neutralize this battle before it could really get back underway like it was about to.
You've got to be really careful through turns 2 and 3. It really gets narrow and tight through there, and you can only just really give 2 cars width through there as you head through that section of track. So yeah, just getting caught up there with the Grid and Go BMW, and that's Delatraz then just losing out, dropping back just a little bit right now, although it's still half a second between them and that Williams Sim Racing Academy car. Look at it, they're trying to work their way through the Apex Racing Team number 2 car, and they'll work towards them and past, but the cars in front, that Williams car was right on the tail of the GTP all the way through Cunningham, Collier and Tower. It's only when they got to that Flying for Ultra straight, it's easy for me to say, get the teeth back in, but it's only when they got to that the Drago racing car finally pulled away at the front.
Well, and really, honestly, the LMP2s have similar pace through the infield section from turn 2 all the way down through the Le Mans curve. They can pretty well hold on near the back of a GTP car and try to keep pressure and keep close, which helps them funnel through traffic. Really, the big difference that you'll see between the LMP2 and the GTPs, if they're on a run and it's not an outlap, is that it's just a difference in straight line speed is really what catches them out guard. A lot of times the LMP2s can, if they find a GTP at the right spot, can follow right behind, hold on, and carve their way through traffic, because they can just stick behind the GTPs and do what they do to get around the GTDs, which is a very, very nice moment to have when you're an LMP2 car, because it gives you a bit more pace, because the GTDs already, there's already that compromise of 2 cars getting through a spot, and then you're just kind of adding yourself to the mix and just sort of elongating that train of cars trying to get through. So it can make things a lot easier. The battle for 8th in GTD, we haven't touched on this in a minute, but it's went from a 2-car battle to a 3-car battle, and look at that. 8th and 10th are the 004 and the 006 of gridandgo.com esports, and they have a good little green Grid and Go sandwich. And yes, I purposely keep calling this car green because I do believe it's lime green.
No, because that's a yellow colour. A lime green car was the Aston Martin Vantage from the World Endurance Championship back in the GTE days. And we actually, so this happened in my team, is that there was a big argument about that Aston Martin, which was a green colour, more of a green colour than that is. That's a more of a yellow colour, is that Grid and Go car, and we've had it confirmed it is yellow by the team themselves. That Aston Martin, in our team, there was the big argument of it's green or it's yellow. One of the team actually sent a tweet back when Twitter was actually a sensible place to be, and Aston Martin, he's got back in touch and they went, it's lime. which didn't answer anything, because limes can actually be yellow or green.
I would almost really appreciate it if Grid and Go would take the same response and just say it's lime, because maybe this is me looking at it, but it really looks green to me. It doesn't look like a deep grass green, right? But it does have green to it. I would
need to adjust your monitor.
I probably do, if we're honest. I have a feeling that I have bumped a setting on my monitor if I think that car is green, but I'm being inherently told without a doubt that it's yellow. I'm going to trust everyone's word for it. But also, green Grid and Go goes together really well. So Grid and Go, if you want to hit me up, you can use that phrase, green Grid and Go. But you have to tell me the car's green.
I'll tell you what is green, the side of that Corvette. That's green. It's on that side. And yeah, that's the Zest Esports team. Now, they're currently in 9th place in this race. They've got that Grid and Go car in front. The second Grid and Go car that was behind is no longer there. I believe they've gone onto pit road. There's pit stops happening now, so we're starting to get some of those pit stop cycle going through here at this stage. So you're talking about lap 28 for the 004 Grid and Go car, which is in 8th place, that we're looking at the head of this dual for 8th. Will we see that Grid and Go car go onto pit road this lap time by through Sunset Bend and onto pit road for them? So 28 laps in the books for them. Veloci Thrustmaster as well. They're onto pit road as well after 28 laps. Those GTDs, you're looking at that 28 lap cycle before they head onto pit road.
I think that's a good call too there to pit. You're under pressure from behind. You had the teammate behind that could have helped alleviate some pressure and apply pressure ahead. And once they pit, just the next lap around, I would pit myself. I think that's a very, very good call as we see Drago Racing GTD pulling out of the pits here and coming through and getting the move. Actually, sorry, no, they were on top.
Veloci.
Yeah, that was Veloci on the bottom. I'm mixing up what I'm looking at. Yeah, Drago on top going through. Drago is 25 laps into the stint, so I would say that they're still at least 3 laps out from pitting.
Now, Sven Hasse has been knocked down to 6th place, and that's because he's just come out of the pits this lap. So the Grid and Go Esports number 12 for LMP2 has had their pit stop, and they are out again in that field. So we're in that pit stop cycle once again for both LMP2 and for GTD. There's a few others come onto pit road now, so get their service. So it's that time, so we'll wait until the slide out of Sunset Bend. You are fortunate that that little bit of extra bit of concrete is there now, because that used to be dirt and grass, didn't it?
It did. That gridandgo.com number 12 driven by Haas, or Haas. Hasse. There we go. Very much getting lucky. You could tell I've watched Formula One this weekend. Haas are on the mind, but no. At number 12, really running wide. And again, I go back to just how hard you have to push these cars, and the track temp helps nothing with your tires. It's 107-degree track temp currently as it sits. Now it just changed to 106, but that 1 degree isn't going to help at all. And that's Fahrenheit. 41 degrees C is the track temp. So, I mean, those tires are going to be screaming coming out of Sunset Bend, because it's just, you work the left side tire so hard through the run. And now we can see, really, I mean, look at this battle going through. Look at this. This is a GTP and an LMP2, but again, I said the LMP2s can really keep up quite decently on the infield section, and this is just demonstrating exactly what I was talking about. Other than the long straights, really the LMP2s can stick in a corner with a GTP.
So as we do carry on towards the top of the hour once again, more cars onto pit road. That's an LMP2. You've got Maradness, you've got Effect Simulation, both onto pit road in LMP2. So away go that Effect Simulation car. They'll come out ahead of the Maradness car. Onto pit road as well is the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. We've been saying that they've been pitting that little bit earlier than the rest of the GTPs. So they completed 27 laps that stint onto pit road for the Ferrari. Be interested to see if Costantini jumps out that car. In fact, he will, because Nicholas Bowe is onto the driver's seat for the number 50. So change of drivers happening right now. We are coming up to the 7 hours remaining of this race. You will be seeing, Brad, a few teams decided now's the time to get some fresh legs, some fresh arms behind the wheel and getting going.
Yeah, 5 hours in on this event, I don't think that is a bad time to swap out at all. Typically, you're going to see driver swaps every couple of hours. Some teams will push it to 3 hours, but usually stints are going to be somewhere between 2 to 3 hours is what a traditional, endurance stint will be, or they'll gauge it by number of pit stops. The one thing I do notice, though, with the Ferrari, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team number 50 there in 6th place in GTP, is they went 27 laps Drago, Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blast, Williams Gaming Club, and Williams Sim Racing Academy. Yes, there's 3 Williams teams in the top 4 of GTP, are on 22 laps respectively, with the exception being Sim Racing Academy. Williams Sim Racing Academy number 2 is on 26 laps of the stint. So I think that kind of tells me that Ferrari somewhere has had to take an early pit stop. They've done something different, and they've kind of put themselves in a little bit of a pickle, because it's very hard in a GTP to run long in safe fuel without compromising track position. And so they're going to have to figure out a way somewhere to find those extra few laps, because otherwise, if you look at it, they could be in trouble in the final couple of hours, and they could have to pit and lose substantial track position near the end.
I mean, it has been a point of theirs that they seem to be pitting on that sort of lap 26, lap 27, Williams Sim Racing Academy for GTP onto pit road. Going to be a change of driver for them, and Pablo Espas is going to jump behind the wheel of that car. That Ferrari team has gone a little bit earlier than some of the others in GTP, and that's whether that's a strategy call, whether they have figured out that actually with their strategy they were going to have a shorter stint towards, say, the end of the race, so say, right, why don't we use that shorter stint elsewhere in the race, get ourselves into a bit of a different position, and then sort of work it out from there towards the end. It's a bit of a contra strategy, whereas most teams will just be going as far as they possibly can on the fuel each and every time until you get towards the end and you figured out, right, we only need about 5-6 laps worth of fuel to get to the end with a splash. But there are some teams, Brad, that they'll have done so much practice and testing through the week, they'll have got the fuel number that they work to and say, right, well, actually, we're going to run with, say, 1 lap's worth less fuel in the car, because overall it actually works out slightly quicker for us having a slightly lighter car each time out pit road. Look after the tyres just that little bit better on each stint.
I need you to know, Paul, that I used to race endurance, and I ran an 8-hour Barcelona event, and it was the worst nightmare for me trying to calculate strategy. I was the one of the team that was really put in charge of that. I was the slowest driver, but I could figure that part out. And I had a very detailed Excel sheet, and I could say, I'm changing tires, it's going to cost me this long. We're filling up to this point, it's going to take this long to take fuel. We're in this position, we're running these average lap times, etc. And calculate out where to get to the end. And if you want to do that math, there are templates out there that will help you calculate this. There's open source website stuff that people will use to help them calculate if they don't have the teams behind to help do it on the fly and really figure that stuff out. But the amount of nuance that goes into that, the microseconds that can be found or lost from that sort of strategy difference of, do we want to run a set number of laps through, or do we want to fuel up, run to the end and go? Like the number of test laps that I put down to calculate average fuel burn, to calculate average lap time, it is amazing the effort that these teams will go through to calculate out and get the best performance possible. And it is very hard to get right. And I always say this, in any sort of endurance event, you come in with plan A, and plan A goes out the window when the green flag drops, and you go to plan B. Plan B is gone by the end of lap 1. So by this point, under 7 hours to go, you're probably on plan J or K at this point. And you're kind of recalculating as you go. You're saying, okay, am I sticking with my basic strategy? Is there something different we need to do? Is something coming up? Is there something we're not aware of that we missed? Is the track tip different than I prepared for? Is there rain coming up in the forecast anywhere? Is there any weather conditions affecting things? Maybe it's colder, maybe it's hotter. There's so much that goes into figuring out that ideal strategy. And when teams nail it, it's perfect. But I will say, it takes about 15% luck as well to really nail that in, Paul. A lot of skill, a little bit of luck, and a little bit of instinct, and you get things just right. And it can be really, really nice, especially like for Drago Racing right now in GTP. 9 seconds in the lead, they're in a good spot. I really think Ferrari is not in a bad position right now in GTP too. I think that they, even though they're pitting slightly off with everyone, I think they're going to be fine come the end. But like, look at this. All of the Audis in the pit lane right now together in GTD. All of the Drago Racing's pitting the exact same time. They are running a very solid strategy, and they know we're running X number of laps. We're all pitting as a team. We're sticking together, and we're going to dominate this thing and get a 1, 2, 3 if it's all said and done.
That was a 30-lap stint for each of the Drago Racing cars as well in GTD. They were, when they came into pit road, they were first, second and third, but of course other cars had made pit stops in that cycle. At the moment in GTD, Luke McEwen for Apex Racing Team leads, but he's on lap 18 of his stint, so he's off cycle. And that team, Apex Racing Team, the 199, is off cycle compared to the rest of GTD, and so therefore we'll have to wait for a little bit later on as to what happens for them. But well, we can quickly run through your GTD field as it stands at the moment. So your Apex Racing Team 199, for them, Luke McEwen behind the wheel, he leads this race in GTD with 6 hours 53 and 55 seconds remaining. Drago Racing just off of pit road. Nicholas Rubler is behind the wheel for them in second place. Williams Sim Racing RP, they are in third with Beckham Jassia. Now he's only about 4.3 seconds back from the Drago Racing car, so you want to keep an eye on that Williams Sim Racing RP outfit, because Beckham, he is a rapid driver and he can pull some stuff out of that car, that is for sure. Drago Racing then are in 4th and 5th place for the 69 and the number 9 respectively. Nicholas Mateo and Taylor Bernard behind the wheel for them. Veloce Thrustmaster with Daniel Fuente is in 6th ahead of the PGZ P1Docs.com. Oscari Kakadin is in 7th ahead of GridandGo.com Esports. Jano Kosh is in 8th. 9th for the Zest Esports Norby Kiss car, and then 10th the 006 GridandGo.com Esports. Patrick Heinrich behind the wheel for them, 10th place overall. We still have in GTD 25 cars remaining in this race. We have lost in GTD Drago Racing's number 8, WSR Esports Abruzzi, Mag Performance SRT, BS Turner, SDR 79, and the WSR Esports Next Level Racing. They are all out of GTD. In your LMP2, it is Sven Hasse who currently leads that one for GridandGo.com Esports. He's currently got about a 16.5 second lead over the Team PGZ Christian Steenborough car, although that car is on lap 21 of its stint, so it will be due a pit stop in the next few laps for that car. 3rd place for WSR Esports ahead of the GridandGo.com 003 car in 4th. Effect Simulations number 909, 5th ahead of Maradness in 6th. And it's Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. What a tremendous race that they've been having in 7th with the 8th placed car of Williams Sim Racing Academy. 9th is the WSR Esports Abruzzi car, and then rounding out the top 10 in LMP2, it is the IFR Esports car. We have got all 13 LMP2s still in this race. Last car out there on track is the Dua Esports car in that one. GTP, sorry, we won't touch on them yet because they are going through a pit stop cycle, Brad.
Yeah, and pit stop cycle, of course, is going to shake everything upside down. Drago Racing currently in the pits, going through, as well as Williams Sim Racing Academy, the number 21, and Fiercely Forward Red, the number 11 in. So 28 lap stints for the GTPs, which is going to be a very good lap cycle. It's consistent with what we've seen Ferrari doing. So 28 lap cycle through, in and out. They are the last ones really to pit, and then Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club will need to pit as well. I think it's interesting, though, that all of the LMPs are still out. Man, wow, words are very complicated today. But all of the Le Mans prototypes are still out and about and running through. It's good to see that they have survived through, of course, certain incidents causing with different cases. I think after pit stop cycles here, Drago Racing will still have the overall lead once Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club hit, which my guess is will be as soon as they get around the end of this lap.
Yeah, they should be at the end of this lap because it's 28 laps for the GTPs. So they'll sort themselves out momentarily here. So, yeah, those drivers working their way throh Gendebien towards the end of the lap into Le Mans Curve, and then down the Ullman Straight once again. And these drivers certainly enjoying themselves out there, and I hope you guys at home are enjoying yourselves watching this one. It's Paul Smith, Brad Dalton here for you from RaceSpotTV. If you are watching on RaceSpotTV, at the top of the hour we'll be changing over to part 2 of our stream. The link is in the RaceSpotTV YouTube chat. For those of you on Twitch and on the iRacing feed as well, you don't need to worry about that. So, as your Williams esports team, so the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club are onto pit road for GTP. That was a 29 lap stint from them. So they're going a lap longer there, Brad. That could work out in their favour towards the end.
It definitely could. And again, this goes back to the strategy of doing the math and figuring out, okay, I can run this long for this, I can do this for this, and putting that sort of mix together of, if you add an extra lap every stint, does it cut out an entire stint to the end? And the answer is perhaps, but I don't know for now because they're still pitting fairly in line with the rest of the GTPs. They are, of course, the last ones to pit, though, and go through Drago Racing. Now going through that is Alexander Spetz taking the lead, and now Jaden Minaz is coming out for Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and then Williams Gaming Club is still in the pit lane. Josh Ladd in that number 7, dropping 2 more positions. Scuderia Ferrari is now the number 50, up into 4th place, getting past Williams Gaming Club, who actually might. We'll see how this outlap goes, but cold tires on an outlap, you got to give it a little bit of oomph. Maybe not as much grass. I don't know that a GTP car is a lawnmower. It could be, I guess, but we'll see how the Williams Sim Racing Academy driver can push that car out.
So yeah, so it is Drago, as you mentioned, then back to the lead of GTP. It's just 5.6 seconds is that lead, but that will grow a little bit on this next lap or two because that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car is just fresh out the pit lane for Jaden Munoz, so we'll be struggling to just get the tyres up to temperature and pressure. We were looking at about 8 seconds between the two, first and second place at one point in that last stint, so Williams would ideally like to see that under the 7-second mark just to see them moving